Bremen Highway 81. Go over to graphics 2 package there. This is where we potentially would have a tornado on the ground. And this holds together, it'll be out working towards Centertown. So if you go over to graphics 2 for a second, I'll put a quick track on it. So Island, just north there of Central City, Sacramento, in Bremen, and some of these locations, and then out towards Highway 85 in Centertown. So we're using the velocity table on our graphics 2 package, and then Jeff's looking at the velocity.
Yeah, this is concerning me the most right now, Byron, and this data may be a couple minutes old as it comes in, so that debris signature may be a little farther upstream, but that's certainly a concern right now. So let's go back, and I'll move this into the other areas, and we're not seeing nearly the kind of return that we were getting right down here at the juncture of 175 and State Road 70. So if you are in this spot right now, I'm going to do a track because that could be the area where we actually have something on the ground right now. And we'll do a quick track all the way out here, working in kind of close. And Byron's been mentioning these towns repeatedly for good reason. We are seeing potentially some lofted debris there showing up on the debris tool right now.
Yeah, right over Island, and then just north of Central City and over Sacramento. 181, Highway 81, 431, just south there of Livermore as well. You technically are just outside the tornado warning, but it's just south there of you guys. And if you're up at, if there's events going on at McLean County High School in Calhoun, do not head south. We know a lot of folks live in the southern part there down through Sacramento. Bremen as you cross the county line. And right along 431, south here of Island, I have the velocity called up.
Yeah.
If we can just take that just for 1 second to show you what I'm talking about, we'll throw it right back to Jeff. Is that tracks over towards Centertown and then Highway 85. So this is getting ready to cross over into Ohio County. You're already getting a little bit of lightning in those locations. There's a look there at the graphics too from Centertown, Island, and then over to Sacramento, and then Beaver Dam and Hartford there just west. You guys are probably seeing quite a bit of lightning, Jeff.
Okay, thanks, Byron. And back again from Island, we go back down here into the middle part of Muhlenberg County, and we're going to clear that off here first. So Giston still at risk, but also, as Byron said, now up into Island and right up here to the county line with Ohio County as this continues to move to the northeast. I'm curious if we've had any kind of reports down there. It's interesting if we have not, based on what we're looking at in the radar, but then again, a lot of this area is sparsely populated, so there may not be anybody where we are seeing some of the signatures there on the radar that we were. That picture that I had earlier there of potential debris in the air now, that looks like it's getting into the noise of the signal right now. So we would have to see strong reflectivity, the hook, and then potentially some debris in that area. A quick mention here, we are on the radio broadcasting on 104 FM WIKY. We're also on WFM WKTG, so if you're in your safe spot, you can watch us on the radio or listen to us on the radio, and then the Cromwell Group also in there too. Looks like we have a new tornado watch issued, and basically it has been extended now until 2 a.m. Not a big surprise given what we were expecting here this evening. So again, a long night ahead of us. This is just the first of what will likely be many tornado warnings as we go into the overnight hours. If you do have damage or if you need to share information with us, whether it's a tree down, power lines down, things like that, you can scroll to the bottom of the 14.
Ohio County tornado warning now.
Okay,
so it's been extended over,
we have
Jeff.
a new tornado warning, as Byron just said there, for Ohio County. Not a big surprise, so let's go ahead and check that if we can. And the area that we're looking at now goes from Centertown up to Hartford, and then the top edge of that warning goes all the way to Fordsville. So we're going to switch the radar back over here so we can get you a better picture of what's happening down there in the far southeastern corner of the tri-state. We're talking about northern Ohio County. This is the newest
Goes
warning.
till 8:45.
Until 8:45. So let's do a quick track on here. And we will start first of all with where the storm is now, which is near Centertown, moving to the northeast at about 50. And you can see these are the arrival times for a possible tornado at Hartford, 7:58, Sunnydale at 8:06, Dundee at 8:09, Fordsville, 8:15, and Shreve at 8:18. And that will basically encompass all of the northern half of Ohio County, so north of US 431 there. Let's look at the velocity, because that's how we can determine if we're getting the rotation there, which we would expect.
If you're in Centertown, you need to get to your tornado-safe shelters.
Yeah,
Centertown,
exactly.
Highway 85.
Okay, Centertown, all the way up to Hartford, and a little tighter view here will show that the strongest winds are now moving into the western portion of Ohio County. How strong are the winds? Well, let's check that right now. And based on the way the atmosphere is stacked today, we already have winds of 30 or 40 just blowing anyway out ahead of the cold front. But moving in here now, these winds could be in excess of 60 to 70 miles an hour. As Byron said, if you're in Centertown, Hartford, any place out here in the western edge of Ohio County, you need to be in your safe place right now. Small, windowless interior room, lowest level of your home. If you're in a trailer and you don't have time to evacuate, or you did not evacuate earlier, same rules apply. Just get to the middle and get down low. If you have time and can get to a reinforced building, public shelter, neighbor's house, family, do it now, especially if you're in Ohio County, and for that matter, anybody in a mobile home this evening. If you have the option to get out and go somewhere else, do it now before the storms start to roll in. We're going to clear that information off and check out and see if we do have any debris showing up. And again, this tool has to be used carefully, so we're going to just look at it live here on the air.
So Livermore should pop up.
Yeah. And there we go. So back to the north, we have some of the lower, the yellows there are showing up. And then down here around Centertown, going on over, potentially some lofted debris going up there as well. And the thing we emphasize, and I'm going to tell you this over and over tonight, is you've got to be in the safe place, whether it's your basement or the first floor of your home. And as Byron mentioned this evening, we have a lot of basketball games potentially across western Kentucky this evening. Gymnasium is the worst place to be. Hopefully officials there at the schools are watching and know that this is coming. And if you are in a public area, hopefully you identified the tornado shelter way ahead of time before you even went out this evening. But it's very important to know those locations here as we go into the overnight hours in particular. Now, obviously, the games aren't going to be going overnight. Back into Ohio County, and you see that tornado warning there. That continues until, did you say 8:45?
8:45.
8:45. And let's switch radars again. We're going to go back to the Hopkinsville radar, which gives us the cleanest picture on there. And looking at the storm a little closer, what we see are two features. One is potentially a hook down here, which is now kind of curling up and moving toward Ohio County. And secondly, we see some areas along that lead edge of the storm where the wind is going in. And we know this because the colors, it's a lesser reflection. So you have inflow winds coming around, and then potentially rotation right in there, where we were showing you those intense winds just a couple minutes ago. So the bottom line here is you need to be in a safe place right now. If you know people that live in this area and you're not in that spot, call them and alert them if they don't happen to be watching the coverage or they don't know that it's coming. Hopefully with the talk that we've had over the last several days, this is not really a surprise that we're getting tornadoes here this evening and tornado warnings across western Kentucky. So the Hopkins County or Muhlenberg County warning should clear here in just a couple of minutes at 8 o'clock, 7 minutes to go. And then the additional warning for Ohio County will go until 8:45. And Byron Douglas and I will be here with you throughout the night covering these storms. He's watching the the other radar and also checking in with the National Weather Service. What are you hearing out of Paducah?
I haven't heard any reports. If we take a look at this feature, look at all the strikes that have come in. Historically, there's not a lot of lightning if we go over to the other graphics package in the month of December, but these are very electrical in nature. Historically, Jeff, where the lightning is, that's where the action is, but over in graphics too. So if you're in Hartford, Beaver Dam, Centertown, some of these locations, you have quite a bit of lightning north there of Hartford, Beaver Dam, and these are strikes that have compiled on the screen here. So 136, Interstate 165 along 231. That's plenty of lightning there on the screen. This storm is racing off to the northeast at 40 to 50 miles an hour.
Okay, and from that we go back to the velocity data right now, and we're going to do a new storm track on here just to keep everybody right ahead of where the storm is. We'll actually track from where we believe the strongest winds are, which is now just to the west of 231 and the Natcher Parkway, and we're going to take it up here across toward Fordsville. These are the arrival times based on a 50 mile per hour forward speed on the storm, and Sunnydale at 8:07, then we have Dundee at 8:11, Fordsville 8:17, Shreve at 8:20, and Victoria Crossroads at 8:24. Those are the arrival times as cities in the path of this storm as it moves to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. So if you see your town's name in there, and even if you don't, I'll give you some roads here as well. And Byron travels this area quite a bit. He's really proficient on all the roads, but I can give you like 136, 231, the Natcher Parkway are the major roads in here. If we dive in a little deeper, we can show you some other roads in here as well between Centertown, Hartford, and then around. But 136 appears to be one of the main roads right now in that strongest wind return, and then 231. This would be up there between Hartford and then going on up toward the Davis County line there to the north right now.
Yeah, we have a quick shot we can take of X-Vision, and this is where we're seeing a lot of lightning north of Hartford and Beaver Dam. Look at this storm, it's grown. You see right in the middle there where the areas there in red, that's a well-established updraft that's lifting up over to almost to 30,000 feet. So we talked about, and the winds are increasing and turning with height, so it gives you a little 3D environment, what you're seeing there, and we're seeing a lot of lightning production there in the middle part there of the storm. Earlier today, it was nice and blue aloft, it was nice and stable, but we broke the cap, if you will, with the storm. So the worst of it is just from Hartford, 231, Highway 85, still be in your tornado safe shelter in Livermore, and then into Island. And we can make a few little stops here and hone in on Highway 85, north and west here of Hartford, up to about the county line. It is racing along. Dundee, you guys would be next, but most of the population in Ohio County is in Hartford and Beaver Dam. Busy Friday night there. Stay in your tornado safe shelter.
Okay, thanks, Byron. And back to the radar we go, and then we're going to go over to Randy Moore. We have the full team working here to give you the weather information around the tri-state. I want to do a quick reset here to show you that those are the two active warnings that we have here in the tri-state now for northern Muhlenberg County for about another 5 minutes, and now Ohio County until 8:45. The broader view here shows that the last of those thunderstorms north of the Ohio River are now moving out of the area, but it's going to be a very short reprieve as we have two areas of concern. More tornado warnings and severe storms moving across the Mississippi River at St. Louis. Those will be entering into southern and central Illinois in the next couple of hours. And then back to the south, we had tornadoes across Arkansas and also western Tennessee, and these are still showing up as confirmed or on the ground tornadoes. That's why the boxes are purple. Those will be moving across and into far western Kentucky and potentially again clip southern Hopkins and Muhlenberg counties. We're going to go to Randy Moore. He's corralling information through the news department and has some stuff for us right now. Randy.
Yeah, Jeff and Byron, I don't want to take it from you for too long, but I do want to let you know that the 14 newsroom is on the job tonight. Brady Williams is out on the 14 News Interceptor, so he'll give us a look where he can. And a lot of times you all are our best eyes out there as long as you can do it safely. If you can safely get photos and videos, there's a number of ways that you can share them with us. You can tweet them and we'll see them. You can send them to the 14 News Facebook page. The easiest way to do it is on the 14 News or Weather app. I'm on the 14 News First Alert Weather app right now. If you'll go to your app and then from the very open page, just scroll all the way down and you'll see that great big icon, Submit Photos, and you can submit your photos right there. That's a photo that was taken a couple of days ago, but that will constantly update when you send those in. The key right here, the absolute key right here, is that you remain safe. Listen to what Byron has to say, listen to what Jeff has to say about keeping yourself safe. Then when it's safe to come out and you can get these photographs and share them with us, we would love to see them. Okay, Jeff?
Okay, thanks, Randy. And of course, we have our news department working overtime as well, so we will be here to receive your information when and if you send it our way. We're going to get back now to our tornado warnings, and the first one that was issued there, which is down now in northern Muhlenberg County, most of the storm has moved out of that. It should clear here within the next 5 minutes or so. At least that's the scheduled clearance on it. And then our next concern there, it just dropped off the map here. It's now 8 o'clock. So we have until 8:45. We are getting a little more of a hook return showing on the radar now, just to the south, or actually just due west of Hartford. So you see that formation right in there. That is where we would likely have tornado formation if it's going to happen. And from that, we're going to look at velocity. And again, that is what we would consider to be a couplet, right? It's a rotating area of wind. We have strong winds in that location, and that is our biggest concern tonight. So we're going to track from the area of rotation where the strongest winds are right now, where the greatest hazard is. And as we move that out across Ohio County, we're anticipating it will move at about 50 miles per hour. These are the cities in the path of that damaging wind, possible tornado. Beta at 8 o'clock, which is right now, that's where it is. And Sunnydale at 8:09, Dundee at 8:12, and then it just keeps moving along here to Fordsville by 8:18, Victoria Crossroads 8:26, and Tar Fork at 8:29. And as it moves across here, of course we have, it's sparsely populated in places, but we are just now to the north there of Hartford, and that is a concern, of course, as well. As Byron mentioned too, we have basketball games in some of the cities tonight, so hopefully if you know somebody to game in any of these locations, text them, call them, let them know that we do have imminent severe weather in those cities that I just named. We're going to take the storm track off, and from that we will go in a little closer where we see this tightening couplet right now, where that's spinning around there just to the northwest of Hartford. And let's check it again. We'll use our debris tool. One thing that we have to consider when using this is it has to be in the right location in the storm. So we would look for a hook, which was actually showing back in here, and then our rotational couplet. And now as we look at the debris scope, what we're looking for is colors down here that are yellow, green, and into the blues. And right there, we see an area that could potentially be either some debris being lofted. It's hard to say again, but it's a potential there to the north of Centertown, west of Hartford, and then back to the north. Again, we have some, like I said, it's a noisy kind of product to look at on the air here live. It's actually best if you can look at it off air and then try to do a little more analysis. But we're getting the data here as quickly as we can to you. So that's what we're seeing right now. The potential certainly there for lofted debris and other things, as it would be anyway. And that could be anything from corn stalks to 2x4s. We really don't have a way to differentiate large from small in the scope here of the TV weathercast. The hook down here to the west of Centertown, you can see how that's kind of wrapping around now and coming into the storm there as it crosses into the western portion of Ohio County. It looks like Randy has some new information right now. Let's go over to Randy.
Well, Jeff, I just want to show you what might be coming our way. This is not from our area, but this is from that system that is yet to come tonight. This comes from Monet, Arkansas, from a guy by the name of Brian Emfinger. What you're seeing here is a downed cell tower right there, trying to confirm whether that is the result of a tornado or not. So once again, if you can get pictures like that safely after the storm passes through your area, you can send them to the 14 News app and we can share them with the audience. And as I said a few minutes ago, sometimes you are our best eyes and ears out there. We just insist that you do it safely. Okay, Jeff?
Okay, thanks, Randy. And we're going to switch back over to Byron Douglas here in a second. He's getting a better look at the velocity there in the storm. I will show you just what the rain returns are looking like now, and also we're trying to figure out exactly where that hook may be in the storm. The hook is significant because that usually indicates where we have the strongest possibility of a tornado forming, and it is likely right down here just to the north of Hartford. And we can actually see that a little better. I'll loop it here, and then we're going to go to Byron because he'll have the analysis on the inside. But yeah, we're looking at the back edge here. Typically, your hook or your tornado would occur in the southwestern edge of a severe thunderstorm or supercell, as this one appears to be. And what are you seeing, Byron?
It's right over Hartford, Jeff. These are where these winds are coming together. So you go into Hartford, north there of Beaver Dam. These are very busy areas, Interstate 165, Highway 69. Where is this going? It's racing off the northeast at 40 to 50 miles an hour. Dundee, you guys would be next. A big heads up for Fordsville, getting your tornado safe shelter. Look at all the electricity. This is usually on the northeast part of the storm. It's not the worst case first. The action's back towards the middle where the updrafts and downdrafts. Current strike is just to the west of that. That's where we think we have the tornado. Hartford, as you go up, even south there, heads up there in Utica, southern sections there of Davis County. No official warning for you, but I'd be in my tornado safe shelter. Highway 764, Highway 54, that's a busy thoroughfare between Fordsville and eastern Davis County. Even north there of Rosine, north there of Hartford. We'll put a track on that. Fordsville about 826. Yeah, plenty. Get to your safe shelter now in position. Sunnydale at 812. Narrows there at 821. And then as you get down through Shreve, they're at 831. North there on Highway 878. Jeff?
Okay, thanks, Byron. And no additional warnings have been issued here. I've been kind of looking to the south as well. And we have another area of thunderstorms now moving into Greenville, which basically just had a thunderstorm there. Well, we have a new, I spoke too soon, we have a new tornado warning. I think this is going to be a redefinition, and it is, of the one that we just had. What happens here is the Weather Service will redefine a tornado warning, cutting off the back edge of it, for example. And when they do that, then it triggers a new tornado warning, even though it's kind of a revised tornado warning. So now it basically is from 231 to the northeast, and our cities and towns on the tracker will not change, other than Centertown, Hartford are now out of the risk at this point. So again, it's a strong inflow that right there, circulation between Hartford there and moving up 231. And Randy has some more pictures right now. Go ahead, Randy.
Yeah, Jeff, thanks a lot. Yeah, I want to mention right off the bat that this is not from the tri-state. This is a kind of a thing that, if it holds together, might be headed our way. Again, this is from Monet, Arkansas. Once again, Brian Emfinger captured this photo. Now, take a look at this closely. This tree has been completely uprooted from the ground, and then it is wrapped with some aluminum siding, it looks like, right there. And then check this out, way up here. That looks to me like that's a car turned upside down. I'm not ready to call that a tornado. I'm just ready to call that a very strong storm that moved through there.
Anytime you get cars flips, you're dealing with winds up over 100 miles an hour. So that's a good indication. We've talked about these are significant tornadoes. Possibly we don't have the benefit of daylight, but I've been around long enough. You see a car flip, you're talking about an EF2, perhaps an EF3 there. That's why the safest place to be is inside.
Absolutely. Thanks. Jeff?
Yeah, and not to take shelter under an underpass in a car. That's a very bad idea, too, because the underpass will magnify the winds as they come through. So abandon cars, get into a field, ditch, etc., if you happen to be caught out driving. The trend here for this storm, it's holding its own. We still see somewhat of a hook back here as it crosses over Hartford. At the very least, we have strong inflow winds coming in. And when we compare that with the wind information, you're going to to see those strongest winds now have advanced out toward Dundee. Some of the winds showing up here at between 70 and 80 miles per hour. Now, this is going to be a little bit off the deck because we're about 40 miles or so from the Hopkinsville radar where this is happening. So that's going to be up almost 3,000 feet off the surface. But what it does tell us is that with the strong winds aloft, some of that can mix or transfer down to the ground, and we could have damaging winds across Ohio County. Obviously, with a tornado warning, that's what we would expect. The tornado itself, much harder to detect in here, although it would likely be right here now to the northeast of 165 or the Natcher Parkway, and continuing there to move to the north as well. So we're going to clear that information off, and we'll give you a new storm track. Since the storm has moving at 50, these things are going to be updating very quickly as they track across Ohio County, and we will actually have to take it back the other way here. Let's clear that off, and then we're going to go over to Byron with an update now.
Jeff, I was going to say, if you're in eastern Davis County in Whitesville, Kentucky, no official tornado warning for you guys, but you guys there on the east side of Whitesville, right there in Fordsville, Highway 54, very busy. It's a windy road into Fordsville there, but just be safe, stay in your shelter there, right there in Dundee as well. I'll show you, we're going to go in here and cut into the storm a little bit and take a look at the 3D look. So that's where a lot of the lightning is. You got a storm here, that's where the updraft and downdraft is. So from Whitesville down into Fordsville there, and let's take a look from Hartford up towards the north end. Now, if you're on the north side there of Hartford, just to be safe, stay in your tornado shelter until this clears. On Highway 69, 231, as you run north there of Hartford. Busy on a Friday night there, and then into Dundee. You saw those pictures from Randy. Cars have been flipped with the tornadoes that have set up to our south and west. Now, this is radar indicated, but the best place to be is indoors.
Yeah, and Byron, you and I were watching some of the coverage out of our sister station down in Jonesboro, KTV. It looks like Randy has found some video that's been submitted there at KTV of the tornado that shot at night, which is interesting. And Byron, maybe you can do a little analysis on that since you chase the storms all the time. This was taken, well, you can go ahead. Ryan Vaughn is the chief meteorologist at Channel 8, our sister station down in Jonesboro. And I'll throw it over to you guys.
Well, you can see where the
minutes ago.
wow, you can see, you see where the lightning flashes are. So where the lightning is, that's where the action is. So we've illustrated where the lightning is tonight, a lot back towards the northeast part of the storm. These are the smallest storms in the world, but yet they're the most violent. Look how it's racing off from the vantage point here, from the southwest to the north and east. A lot of time you see a little lag here with the tornado. That's because the upper level winds here are going faster than what you see here on the ground. So it just indicates how fast these storms are going. So we talked for several days, Jeff and Randy, these storms that would fire up in Missouri and then in Arkansas, we would be able to see how they're behaving before they work across our area. So, and these storms are racing towards our area. Hopefully they'll weaken before they arrive. Now, it's very difficult to pick up tornadoes at night, but the lightning does help. You usually don't have a lot of lightning during this time of the year, but it's like a spring event. There's plenty in the atmosphere.
Okay, good points, and of course we're watching all incoming data there. And as Byron mentioned too, we have these storms that move through Arkansas out now to the north of Jonesboro. These are coming in, that would be closer to Fulton, Tennessee, or near that area. And then I'm going to actually just back the radar out a notch here, and you're going to see what I'm talking about here, especially down to our southwest. So we will do that. And as we move the radar here a little wider, you notice all the tornado warnings down there across Arkansas. And as Byron mentioned, we have them moving our way, especially western Kentucky. And that would be like Hopkins, Muhlenberg County tend to get clipped by these storms that come in from the southwest as we go into the overnight hours. That's the big concern here. And then a little farther to the north, we have the storms coming across Missouri right now, which will be moving into southern Illinois a little later on tonight. But look at just the sheer number of tornado warnings here on the 10th of December. Very unusual, probably an historic outbreak setting up right now. It will depend, of course, on how many of these actually verify. But in any case, it is a very dangerous environment that we're in right now, and it's only going to get worse here overnight until the entire cold front clears the region right now. It looks like you have another picture, Randy.
Yeah, Jeff and Byron, you guys have been talking about how this is such a dangerous event because it's in the evening, but we're getting some remarkably good pictures. Not only that video that Byron described so well just moments ago, here is a still shot of what clearly looks like a tornado that it looks like it possibly is on the ground. This comes from near Bay, Arkansas, from that same Zach Holder. Byron,
Yeah, you can see how the storm is backlit, Randy. You have lightning. The storm is backlit, so this might have been taken, well, maybe just shortly after sundown. And of course, when you have the wall cloud there and it's rotating, and we talked about the upper level winds here are going faster. That's why we talked about this was different from what we had on Sunday, and then into Monday morning, much more wind shear. It's almost what you would see the first week in spring, first couple of weeks in April. And just the fact that we have all this lightning, it does give us an advantage. We're able to, the storm chasers down to the south and west, we're able to get a look at these storms.
And we expect to see something like this possibly later tonight here.
Well, I can't remember. I've seen so many tornado warnings. We talked about would we have enough energy to get two lines going. We're going to get two lines going because if we have a wide view, they're backed all the way up into Missouri, and they have plenty of upper level support.
Sure.
And quite a bit of wind shear out there.
All right, Byron, thanks a lot. Jeff?
Yeah, we're definitely, the atmosphere is loaded up out there, and our first batch of tornadoes actually only struck the southeastern corner of the tri-state, so you still have a lot of fertile atmosphere out there to support more thunderstorms and tornadoes here as we go into the evening and overnight hours. The current warnings will expire here in about 30 minutes, given their current status. And the latest look right now, we still are basically looking at the potential for severe weather from Fordsville all the way back almost to Hartford now. This storm has continued to move to the northeast and will likely move on out of the viewing area over the next 30 to 40 minutes. I wanted to switch the radar again to a more favorable view here, which would come from Fort Campbell. And as we do that, you'll see the picture here. The circulations in there, there are probably a couple. Very hard to estimate exactly where that would be. As Byron said, these are tiny storms relative to, you know, the entire tri-state. So the important thing is that you do your part, and we've given you the warnings here. Now heed them. Move into that safe place now. And if you know people that live in some of these communities that I'm going to mention, call them up. If they don't know the storm is coming, text them. Get the word out. You can play a part in keeping people safe as well. Quick track here. We're looking now at arrivals of severe weather at Dundee at 8:22, Van Zandt 8:35, Mattingly at 8:42. More pictures coming out of Arkansas right now. Here's Randy.
Yeah, Bay, Arkansas. That's right, Jeff. Byron, come on over. Even an untrained eye can see that this looks like a funnel, but is that a second funnel right there?
You have double-barreled action right here. You have two, multiple, because you have one large vortex, they can spawn multiple tornadoes. It just shows how unstable the atmosphere is, and presumably this is detecting a lightning flash here. So we've had a lot of lightning. As we've gone into the December, January, February, we had winter events where the lightning's about where the updrafts and downdrafts are. So
once again, this is Bay, Arkansas. This isn't the tri-state, but this is the kind of thing that's brewing, and if it holds together, we could possibly see some of this action.
And we've had no reports of any injuries, so everyone's doing a good job so far.
Good. Jeff?
Yeah, but that could quickly change, and the reason we're looking at these pictures is that is the same system that we'll be working in overnight tonight. So, and it also gives weight to the risk for tornadoes out there, which we've been talking about for much of the week as well. Our storm track stands here right now. This, if it holds together, we may get another warning there that would cover the southern tip of Hancock County before it moves on over into Breckinridge County, and the next thing I want to show you here, we're going to clear the track off. We're going to go back and look at some wind data in here too. And, you know, Randy's showing a lot of pictures there from Arkansas. This is a good point. You know, we have Facebook, we have Twitter, we have many ways that you can get pictures and reports to us. Randy and Jackie in the news department are monitoring those feeds. So if you see something, send it along, and we can then pass it along to everybody else to kind of give an idea of what's going on here in the tri-state when these storms come a little later on tonight. Back to the radar, and I want to look now at the winds. Still very strong winds coming into Fordsville, Olayton, and then all the way down here just along the lead edge right now. I wanted to check that road that's in there, and we have seen many of the areas here in the tri-state receive these damaging winds and with trees and power lines and things like that down. So it's very important to share your information as we go through this event tonight so that people ahead of you can stay safe. The roads here, we got 69 and 54 are the key roads, or the state roads, where we have that strongest wind right now, and that's all continuing to move now into the eastern half, out toward Rosine, Rough River, Horse Branch, not so much, it would be north of that, but everything is moving right along pretty quickly at 50 miles per hour. It looks like we have a new picture right now. Randy.
From the Tri-States, this is on the Moto Mart. It's an elevated space, so it's a good place to, a good observation point. Brady Williams is out there in the Interceptor, and this is his shot right now. You can't really see anything yet. You see some lightning off in the distance, but we're going to be watching from here until Jeff and Byron instruct our team in the Interceptor to go out where they might find some damage. But that's the shot looking west from the Moto Mart on Interstate 64.
Yeah, and that lightning's going between the clouds, so we haven't seen that come down to the surface. So there's quite a bit of lightning across southern Illinois that you're seeing as you look out to the west. Just a reminder, Jeff, Fordsville. If you're in Fordsville, between Fordsville and Whitesville, Highway 69, you need to be in your tornado-safe shelter. I'm using the reflectivity here, multiple colors. You just have to assume that's in contact with the ground along 261. The pixels here, some of the velocity tables here are a little bit farther removed from Louisville and Fort Campbell, but Fordsville, Highway 54, Highway 69, right over the Fordsville School there, and then into the downtown area. And Jeff mentioned southern Hancock County.
Yep.
You guys would be next.
We have a new tornado warning. This one is for Muhlenberg County, I believe. Again, let's check it right now. And it is, this one is starting to wind up a little tighter. I'm going to go over to the gray background on the radar as it's a little easier on the eyes and we can see what's going on. So first of all, the tornado warning here for now includes Greenville, and this tornado warning is going to continue here until, and we'll get the information for you, until 9 o'clock, and there are about 12,000 folks in the path of this storm. Look at that signature right there. You see that bright yellow followed by the green and red? That is more than likely, not more than likely, that is where a radar is indicating a possible tornado. So let's track from the hazard first, and I will clear that warning information off. Again, this is a new tornado warning. I know you just had one in Muhlenberg County, but we have storms coming over the same area, and as we track here, we want to keep in mind that even if your town isn't mentioned in here, everybody in the northern half of Muhlenberg County needs to be in shelter now. These are some of the bigger cities in the path of the storm. Graham, an arrival time at 8:26, so about 5 minutes from now. Greenville at 8:30, then Central City 8:35. Drakesboro at 8:38. Rockport at 8:44, and Centertown, again, that's back into Ohio County, by 8:48. So we kind of have a repeat here. We've had two supercell type storms across the same area, and each one has yielded a tornado warning here this evening. A quicker or a different way to look at it here, and Byron was showing you the X-Vision. I'm going to do that real quick here. I think he's working on another view of this storm here now coming into Greenville, and what I want to show you is just how quickly these things have developed. So we're going to put a loop on here so you can watch it move across. And again, we're looking at a supercell building up here ahead of the cold front, which is still way back to our west. And as it does that, you see a couple of features on here. Of course, the lightning, and then you see this overhanging part moving now into western Muhlenberg County, and then right down in here where you don't have strong echoes is probably where we have that strong rotation that triggered the tornado warning and was showing up on the radar there just a moment ago. For tornado warning, if you are in Muhlenberg County, we've said it before and we will say it again, now is the time to get in the basement, abandon mobile homes. If you have time, protect your body with blankets, get away from windows. That's the safest thing to do in a tornado. Byron.
Jeff, you can get a little perspective from the 3D environment. So Graham, Greenville, you need to be in your tornado safe shelter. Look at the 30,000 feet where you see some green there. Then on the back side you see the blue. That's where you could be seeing the rear flank downdraft there, where the updrafts and downdrafts are side by side. The 3D environment there. So this gives you, there's quite a bit of wind shear available, and we just showed you how these storms are kind of front loaded. A lot of lightning will be on the northern edge. Still a tornado warning for Fordsville as you work into Fordsville, and then also into portions there of Muhlenberg County. The heaviest rates of rainfall are the downtown area, but it will be tough to see because everything is rain wrapped unless you see some lightning, but you want to be indoors while this storm passes. So Dundee, Fordsville, Whitesville, you guys are in much better shape, just indicating some rain there, and just north there of Hartford. Jeff?
Okay, thanks, Byron. And again, two tornado warnings now, brand new one down there, and a new thunderstorm warning. We haven't seen many severe thunderstorm warnings this evening. Let's check that out. That may be, okay, that's going to be for Hancock County over here now downstream of that tornado warning in Ohio County. So the trend has been for it to weaken a little bit. If you're in Patesville, all the way down to Fordsville and every place in that general region, you need to go ahead and treat this one like a tornado warning. Even though it's a severe thunderstorm warning, there's a tendency to kind of blow it off. But on this particular night, that would be potentially a deadly decision. So you want to stay in a tornado-type safe place until this thing clears. Cities in the path for us are Patesville all the way down here to the very tip of Hancock County, and the same storm here that triggered it is moving to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour. So with that in mind, we're looking at Cabot at 827, Tar Fork at 831, then Hardinsburg 842, that's out of the viewing area, Woodrow and Rosetta as well. And then behind that, we're still, of course, covering that tornado warning in southern Ohio County, and then the third one, or the third warning that we have, tornado warning now, the new one for Muhlenberg County, which was issued just a couple minutes ago here. There it is, and you can see these storms just kind of following the same path. So something's going on there. We probably have just the right conditions, and as Byron said earlier, we're not running out of gas for these things anytime soon. Randy has new picks.
If we've been showing you what's going on down in Arkansas, this is a little closer to home. There's not a whole lot to see here, but I did want to show you. This is from St. Joseph, Kentucky. It's dark, but you can see the lightning flash lighting up the sky there, and so the activity there in St. Joseph, Kentucky. So once again, if you can safely capture videos and photographs, we'd love to see them as long as you can do it in a safe manner. The easiest way to do that, really, you can do it in any number of ways, but the easiest way to do it, the easiest way for me to find them is like this. Go to the 14 First Alert Weather app. If you scroll from the home page all the way down to the bottom, there's a great big icon right there. It says Submit Photos, and you can submit your videos and your photos right there. Jeff?
All right, in Randy, St. Joseph, Kentucky there, western Davis County on Highway 56. So that's in western Davis County. You saw some of the lightning there. A lot of the lightning there was going between the clouds down there. Highway 56, that's if you're down towards West Louisville in those locations, western sections there of Davis County, Curdsville, Diamond Lake, those areas. So that really helps tell the story there. Now bringing you up to date, we do have that radar indicated tornado warning. Fordsville, Highway 54. This is northern stretches there of Ohio County as you work along 261. Southern sections there of Hancock County, that's a severe thunderstorm warning. But what I wanted to illustrate, the National Weather Service said a tornado would be possible in southern Hancock County. So Jeff made a good point, stay in your tornado safe shelter. And then Greenville, as you run north there in Muhlenberg County, a radar indicated tornado warning. And then north there of Hopkinsville, these are just racing along to the northeast at about 45 to 60 miles an hour. And then we saw those pictures from western sections there of Davis County. And then we'll just take a wide view here in a moment, and we're going to loop the radar. So these are producing quite a bit of lightning out there as well. Along with that, Greenville, as you work just south there of Bremen in Sacramento. And then another heads up for Hartford, and this time around, southern stretches of Ohio County down towards Beaver Dam, if that holds together. And then as you work up towards just from Fordsville into Hancock County, and we know we have viewers out in Breckenridge County, western Breckenridge County, out towards Cloverport, U.S. Highway 60, in those locations. Jeff?
Okay, and Byron, of course, just covering that brand new tornado warning. They're coming pretty fast and furious now, so let's kind of lay it all out here. First, reset. All the severe weather right now happening in western Kentucky in basically a line or string of tornado warnings. We are anticipating more of this later tonight, so this is kind of how this is expected to unfold. From that, we're going to look at the reflectivity or the rain type picture, and I want to focus on the newest warning first, and then we'll just kind of work upstream. So Byron, I'll get this one. How about if you get northern Muhlenberg, and then I'll get Ohio County. So we'll kind of flip back and forth. So I'm going to talk about this one and while he's getting information about that one. So the newest tornado warning now just touches a small section here of southern Hopkins County. That would be down around White Plains, South Hopkins High School. And the storms are moving northeast at about 50 miles per hour. So as we track that here, we'll give you some cities and towns in the path. And it's interesting to me anyway that we've had basically the same few counties in these warnings as the storms continue to cycle there. So just because you get a severe thunderstorm once tonight doesn't mean you might not have another one or maybe even a couple more as we go through the evening. That's the kind of night we're looking at. So these are the towns in the path. Nortonville that I mentioned there earlier, 858, and then White Plains, it would be down in here, but you're basically talking about Interstate 69 there, the Western Kentucky Parkway, where this will be moving in, and that's going to be toward the end of that particular warning. The warning itself, it will give you the information on that, is going to go until 9 o'clock, and that's for Caldwell, Christian, Hopkins, and Trigg. So down kind of by the lakes, not quite, and that is a radar indicated storm. All right, from that, we're going to move upstream then to the next storm, or downstream rather, and that's the one for Muhlenberg County, and Byron has that information for you. He'll break it down.
All right, Jeff, we'll make a quick stop. Just a heads up there in northern Ohio County in Fordsville. Then we'll widen the radar out. The radar indicated tornado warning for Christian, Hopkins, and Muhlenberg counties. That goes until 9 p.m. Affects about 12,500 residents there, especially north of Greenville. We've illustrated most of the night where the updrafts and downdrafts are. That's where a lot of the electricity is. Unusual to have this much lightning out there, but it does illuminate these storms. So from Greenville, things run through northern Muhlenberg County, south and west there of Hartford and Beaver Dam. With the lightning out there, things will be rain wrapped, difficult to see, and then these warnings, all these storms are racing to the northeast, from southwest to northeast at about 40 to 50 miles an hour. These are just monster supercell thunderstorms. So we'll get a little bit closer into Greenville. Then as you work up towards Giston, Central City, Highway 1031, then just east there, Graham, 431, Highway 70, and then north there at Drakesboro. So if you're on the north end there at Drakesboro, don't be heading north to stay in your tornado-safe shelter. You're in this as well, along with areas there north there of Rochester, and then Powderly as well along Highway 6.
Or have Tom do it.
Work up towards Central City. Where the areas there where the brightest colors are, that's where we could see the tornado on the ground. They're very small storms. They do quite a bit of damage, as we know. South Carrollton, 431. And as you work up towards the county line, just east there of Bremen, we can look at the lift here up to 30,000 feet. Now you see where a lot of the bright colors are, and then on the backside, that's where you could have the rear flank downdraft, which you get with supercells there. That's the cold, dry air punching in, and that's where you see the funnel back towards the middle part of the storm. Jeff?
Okay, and great breakdown on that, Byron. Our tornado warning in Ohio County starting to whittle down a little bit more. We don't want to forget that one, as this is now moving up close to Fordsville, and we will change the radar site here. We're actually going to use the Louisville radar, which might give us a little cleaner view of it coming in there from the west out at Fort Knox. So when you see us change the radars on here, that's why we do it. And again, you see the same kind of hourglass or hook formation, and that is where we would likely have a rotation moving toward Fordsville right now, populated, densely populated area. So you need to be in shelter right now. If you know anybody in Fordsville, give them a call. let them know that this thing is moving in pretty quick and could produce damage if it hasn't already. That will move on across into Hancock County, and as we quickly look at the loop there, you can see it moving in. New tornado warnings here, they're coming in pretty quickly. A lot of these are going to be redefinitions of existing warnings, and that is, actually this is a brand new one. That's for southern Ohio County. So we will give you the particulars on that right now. And the first thing we want to check is make sure we got that county right. Yeah, for southern Ohio County, and that affects almost 9,000 people. That one will go until 9:30. And then a little farther back, we're going to check this one, which is also in effect until 9 o'clock. That's the one that just touches that small section, or big section rather, of Muhlenberg County. And then behind that one, we have the additional tornado warnings too. So 1, 2, 3, 4 tornado warnings active right now in western Kentucky, and a severe thunderstorm warning up here to the north. And let's check, we have one more that has come in here. And that one is the redefinition. In other words, they shrunk it down for Ohio County. So in doing the weather here for many years, never seen this many tornado warnings on the board in December ever. So it's somewhat unprecedented. Please, if you are not being affected by these storms now, you likely will later on tonight, as we have more moving in from the west and from the south. So 2 different flanks of storms, and the purple boxes on here indicate a confirmed tornado on the ground, of which we've had many tonight just to our west. Our atmosphere over the tri-state very similar to what's happening in those regions, so you need to be on guard and ready to go to shelter. As I said on the news tonight, I told my family, sleep in the basement tonight, and I don't do that very often. And hopefully if you have a safe place for your family to go, put them there and stay there. Go where you can watch the coverage and know what's going on. Again, that's the new definition of the warning there in Ohio County. So let's go back to our home view, and as we do that, I think we've given the full rundown there on the warnings. Randy has some new information, and where's this from?
Yeah, you're really busy over there, but just for a second, because we are starting to get some videos and some pictures. This is from Boonville. Nakia Frank shot this at about 8 o'clock. This is facing southeast out of Boonville, and so here you can see the lightning firing off there in the distance, Byron.
Yeah, you can see now it's a well-developed updraft, but from the cell there, you see it growing there, maybe up 15, 20,000 feet. With this one now, it's early in the evening. There's not a lot of wind shear with that one, but it is producing some lightning. It looks like some of the lightning is going between the clouds. We've had a tremendous amount of lightning. Just with all the electricity in the air, obviously you want to be indoors. But that helps us tell the story that these storms, it's a 3D environment, are lifting and spinning at this hour.
All right, Byron, thanks. Jeff.
Okay, and again, 4 tornado warnings now across western Kentucky, ranging from the southern tip here near Nortonville, there by the high school in Hopkins County. You need to be in shelter now. The storm's still working up from the southwest, but bear in mind that we have, as Byron has noted, very strong winds aloft, and these are going to enhance the rapid development of these storms as they move, and that's why you don't want to take any of this lightly tonight. If ever there was a time to heed a tornado warning, this is your night. So no questions asked, just go and stay put until we tell you otherwise, and that's going to be a while too. It's going to be a long night across the tri-state. So this cell that's moving into Madisonville, or into Hopkins County here, south of Madisonville, the most concerning part is back there to the southwest, where we can see some of the rotation. What was that?
St. Charles.
Okay, yeah, St. Charles is down there too, thanks. And as that continues to move in, you see the green and the red there, a little looser rotation, not quite as tight as the other ones, meaning this thing is probably still kind of coming together. Let's look at the trend here over the last 30 minutes, and it was actually kind of peaking out there in Caldwell, but then as it is moving north, it may be weakening. Hard to say. It could be cycling, strong, soft, strong. So in any case, you need to be in shelter right now. Then we're going to move right up the line here. Our next one is covering a good chunk of Muhlenberg County right now. That one has also been trimmed back a little bit, and that's for this formation here just to the west of 431. Again, that's where we would expect the strongest rotation to be occurring right now and the highest probability of a tornado if one does develop. So that's going to be up here north of Greenville and out to the south of Gishton. And Randy has more pictures coming in now.
Yeah, Jeff, this comes from St. Joseph, and it's rather dramatic, and I know Byron can dissect what might be going on here in the atmosphere, but this came in just a few minutes ago, again from St. Joseph. What do you see here, Byron?
Well, just a tremendous amount of lightning. It's unusual, it's early in the game, but you're even showing some clear skies out there. We had Kirk Williams, who spots for us on the west side, works here, so there were some stars out there earlier. So you have a little bit of lift here. This is not a big updraft region, but it's early in the game. But the lightning helps tell the story, how the winds are coming together and things are growing here vertically. A tremendous amount of electricity in the air, though.
All right.
Okay, and of course we have another tornado warning here. Just as we are trying to work up this line here, they keep coming. This has actually been redefined a bit, the warning now for Muhlenberg County. Trimmed back a little bit, but look at this area of rotation moving to the northeast. It's right up here, almost to 62 right now, and will continue up here to the north into Ohio County and eventually on out of the viewing area. Rockport 851, Simmons by 8:57, Hartford around 9 o'clock based on the current motion. Those are the cities in the path of the storm. I did want to look very quickly here and see if we do have any debris showing up with our debris tool. Sometimes we can detect that, sometimes we can't. It's a difficult depending on how the storm is oriented to the radar, how much rain we have, and things like that. But in any case, we're going to look in here. This is the spot. See how that's bright red and then or bright yellow right next to each other. So imagine that circulation right in there. And then if we open that up a little more, we are seeing some potential debris in there. Again, this is just a preliminary look. And then going on upstream, another spot there showing potentially some debris as well in the air. And it's important to note here that we have a lot of, there's leaves, there's corn stalks, there's all kinds of stuff that can be picked up by these storms that will then show up as a debris signature. Basically what the radar is doing here, it's looking for stuff that doesn't belong. Rain, hail, all has a certain look, and that's going to show up as just this solid color. But when you start getting objects that are of odd sizes and shapes, like boards or pieces of a roof or leaves or anything, then you see a lowered correlation between the other objects, and so that's why sometimes this can be used to detect debris. If anything, this should scare you and make you want to take cover there in Greenville. It would if I were watching this at home.
All right, Jeff, and then Greenville, and then into Central City, where you're shown on the velocity table here. We're going to Central City at 431 and Highway 62. So it's from Central City, and then as you work along Highway 62 and push out of Muhlenberg County, Highway 369 there, and then Highway 431. I'll just widen the radar out. That's east there of Bremen, north there of Greenville. But if you're in Central City right now, get to your tornado-safe shelter. This can be rain wrap, difficult to see. I took the velocity table, we'll push it forward. Rockport on the Kentucky side, McHenry there along the Highway 62, Hartford, Beaver Dam, about 9:09, and then Eccles there at 8:55 up to about 2:31, and the areas there along Highway 62, which generally runs, and this from the southwest to the north and east, kind of following these supercell thunderstorms, are running off to the northeast about 45 to 50 miles an hour.
All right, and Byron, we've done this a long time together. Have you ever seen stuff this strong this time of the year? Never, right?
Well, you depicted there's only been 10 tornadoes since 1952. Now, in 2015, we had them up in Golden Gate and Ellery. I remember that on December 23rd, just before Christmas, but nothing like that, and everybody was all right. A few tornadoes out there, but this is something you would see in late March and early April, all the dynamics, and we thought we may not have the energy for 2 or multiple rounds, but we'll give a wide view here in a little bit. But we have another round coming. This could go to 4, 5, 6 in the morning. So hopefully that does weaken, but from the pictures that we saw in Arkansas and Missouri, we thought for the last few days we'd get a good look at these storms. So I think that's what we're going to be dealing with.
Right. And we have a new definition here on a tornado warning. In other words, it's been honed down just a little bit more. This was the one at Nortonville, Crofton, Dawson Springs. So coming up now into southern Hopkins County, and that one has been whittled down a little bit. Basically, the counties there at the back edge of it have been sheared off. So that's why that shows up as a new tornado warning. Basically, when you see those indicators come up on the screen, it's to alert me that there's a change in the status of the warnings that we're looking at on here. And I know it's a lot to look at, so we're trying to keep it very straightforward and simple. We now have 4 tornado warnings, a new definition here on the one across central Ohio County, and we will check that here as well, and you can see it flashing on and off. So we were talking earlier about Centertown potentially as a spot where we would have damaging wind gusts happening right now. And that tightest circulation will be moving up out of Muhlenberg and up here towards Centertown, Hartford, here over the next several minutes. So I'm going to track just from where we see the rotation. And
just
again,
kind of following Highway 62.
Yeah, basically.
Just
that's a
following
good
Highway
way to
62.
put it. They're going right along 62 down here as we track it out to the northeast at about 50 to 55. And there are your towns again, as we've been hitting on kind of the same names here because the storms are tracking over the same area. Sometimes that leads to confusion after you've had a tornado warning. If a new one comes in, you're thinking, well, that's the old one. But these are all new. So we're talking about McHenry now at 8:53, the potential for a tornado or damaging winds. Then up to Hartford at 8:56, Rosine at 9:04, and then Dundee at 9:07, and Fordsville way up here in the northeastern corner of Ohio County at 9:13. If you know anybody in these areas, call them up, text them, please. Let them know that this is serious business we're talking about tonight, potentially a life-threatening situation with tornadoes at night in a season that typically we don't have that kind of thing. And it needs to be top of mind if it isn't already.
And Jeff, on this tornado warning in Muhlenberg County, it's an observed. So we're seeing that update. It's been observed there. So stay in your tornado safe shelter. Hartford, Beaver Dam into Ohio County as that storm is going to be clearing Muhlenberg County. So that's where most of the population is in Ohio County, Hartford and Beaver Dam. This is just a wide perspective here. Areas here in purple out to our west, these are confirmed tornadoes. Now, I'm most concerned about the line here to our south and west. You get down through western stretches there of Tennessee, south and west there of Paducah, and then up to Cape Girardeau, and I'll just expand the radar out, south there of Carbondale. Now, if these hold and mature into supercells, they would be drawing closer to Harrisburg, McLeansboro, Carmi, and then Mount Vernon, and then perhaps into Evansville a little bit later on. So we're starting to see that cap break in the atmosphere, so the window is open, so we'll monitor those storms out to the west. But the business at hand, Greenville, Centertown, Hartford, Beaver Dam, Highway 62 generally sets up along running from the southwest to northeast, Highway 505, Centertown, Highway 85, north there of Rochester, Butler County just outside of our area, but if you're in Morgantown, they're in Bear Country heading to the north, you want to wait until that storm has cleared.
Okay, Byron, and let's go from the velocity picture there. I'm going to clear that storm track off, and we want to use our debris tool again with the observed tornado that you just reported there a minute ago. Then that would be the next logical step here to see if, in fact, we can spot any debris with that part of the storm. And what we're looking for here again would be colors that are in the warmer family here. Reds are light red and then yellow and green. And as we move back here into that region, there's a couple of spots here that are suspicious. This first one, I'm going to zoom in really tight, so hopefully we can pick up exactly where that is. And it actually the radar has updated now, so that moved a little bit. We'll go back to the debris scope here, and I will move that with what we're seeing right now. And as we come over here a little bit, and again, the reason we use this is you have to look at two things at the same time to try to figure out exactly where the most favorable location would be for debris. Typically, it's going to be adjacent to or just out ahead of the circulation there, the couplet that we're looking at. This is the best way to use the tool. And now as we go back into that area, and you're probably saying, well, what about up here by Centertown? That's not quite in the right orientation for the debris scope to actually pick up debris, but it's certainly a possibility down over western Kentucky that we would have a tornado in there embedded within these thunderstorms. Really impressive in a strange way when you think about it. 4 of these all in a row, and more potentially moving in a little later on tonight. So, you know, there will be spots where we have damage, and the cleanup and recovery and so forth will be hindered by more storms as we move into the overnight hours. Our news department is looking into that, any reports as well. And Randy, it looks like you have some aerial pictures now.
Yeah, once again from Arkansas, they were hit very hard. Byron, come on over and help me take a look at this. Tornado smashes into a nursing home. I'm not sure whether it's pronounced Monet or Monette, but this is in Arkansas. A number of ambulances, 1, 2, 3, 4, several ambulances there at that nursing home in Arkansas.
And I don't have the benefit of daylight. Looks like there's some structures that are knocked down here.
Looks like a big debris pile right in
quite
here.
Quite a bit
huh?
of debris field there, and they have crews. Just pray that everyone's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Jeff.
Okay, and again, very frightening pictures coming out of Arkansas showing the destruction there from those tornadoes. And for us, the tornado warnings continue to come in here. The latest one now, this is over southern Hopkins County. It's actually, yeah.
To highlight that, I didn't want to interrupt, but that cell is growing in southern Hopkins County. That is expanding.
Okay, yeah, so they've extended it out to include more of Hopkins County here, from about Earlington all the way down to Nortonville, and then across into Crofton there, which would be in Christian County, and then it comes all the way over again to Greenville. So Greenville is actually under 2 tornado warnings right now, one from a storm exiting, another from a storm coming in, and that again is a very rare occurrence that you would have back-to-back tornado warnings like that for the same, and so close together. But the storms are training, right? We have one after the other. Flooding is going to be a secondary concern, especially in these areas that are getting hit multiple times. Just for perspective, we'll bring the radar out a little more, and you can see the last supercell there kind of moving into and out of Hancock County, so it's out of our viewing area. But then these 3 are actually 1, 2, 3, hard to tell with so many on there at once. There may actually be 4 separate warnings, but the bottom line here is that there is a high tornado threat across southern Hopkins, most of Muhlenberg County, and a good chunk of southern Ohio County, and that threat's going to continue from now. It's about 10 till 9 until at least 9:30 to get all of these out. And then as we move into a little later, the storms that are currently coming up out of Arkansas that Randy's been showing you a lot of pictures of will be moving in a little later on tonight. So to look at those, I'm going to switch over to the Paducah radar, which again is closer, and that cell that has a confirmed or observed tornado on it right now. You can see it here coming up just north of Union City, right on the border there of Tennessee and Kentucky. Also has the potential to be a significant tornado. Let's look at the St. Charles. We have a heads up there as well. And let's go back over here to velocity, and there you see that very impressive tight couplet moving across and just to the north of Union City with a confirmed tornado. That'll be moving into perhaps the southern edge of Hopkins County in about an hour or so based on the current movement that we've been looking at this time. Back to our home view here, and we're going to kind of reset here, and then we'll go around the horn and talk to everybody again. We are looking at basically quiet here in the Evansville metro area. There are additional storms trying to fire. Another tornado warning here, so we'll go ahead and go back to that. And this one now is for central Ohio County, from Centertown to Hartford, all the way up to Olathe, Dundee, and Rosine. And with a change of radar here, we'll go back to the Fort Campbell site. to give you a little better view. I know that looks pixely, but actually that's easier for us to interpret what's going on in there. And from that, we're going to look at velocity, and then I think Byron is going to break it down even further for you over there in the Weather Center. So we go back to velocity, and again, the signature very tight right here to the southwest of Centertown. That'll be moving to the northeast, as all of them have, at about 50 to 55 miles an hour. So that'll traverse all of Ohio County here in the next hour. Centertown 8:55. Hartford 9 o'clock, Rosine 9:10, Olayton at 9:15, Fordsville at 9:18, and then Townsend at 9:22. Byron.
All right, Jeff, that cell in Hopkins County is expanding. Boy, if you're in St. Charles, Nortonville, into Morton's Gap, get to your tornado safe shelter and stay there. It's just kind of the triangle there along Highway 112, and then even in Earlington there as well. And Morton's Gap, St. Charles, Nortonville, heads up for Graham, areas there along Highway 70. We're getting a velocity signature, radar indicated, just south there of St. Charles. So if that holds together and it's updating, we'll be over into Nortonville. We've already called out Highway 62, Highway 175, Earlington, and then into Morton's Gap. So areas there in St. Charles, get your tornado safe shelter, Nortonville into Morton's Gap. A lot of lightning that's moving off to the northeast with these upper level winds very rapidly at 45 to 50 miles an hour. So we'll get a little closer from St. Charles, points to the south there, Highway 62, anywhere along Highway 62. You live within 10 miles of that, just be safe and get your shelter here. We've got multiple warnings. Graham at 9:13, Sandy at 9:16. And then if that holds together, Central City, you guys have a radar indicated tornado warning, multiple warnings kind of training over the same areas, Jeff.
Yeah, and I would be concerned about flooding, especially if we do have damage down there, for responders getting out to that, or if you happen to be out driving, perhaps you're trying to get to your safe place, be on the lookout for flooding there as well. Pretty good notch starting to show up here on the back edge of the storm that Byron just called out there near St. Charles and Nortonville. That will continue to move across southern Hopkins County. Madisonville not in the warning right now. It's south of you from Earlington all the way down to the county line. And with everything kind of congealing here over western Kentucky, our anticipation is that most of this will move on out within the next hour, and then the second round of storms will start to come on in a little later on.
Yeah, Jeff, this is from Central City. It just came into the 14 News First Alert Weather app just a few minutes ago. And Byron, you can see heavy damage there, all sorts of debris here. The siding is all rippled. That looks like part of the roof is gone right there.
Yeah, you have flying debris. So this is a tornado here. So we don't have the benefit of daylight, and you have insulation that's blown about here. You have damage here to a structure. Just keep in mind the weakest part of your home or structure is the windows. You want to get away from that. So look, Muhlenberg, Ohio, Hopkins County, anywhere along 231, 431 in these areas, we have confirmation here. So quite a bit of damage out there. You're not going to be able to see with the restricted visibility. So this
Central City.
This is a confirmation.
And what's the location on that again? Do we know?
Not a pinpointed, just Central City is all the viewers saying.
City.
And they've been under the gun with
County,
multiple warnings into Muhlenberg County. And then we also highlighted, when we were talking about Central City there in Greenville, quite a bit of damage out there. We don't have the benefit of daylight, but we've been around long enough. We know that a tornado, not straight line damaging winds. So.
Okay, and we should point out too that these pictures and reports that you send us are very, very valuable, not only to our coverage here to inform you on what's going on. Byron will relay that back to the National Weather Service so that they are now confirming what is going on, that we do in fact have damage. If you don't know how to do it, you can post on 14 News Facebook page. You can do it on Byron's Facebook page. Don't do it on mine because I'm here. I can't look at it right now. Or you can go to the 14 First Alert app. If you go all the way down to the bottom to the camera, you can submit photos or reports that way, and then it comes into a central location here where we can kind of parse the information and put it out. We are also simulcasting. I'm told our simulcast on Wiki may have gone down there with our power outage. Hopefully we have that back. If not, we are on other stations too, including in Western Kentucky. out of Madisonville, WFMW, WKTG, and the Cromwell group of stations, about a half dozen stations there in Owensboro and across western Kentucky. So you can listen to us on the radio. Of course, you can watch our coverage on the app, 14news.com. And as we've all been harping on here this evening, this is the time to really take these warnings seriously. You saw the damage already there in Central City in Muhlenberg County. So if the warning comes for your area, even if there's a storm and not a warning yet, go ahead to your safe place and protect your body. Use blankets and pillows and so forth. If you have broken glass and things like that, you could easily be injured. And with widespread damage, it may be a while before first responders could get to you. So you got to do your part in this equation to make sure that you and the ones that you're responsible for are safe. Back out here to our string of warnings now, tornado warnings across western Kentucky, and those storms are marching to the northeast at 50 miles an hour. The first cell that we're going to hone in on here is now passing through White Plains, St. Charles in the southeast corner of Hopkins County. That'll be bearing down again on Bremen and potentially Greenville in the next 15 to 20 minutes. Let's do a storm track on that. And I'm going to go actually from the lead edge here, not exactly from where we think the rotation is, but just from the intensifying part of the storm. And that's going to put that back into Central City, where we just showed you damage pictures. We could see it back into Central City at 9:15. Or wait, Randy. Go ahead.
This is just very, very clear. Central City damage right here. It looks like part of the building there has just been completely wiped off. The power lines are actually arcing all the way down into the street there. And it looks like debris either caught on the lines there.
And usually when you have, it appears to be insulation that's blown in. And so when you have insulation, you see the areas there that are blown about. It's a good indication that you have a tornado there. It's got power lines down, so it's not safe to be on the roadways there. The best way, you don't have the benefit of daylight, and so you want to be indoors with this. So looks like there's quite a bit of damage there. We haven't had any reports of any injuries there, but boy, if you're in Muhlenberg, Ohio, even in southern sections there of Hopkins County, especially, Jeff, I want to call out Nortonville. If you're in Nortonville, if you can go over just briefly to graphics 2 there, from Morton's Gap down into Nortonville. I'm just looking over there, and then we'll send it back to Jeff. There's a look there at the velocity table. Morton's Gap down into Nortonville. I'm using the Paducah portion there of the velocity. St. Charles, that holds together. We'll be getting up into Graham and then working over some of these same areas.
Yeah, and all of these spots, I'll put my radar so it looks like the other one there. And we're getting confirmed damage now, so these are the real thing. We go back to the radar and the velocity data that coming up out of Fort Campbell, just down the road here in Hopkins County, or in Christian County. Very strong winds now showing up just to the north of Nortonville there along the Western Kentucky Parkway. And with 75-mile-an-hour winds aloft, you can easily anticipate at least 50 to 60 on the ground. Typically it's a little less because the radar is looking a little higher in the storm here. And just for context, we were talking about the height of these storms earlier, and as Byron mentioned, we're looking at storm, when we see formations like this is what you expect in April and May, supercell season, and we're getting them here in December because we have the right ingredients in the atmosphere to generate that kind of storm. They are reaching up to about 30,000 feet or so. We don't have a lot of super cold air aloft just yet. It will get colder as the cold front rolls in, some of that colder air moving in. No hail reports that I'm aware of, and really, unless it's destructive hail, large hail, I mean very large hail, it's probably not going to show up in a lot of the reports. Speaking of reports, let's see what storm reports have come in here since we've been talking. We got 2 tornado reports there in Greenville. I'll have to move the screen up here just a little bit in order to see those. And those are the current ones that we were looking at, probably based on the reports that you've been sending in about damage down there. So we're going to query these two reports now in Muhlenberg County, and this again would have come from the National Weather Service. It is debris from homes and billboards along Western Kentucky Parkway, just west of Central City. And then there's a second report, I think I can get it there on the screen. We have power flashes just north of Western Kentucky Parkway and west of Central City where the power is out, and potentially a tornado there. So that is as good as we can get for confirmations right now, but it does lend weight to the real threat that's out there tonight. And as Byron and Randy were showing you, in these areas that have been hit by damaging winds, you don't want to go exploring. There could be power lines down, and it is extremely hazardous. If you happen to be in one of these structures that's been destroyed or damaged by the storm, use extreme caution as you try to head out and go for safety. We are down now, believe it or not, just to one tornado warning, and that is the one that covers southeastern Hopkins County and then the northern section of Muhlenberg County, and that one, I believe, still has a few more minutes to go. Byron.
All right, Jeff, look at the velocity table here from Morton's Gap. Boy, Nortonville, please get in your tornado safe shelter. I know you guys are doing a great job so far. Highway 62 Graham, right astride the Green River into Graham here. We're using the velocity table. If we have a tornadic storm, it's between Morton's Gap and then headed towards Graham. So Nortonville, right along Highway 62, we've shouted out that highway. And look at the areas there in red. So I'm using the reflectivity of the radar, which detects the rain that's wrapping around a spinning core south here of Madisonville. And look how this storm is elevated up to over 20, up to 30,000 feet. And quite a bit of wind shear with that one as well. And look at all the lightning. Now we know from looking at the storms back in Arkansas that Randy was showing you those pictures where the lightning, that's what illuminated the tornado. So the electricity in the air, where you have a lot of ice there on the top part of the cloud along with the moisture at the bottom, the electricity is illuminating where that updraft is. So this is also confirming what we saw out to the west, Nortonville into Graham, where the lightning strikes 175. You're not going to be able to see. It's going to be a rain-wrapped tornado. We're confirming it for you up towards along Highway 81, being your tornado-safe shelter. And then that's plowing off to the northeast there, Greenville, Drakesboro, a close call for you guys there as well. But the lightning, Jeff, helps tell the story where the action is as well.
Okay, thanks, Byron. And we've got some new pictures from Randy, but we also have a new tornado warning. This is probably the redefined tornado warning there for Muhlenberg County, and it is. So we are still looking at potential for damaging winds and tornadoes across northern Muhlenberg County. We'll do another updated track here starting from the back edge. This is where the likely tornado was from what Byron just showed you, and at a motion there at 50 miles an hour to the northeast. That puts it back into Giston and Graham between 9:11 and 9:15 or so. Central City again at 9:21, then Island at 9:26. Kaufman and Centertown 9:29, 9:32. I realize these times are a little bit later than the ones I showed you before, but that's because I'm tracking now from where the damaging winds are occurring. And Randy, you have some new info out of Arkansas, it looks like.
That's right. We now have reporting from our sister station in Jonesboro, Arkansas. These are the pictures we showed you just a few minutes ago. This is the Monette Manor Nursing Home there in Arkansas. 2 people were killed and 5 others injured tonight as a tornado moved through Monette at a local nursing home. This is according to Craighead County Judge Marvin Day. Day said at least 20 people were trapped inside this nursing home tonight. Strong storm system caused the National Weather Service to issue several tornado warnings for the region. There were reports of damage in the Monette and the Leachville areas, especially near this manor right here. And you can see there are too many ambulances in there to even count, but you can tell that there are a ton of them there. We know that now. That's confirmed that it was very serious and deadly. In fact, 2 people killed. Officials calling the damage in the Monette Manor area a mass casualty event. Emergency crews from Truman, as well as Jonesboro police and firefighters, are also headed to Monette in that area to help with that very serious situation.
Okay, Randy, and unfortunately, fatalities are a part of an event like this, despite the warnings, despite the preparation. But you can do your part and do your very best to stay safe by going to your safe place well ahead of the storms. I did want to focus for a minute on that cell that Randy was showing us, or the cell that caused the damage that Randy was showing us. So we're going to clear this off, and I'm actually going to just zoom the radar out a notch here so we can see that cell, which, if you'll notice, that tornado warning still purple, indicating a tornado on the ground, and moving to the northeast there at 50, as all the others have. This tornado warning will continue until 9:45. It does touch into areas down by Barkley and Kentucky Lake there, Graves and Marshall counties. And the reason I'm showing this, you know, if you just look at the map there and you draw a line from where the storm is now and you follow it, you're going to see, once again, we're going to find this thing into the southern half of the tri-state. That's 100 miles, so based on a 50-mile-an-hour movement, we're talking about a couple of hours from now. Now, that's not to say that that thing is going to stay as a supercell tornado the entire duration, but we know from the video we've looked at, from the damage reports we've had, that our atmosphere has not run out of gas yet, and it's a good bet that at the very least we would have some severe thunderstorms in connection with that cell. But it is a monster with that tightly wrapped hook down there at the bottom. And then if we look at the velocity display, again from that same storm, you're going to see a very tight couplet in there. And oftentimes these long track tornadoes, and typically to be a long tracker like that, you're going to be, you have 2 or 3 at least, correct, Byron? I mean, it has to be that strong. But if you look at the radar signature, these are a lot different from the ones we're seeing in the tri-state. Very intense circulation. Wouldn't surprise me if we saw some debris in there as well. Let me do that, and then we're going to go over to Byron. He's got a rundown of winds, but I did just want to gauge the strength here of the storm that we're looking at now to our southwest. And using the debris scope, we would expect to see some debris, and we do. Right there where 51 between Clinton and the Tennessee line, you see that darker blue in there, and then green. That is undoubtedly a debris ball based on the situation that we're getting right now. You see it right in here. That is lofted debris from that confirmed tornado that's on the ground now back to our southwest, about 100 miles away, but we need to watch that one. A lot of wind out there tonight, Byron, too.
Yeah, because the winds, they're racing along. They're going to the northeast, just hauling at 50 to 50 miles an hour. This is right along the Green River. It's updating Morton's Gap into Graham. You need to be in your tornado-safe shelter. Winds 76, 70 miles an hour. I've used the velocity tool here. And so if you're in Graham, get your tornado-safe shelter. So here's a look at the tornado warning north here of Graham up towards Giston. We'll widen it out. And if this holds together, this cell holds together, another heads up for your second round there in Ohio County. We'll see if the National Weather Service carries this over to Centertown, Hartford, and Beaver Dam, kind of along that track there, heading towards Centertown, Hartford, and Beaver Dam. Might be 15, 20 minutes away. Just to err on the side of caution, because we've had some confirmed tornadoes, not only here but outside of our area, that you want to get in your tornado-safe shelter or just be on the ground floor in an interior room in Ohio County, because this, based on what I'm looking at here, this could easily get extended over into Ohio County. Jeff?
Okay, I think that's absolutely fair to say that that could just continue moving along. We have new tornado warnings now downstream of this storm, and I want to, again, this is out of the viewing area, but this is what a well-defined debris ball will look like on the debris tool here when we can get in tight on a storm. So I'm going to do a quick zoom in here, and actually in order to do that we need to go back out and then here, there we go, and with that we can get right in on top of what's happening down here. And you see that area again of debris. This is again to the south of Paducah and about 100 miles away. For context here, we'll take it all the way back out to the home view. And the warnings now are getting a little closer to our southern counties down here. The latest look is probably in the neighborhood of an hour and a half or so for this cell that we just looked at to make it back into Hopkins and possibly Webster counties. And then to the east of that, as we go up into Muhlenberg County, that's where Byron was showing you all of those winds and everything that are happening down there. The bigger picture is also starting to get a little more ominous back to our north and west. So we're going to look at that as well. And our goal here is to give you advanced warning. Now, obviously, we know that it's going to be a long night and more severe thunderstorms and tornadoes are likely. But look what's happened here. Just since we've been on the air, we've had new storms start to kind of build back in. They aren't as organized. And by organized, I mean when you get a small cell that has the potential there for rotation, they tend to stand away from the line. These cells will likely produce damaging winds, and tornadoes are going to be embedded in there. So it's not going to be a nice, tidy signal that we can show you easily on the radar. The takeaway from all of that is that if it starts raining really hard at your house, you start getting wind and stuff, go ahead and go to shelter. What's the harm? The harm of not doing that and then having a quick gust of wind or tornado is much greater than just getting into that safe space, if it is possible for you to do it. The storm moving across northern Muhlenberg County right now, continuing to hold its own, and will likely trigger yet another warning here for Ohio.
And perhaps
County.
even southern McLean. So there's no official warning for Sacramento, even down into Bremen as you cross the county line. But look, as you head up to Sacramento, we have a pretty good cell there on Highway 81 down through Bremen. So if you're in Sacramento up through Island, as Jeff mentioned, anywhere along Highway 85, just be safe, err on the side of caution. So trying to forecast where the next warning might come from. Now, if you live in a Morton's Gap in Nortonville, still officially a warning, but you guys now are on the rain side of it. So that should be pushing, the lightning should be pushing away from you guys, but just stay safe. Now, I'm going to put a track on this because we catch another warning, probably will be for Ohio County, but you get into Island, Livermore, and then into Maxwell. Of course, we're covering McLean County there as well. Hartford, Beaver Dam, McHenry, areas there along 231, about 940 if this cell holds together. Hopefully the rain on the northern periphery of the storm will weaken it a bit, and then we'll work a little farther south down the line. Centertown at 924, that covers Highway 85. McHenry right along the train tracks on US Highway 62. Hartford at 934. Rob Roy at 940. So this is right over Graham, Gishton there, and we'll see what they do. Hopkins, although it looks a little more promising there for portions there in southern Hopkins County, but we'll want to wait until it officially clears because we've already had confirmation of damage. Jeff?
Okay, and speaking of confirmations, Randy has some new information now. He's been looking at our social media feeds. Very important, if you have things happening at your house, power lines down, trees down, any kind of damage, we want to know about that. So you can share it either on the 14 First Alert app. Randy's been getting a lot through Twitter and Facebook. Those are both good ways to reach the station as well. And let's go over to Randy now. And what are you seeing?
Yeah, Met's Home Value in Central City. We've been showing you pictures there. This is a picture that came in with those. It doesn't look like those same shots, but it's in that same general area, so you can see some definite damage there.
Yeah, you have a debris field. Looks like debris in different directions, and of course the power lines there are knocked down. Not the extensive damage we saw in Arkansas, but we've had no reports of any injuries. But you know, take these warnings seriously because we're getting confirmation here of damage.
I've been scouring all of our video sources, and I want to tell you what I've been seeing down in Arkansas. You have these tornado chasers that are down there. They're actually driving into these tornadoes. That is a terrible, terrible idea. We're not even going to show those videos. We want you to capture this and document it for us because you're out there, you're our eyes and your ears, but you've got to stay safe. The best way to do is if you can catch it from a distance, or in the aftermath of a storm, but don't go right into it.
We're not going to send the interceptor. We have it out at a safe vantage point. We're going to kind of position and hold, and then if it's safe, we'll send folks down into these areas. But we're going to wait until they clear. But some of these tornado chasers are extreme. They core punch. They bring us some incredible videos. But it's a good point. You want to take it easy and be safe out there. The best place to be inside. You have no protection, no benefit of daylight, and these tornadoes will be rain wrapped. Very difficult to see.
On top of you in a hurry. Okay.
Okay, and another point too, especially here across western Kentucky where we've had so many tornado warnings and confirmed damage, calls to 911 should be for life-threatening situations. And that could be a power line over a road, a tree blocking a road. Obviously injuries, tree on house kind of thing would be calls to maybe 911. It depends on the situation. But bear in mind that the emergency services are going to be bogged down with lots of calls this evening. So be careful with what you call in to report. If it's not a life-threatening situation, hold off on the call. But I was talking to the 911 dispatchers recently, and he told me that, you know, we want to know about power lines over roads. That's a deadly hazard. Trees are the same thing if they are over a roadway or that. If a tree has fallen in your backyard and isn't bothering anybody, that's not a call to 911. If you see a tornado, if you have wind damage, that is a call to 911. But mainly hold it to just life-threatening situations. The tornado warning in Muhlenberg County has been pared down a little bit as that cell continues to move up to the north now. And as Byron was mentioning earlier, even though we don't have an official warning up here in McLean County, like Sacramento down here at the tip, and other areas, all the way up almost to Livermore, treat this like the real thing, because there could be rapid intensification, there could be winds embedded within this thing. We just don't always know for sure. So just because you're seeing that it's you know, raining only in your area, still you need to make sure that you're going ahead and treating this with a little higher level of priority for damaging wind and tornadoes tonight. The winds that we're looking at now, this is Gishton, which is along 181, and we have some pockets in here of 80-mile-an-hour winds. Now these are roughly 2,500 to 3,000 feet off the ground, maybe a little closer as you get back this way. But the point here is that we do have the strong winds aloft. Some of that translates down to the ground. In some of these storms, the winds are actually drawn down, and that's where your tornado comes from. So with that kind of wind, you're going to have damage, whether it's a tornado or not. And it's best to take all of these warnings very seriously tonight. We're going to look at that. I think it's the same tornado warning. I wanted to clear that off. And it is what we were just discussing here a minute ago. And just to kind of keep an eye on what's coming, that confirmed tornado warning that has been going on now, it seems like for an hour. It started around Jonesboro. We had 2 fatalities in a nursing home down there, many injuries. That same cell has triggered more warnings here as it moves in. And as I pointed out, the lead edge of this thing, if we use just a measuring tool, simple yardstick here basically, from the front edge of that storm, that would be less than an hour away from Hopkins County. So that's Madisonville all the way down to White Plains and St. Charles. And just doing simple math here, they're moving at 50 miles an hour roughly. So that's going to put it back down here into the southwest corner of the tri-state. And if it doesn't weaken, we may see continuations of those tornado warnings right on up through the same area where we have already had a number of tornado warnings this evening. So we're going to clear that off and show you other storm reports here. More may have come in since we began our coverage. I'm just going to show all reports right now, and we still have the 2 tornado reports there. Some wind damage, it looks like, over here around Cape Girardeau with the ASOS station. That's an automated surface observation station there at the airport, and they had a 58-mile-per-hour wind. So even you know, just the garden variety severe thunderstorms could still produce some significant damage here this evening as those move in. And then a little farther down, of course, we had that tornado that we showed you a moment ago, and we are looking right now at more information from that. Let's look at a couple of other wider pictures here. Sometimes we get so hyper-focused on you know, the county level, which is very, very important, by the way, but we need to keep our perspective here on what's to come. Tornado watch will continue now into the overnight hours. It was expanded and extended, I should say. And as Byron mentioned, a couple, 3 lines possible. So we have line number 1 of tornadoes, but we also have line number 2 forming back here to the west, and then behind it is the cold front, which will bring an end to the severe weather threat once it clears the area a little later on tonight. From our weather camera here, we're not seeing anything too interesting at the moment. New tornado warning now for, this is for Muhlenberg County again, I'm sorry, Ohio County, yeah, just issued here, and that's for the cell that's moving out of northern Muhlenberg right now. So we'll go to that. It goes until 10 o'clock tonight, and we'll get a better picture here. I think Randy has some new information too. So let me quickly give the particulars on this warning, then we'll get back over to Randy there with his new information. So that warning, as Byron said, will go until 10 o'clock tonight. This is for northern Ohio County. Same area that already had I think 2 tornado warnings now, so this would be the 3rd. About 6,800 folks in the path of this storm, basically between Hartford and the northern county line, and then all the way out. The track on the storm at 50 miles per hour from the worst part of it, going across the county there. Centertown at 927, Hartford at 933, Whitesville again at 944, Fordsville 947. And again, this is a brand new warning, by the way, so if you were in your safe spot in Ohio County and came out, go back in. Better to just stay put until we get all of this stuff out of here a little later on tonight. Let's go over to Randy now. Randy.
Yeah, Jeff, just real quick, power outages, of course, are going to be a part of this thing tonight, and just going to show you Muhlenberg County right now. Right here, of course, in Central City is in Muhlenberg County. Muhlenberg County has right now 1,340 customers without power tonight. We can expect to see the lights go out in a lot more places, Jeff.
And that's why it's always good to have a way to get the warnings and information that doesn't rely on current. Your phone, we are streaming our coverage here on Facebook, on the 14 News Facebook page. You can watch it there. You can also hear us on radio stations across Western Kentucky, WFMW, WKTG out of Madisonville, and the Cromwell Group, which covers much of Western Kentucky as well, and 104 FM WIKY. So if you spin the dial there, you should find our coverage and be able to listen in as we go into the next several hours here of our coverage. And it is going to be several hours of coverage based on what's happening out there right now. So northern Ohio County, I'm going to use the radar actually out of Louisville again, because I believe that gives us a little better picture of it. It's coming in, not shooting through rain, and you see the strongest area of radar returns, heavy rain, maybe some hail, just out here to the north of Centertown, and all of that is pulling to the north at 50 to 55 miles per hour. So it should be crossing the Natcher Parkway 165 very soon. And I think Byron looks like you've got an analysis there. Go ahead.
Yeah, and we also want to just a reminder for our friends there in southern McLean County, just to be safe. Livermore down into Island, 431 there, get along the Rough River. Highway 136, Highway 85. And stay in your tornado safe shelter along Highway 81 and points to the east there. Livermore, from Livermore Elementary down into Island there along Highway 85. That's a pretty nasty cell there in southern McLean. We know the National Weather Service covering 4 states there, but we want to, if you're in these areas from Island up towards Livermore, Highway 85, stay in your safe shelter there until that storm has cleared. We'll put a track on it. Livermore, you got some rain there right now. Sunnydale at 9:48. Whitesville, that's eastern Davis County. That's taken more of a northern track there at 9:51. Might already have some rain out there. And then Fordsville, just outside the cone here. McHenry, 9:38. 9:42 there in Hartford. And right along the county line, Hartford, and then out through Ohio County, Rob Roy, and those locations there at 9:50. Kind of 136, Interstate 165, and Highway 62. We've shouted out a few of these highways earlier, and we're seeing the reflectivity here, these rain-wrapped tornadoes potentially. And then you take a look at the velocity table right along the McLean, and then as you work up towards the Ohio County line there, Jeff.
Okay, thanks, Byron. And we've had another edition, if you will, of a tornado warning here. This one is basically a new tornado warning right in here between Gishtin all the way up to Island. So now McLean County is in an official warning, as we were talking earlier. It gets a little messy down here, and there's a reason for that. The National Weather Service offices all have basically a county warning area. Paducah comes up to here, and then Ohio County is warned by Louisville, and so sometimes you'll get a strange looking shape there on the warning because they don't draw them over into the next county. Complicated, but the simple fact is we have a tornado risk throughout this region now from extreme southeastern McLean County all the way back into northern Ohio County for the third time this evening. And a lot of spots out here are without power right now. So if you can text somebody in that area, call them and let them know that there is imminent bad weather, that would do a lot to help people stay safe. And of course, we're sending alerts out on the 14 First Alert app, which will work if the cell service is good and things like that. But we can't make assumptions. So if you have a way to alert friends and neighbors there, maybe they're not watching the coverage or can't, make a point of giving them a call or a text right now so that they can get into or stay in shelter until this thing blows over, which is going to happen over the next 45 minutes. So we have quite a bit of time here where we are under the gun for severe weather. There's the signature on the radar that's showing the rotation that's just out here to the south of Sacramento. You can see those contrasting colors right there. So that's rotating, and I want to actually look at that over time. So we're going to go back 30 minutes, and if you look carefully there, you'll see that the area of rotation started down there in southern Hopkins County, and it's still holding together. Sometimes these storms cycle where they will become very intense, then they kind of loosen up a little bit, then they intensify again as they move into air that's favorable or an environment that's favorable to keep the storm going, and that appears to be what's happening right now, hence all the tornado warnings. Let's look at a little tighter picture here and see if we have any lofted debris showing up. And we're using the area here of strongest rotation, which is basically right along 431 now and moving into Centertown. And a quick look here at our debris scope hopefully will give us some insight on what's happening in that storm. And again, what we're looking for, it has to be in conjunction with that area of strongest winds. I'm not seeing anything as dramatic as what we saw down there near Fulton or Union City, Tennessee, but there's certainly potential there for wind damage as this moves through the tornado warning down over Ohio County. As I mentioned earlier, you can listen to our coverage either on the app, 14news.com. If your power's off and you've got a car radio or battery-operated radio, you can do it this way. Actually, don't get in the car to listen to the radio. That's a bad idea. But 104 FM, WIKY carries our coverage, as well as WFMW, WKTG, and the Cromwell Group across Western Kentucky. And as Randy has been showing you a lot of pictures there this evening, you can submit your reports to us as well. Make sure you note the time, the location, and what it is, so that when we get that, we can put that on the air so we have information. Go ahead. That looks like Grant Dade over at our sister station in Cape Girardeau.
In Cape Girardeau, we just thought it might be interesting to see what your colleagues are handling right now. I mean, you're busy enough yourself, but just kind of describe what he's having to deal with tonight.
Friends and family, you got a radar indicated tornado warning there in Mayfield, Kentucky, as you work along points to the east there, along Interstate 69, Highway 121 there. It looks like there's a debris signature there as he's going over to the base reflectivity. I checked in with the Storm Prediction Center. They did evaluate the tornado watch across Western Kentucky, and this tornado threat still until about 11 o'clock. So they have highlighted Western Kentucky for that until 11, but that's down in Mayfield. Now, with the perspective with this, it's drawing to the northeast at about 45 to 50 miles an hour. So it's going to be drawing into our area. And they have some long-lived tornado warnings that extend beyond 50 miles, so we'll have to keep an eye on them.
Okay, thanks.
All right, and we go back. Thanks, guys, for that. We are looking at where Byron was showing you, and Randy. Grant Dade is the chief meteorologist here at our sister station in Channel 12 in, I can't think of the call letter, doesn't matter, Cape Girardeau, yes. And they cover a very large area here, all of southern Illinois, far western Kentucky, and he's looking at the same thing we are, only it's moving away from him and toward us. All of the meteorologists here in our company, Gray, work together collaboratively here. That's why you saw the same tools and things on the coverage there that we use here. The next concern, in addition to those active tornado warnings, will be the behavior of this next thunderstorm or cell or supercell, which is producing and has been producing a confirmed tornado. By confirmed, we mean on the ground, causing damage, and in this case there were fatalities way back to the southwest. And you'll note there's a warning within a warning here. So you have a situation now where it was confirmed here. This is the new warning that replaces it to put all the folks here on alert that storm could be moving in. We looked earlier at the distance on that. Of course, we've been talking for quite some time, so let's again remeasure. And now it's only, the lead edge is about 45 miles out from Hopkins County, so we could conceivably see yet another tornado warning and possibly another tornado moving in. As Byron noted, these things have held together. Long track tornadoes typically, in order to travel that kind of a distance, and we're talking here over 50 miles and probably a lot more than that from where it started, tend to be the very strongest of tornadoes, EF3s and higher. Of course, that'll be to the experts to decide, but in, what we've learned over the years and what we're taught by the Weather Service and through meteorology, a long track tornado has to inherently be very strong. And also, because of that, I'm very concerned right now for Hopkins County, the southern tip here of the tri-state Muhlenberg County, same area that has had tornado warnings. In fact, that alone raises a couple of red flags because it tells us we still have the same type of environment in place that could support yet another tornado as we move into the evening. Let's pan back over here. So that's going on here just out to the south of Paducah. And then as we move our radar back into the tri-state area, we're now concerned with a couple of tornado warnings here. This one on the back edge of the cell will clear here, and then we have another tornado warning, I believe until 10 or 10:15 for Ohio County, and that could also affect Hancock County too. And Byron, you're looking at the storm we were looking at a moment ago, that confirmed one down there around Mayfield.
Yeah,
What's
we've
going on
talked
there?
about these storms in far western Kentucky, Jeff, the ones that would fire up and even Missouri and down into Arkansas. They're racing towards our area. Now, that's downtown Mayfield there, radar indicated tornado that's confirmed. But you head up to Eddyville at 9:53, Grand Rivers at 9:39. Fredonia there at a little after 10 o'clock. But then after that, Dawson Springs, kind of following very much like when we talked about Highway 62, Interstate 69 across western Kentucky. Madisonville, if it holds together, maybe an hour or so away, but you have an early heads up to stay in your shelter, stay indoors, and then also a portion there down through Providence and then into Webster County. A lot of this I've noticed in the last half hour. Some of the upper level winds may support these a little pushing off to the east. As opposed more to the northeast. But right now it's heading to the northeast at about 50 miles an hour. And then that cell there in northern portions there of Muhlenberg County, the worst of it's about out there of the county, but Hartford and then into Fordsville. So this is a long warning there, Jeff, for that storm down in Mayfield. But of course in Madisonville, that holds together maybe about an hour away.
All right, and obviously good advice and information there, and just another reason that you don't want to let your guard down here this evening. You need to stay with the weather, stay with our coverage here so you know what's going on, what's coming in, and what you need to do about it. The thunderstorms that are now across our counties here in southern Illinois have not really become organized just yet, and I say just yet because it's conceivable that they will in fact get strong. stronger, and we'll have some warnings with those. But right now, if you're watching us, say, for example, in McLeansboro, or more likely here in Carmi, Fairfield, all of southern Illinois, this storm is currently just kind of winding up. It hasn't really organized. I was looking at some information earlier today. The setup that we have is a lot like the night that we had the Crossville tornado, which I think was February the 28th, 2017, maybe. It's been a few years back, but that was a cool season tornado as well, obviously February. And same kind of scenario where we had unseasonably warm air and a cold front and everything else, and then it rolled in there with an EF3 that went through Crossville and came across the Wabash River. It was a long-track supercell tornado. So I'm not saying that's exactly what's going to happen here, but it certainly could, and that's why if you're in southern Illinois right now and the thunder's coming, the lightning's coming, go ahead and get in a safe place. What's the harm? Go there. If we do get warnings, you're already where you need to be. If we don't, well, then you're in your safe place. To the south, we do have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings just out of the area. So there's still definitely a potential here for more severe weather as we go into the next few hours. Right now, though, we're going to focus here. It looks like Byron's going to do Illinois. Let me do Kentucky real quick, and then I'll let you do the breakdown on Illinois because we don't want to forget we still have an active tornado warning, but we have many of them. Same area here, northern Ohio County. We're still expecting the storm, the worst part of the storm here with rotation, to move right across Ohio County there. And the cities in the path include Beta at 940, Sunnydale 948, Whitesville 953, and then Fordsville 957, and then after 10 o'clock there at Weberstown and Patesville. Byron.
Yeah, you mentioned February of 2017. The National Weather Service in their discussions today, they can use tornado climatology and look at the past. So they were comparing it to February of 2017. I believe I have that right. And then also November of 2013. Well, we had quite a bit of damage across the area. We're going to keep an eye on these storms here. The ones here in McLeansboro, Highway 845, Enfield, up towards Mill Shoals. These are candidates here for a storm that's growing pretty quickly. Fairfield, you get down into portions there of Grayville, up towards Albion along 130, West Salem. That's just moving quickly off to the north and east, but it has blossomed pretty quickly here in the last 15 minutes or so out towards Albion, and it's producing some lightning. Good indication that it's growing. I'll put the lightning component here. All kinds of lightning right up over Mill Shoals. So this would be a candidate for potentially a tornado or a severe thunderstorm warning. And we'll send it over to Randy. What do you have, Randy?
Yeah, Byron, thanks a lot. I just want to do this real quickly. This is a video that just came into the 14 First Alert News app. This is in Isley between Dawson Springs and St. Charles, and you can just see how heavy the rain is right there. I have a question for you guys. Our news director, Joe Slareth, is monitoring some of our sister stations and looking at those guys, your colleagues down there in Cape Girardeau. He thought he heard them say that the tornado was a mile wide. Is that even a possibility?
That would be a large wedge if it's a mile wide. That would be an incredibly large tornado if it was a mile wide.
He thought that's what he thought he heard him say.
Well, there's small storms, but in the tornado, that would be a very large wedge if that was the case. So we talked about Webster and Hopkins County. So if you have a mile wide tornado that's drawing closer to our area, that's why that warning, that the miles on that went beyond 50 miles. Now, this gives us a little perspective here. That's why they're difficult to see, because they're rain wrapped. This is a high precipitation environment here. We have these rain wrapped tornadoes. They're impossible to see, and that's why we've talked about safety. We're keeping the interceptor at a safe vantage point until these storms clear. Quite a bit of lightning with this as well. But Jeff, if we have a mile wide tornado, we're going to have to keep an eye on that one, even though it's outside of our area right now.
We definitely are, and that kind of a tornado, those are once, twice in a career, a 30-year span is what I'm saying here, event, certainly in December. Very, very, very unusual. We go from the storm track here now for our Ohio County tornado warning. Let's dig into the storm a little more here. We'll clear that off and get a little tighter. I did want to look again at where we have rotation in that. This is an interesting feature right here. You have a bounded, we call that a bounded weak echo region, and that is often a place where you would have the strongest the circulation inside of a storm, which could lead to a tornado. I'm going to try two different radars here. We'll see which gives us the better picture. That one's a little far away. Let's try Louisville here. And as we do that, we'll hopefully image that a little bit better. And so yeah, and that's a little too far away. So this is kind of in that twilight zone there between radars where we don't have the absolute best vantage point here. If we go from Evansville, we're going to be shooting through rain, and you're going to see some velocity returns in there, but not the kind of tight couplet like we would expect. Perhaps down there would be an area of concern. Let me go back to the other radar here out of Fort Campbell, and then we'll do a little tracking from that. That's clearly the best picture that we can offer right now and the closest radar. The winds out here ahead of that formation at about 75 to 80 miles an hour here, where you see the orange and yellow coming together. And again, these are winds aloft. I always like to stress that because the radar, as that beam goes out and the Earth curves away, it shoots a little higher in the storm. But these numbers can often translate to wind speeds on the ground that are a bit less than that, maybe 50 to 60 miles an hour at the ground surface because of friction and so forth. The other thing we're concerned with as we clear that off, of course, is how does this impact folks that live in that area? And the answer is it'll damage your house, and it could break windows, knock trees down, and things like that. So if you're in any of these cities I'm going to mention, hopefully you're already in your safe spot, but if not, go. Don't wait. There's no reason to wait. Heflin, 9:43, Sunnydale, 9:56, Dundee at 10 o'clock, Fordsville, 10:07, and Shreve at 10:11 as that moves up across Ohio County. The back edge of that warning has cleared out now, so we're down almost, I think, almost to one warning here. Let's get all the way back out to the home view and a better radar vantage point here. And we're basically going to have maybe 30-minute, well, maybe not even that much time before the next wave moves in. And it's right now it's kind of a crapshoot how the portion over southern Illinois is going to behave. But we certainly know that that storm to the south there that Byron highlighted earlier that came through Mayfield and was that the mile-wide storm, Byron? Was that the one you're talking? Yeah.
Called out Eddyville. Now there is an official tornado. These are areas outside of our area, but I can't emphasize enough. If you live in Madisonville and Dixon and Clay, and Providence, I mean that's a large wedge if that's confirmed a mile wide. So we can go down there and look at this storm here. It's up over now. It might be a little overcooked here, but over 30,000 feet. You just don't see these supercell thunderstorms here in December, but we are seeing it right now. So that's a large supercell storm, a tornado 1 mile wide. That would be large by any stretch. The one we had out in Oklahoma in 2013 was 2.5, and that was a world record. So that's a large storm if we can confirm that, but we're just going to assume that that's working towards Madisonville. Whitesville, you're not officially in the warning there, in Davis County down towards Fordsville. Stay in your tornado safe shelter until that clears out towards the Rough River area. It might catch southern sections there of Hancock County again, Jeff.
Okay, Byron, and let's check that. We've got another tornado warning. I think this is just a redefinition of the one in Ohio County, and it will continue here. We'll get an extension on it probably. Let me just check very quickly, and then I wanted to go back and look at that storm that is moving in, perhaps to southern Hopkins County here over the next hour. The tornado warning will go until 10 o'clock, so 15 more minutes. That's in Ohio County, and it is a radar-indicated storm. Now back we go to the big event of the night, at least so far, and that is this storm, which is confirmed. The purple color on there means that the tornado is on the ground. We know that this one has caused injuries and damage in its path. I don't know the exact path link yet. That might be a good one to measure. Byron, we know it started around Jonesboro Bay, and a quick measure tool might bring us some information about that. But as we look at the Paducah radar pic, again, you're seeing those very intense couplet right there in the middle of the storm. and I'm going to go all the way in on it. And just looking at this, the winds alone and the fact that they are that tight and together, this is a very, very well organized and powerful storm. From that, we're going to look for debris being lofted, and again, we're using the Paducah radar, which is closest, and we will go to our debris scope tool and look right inside here. And you're seeing, like I said, that's kind of a noisy picture there to try to parse out what's happening. But right up in here, so where your hook is, where your circulation or your mesocyclone, then right out in here is where we have potentially debris being lofted right now. And as we told you, as Byron said, the thing's a mile wide. And what's more important is that it's headed toward the tri-state. It may not be this strong. Hopefully it won't be by the time it gets up our way. But we need to keep that as a possibility as we go into the coming hours here over western Kentucky. So I'm going to do a new track on this, and again, we're going to go right from where we believe the tornado is, right there. You can see it just as plain as day, and if we track that going at 50, of course that's going to just take it into the tornado warning cone. But if we look at a distance tool, what you're going to see, and again, we're assuming a forward motion here of about 50 miles an hour. If it stays just right down the middle there, that's going to put it into Hopkins County at about 10:45 or so.
Madisonville hasn't been worked over with any showers, so the atmosphere is not tamped down at all, and we're still waiting for the parent cold front. Also, Dixon and Clay, Providence, Madisonville, into Nebo, Princeton, Kentucky. And as you go down through Providence, down through Dawson Springs, Highway 70, Highway 62, we've called that highway out numerous times if that holds together. And it's already a tornado warning there in Eddyville. Here is the wide view. We have another round. The cold front is still out. We haven't defined it, but you got a severe tornado warning there for St. Louis. And we're going to watch these storms, how they behave. But look how I'm looping the radar, how they're racing off to the northeast. 45, 50 miles an hour. And the winds, we've depicted that the Evansville area up till 2, 3 in the morning, the winds at 9, 12, 15,000, 18,000 feet are 50 to 90 miles an hour. So they're spinning and rotating these storms. Those tornadoes that Randy showed you earlier, the tornado was set up where it was working back where the upper level winds and the tornado sags behind just a bit. That's because the upper level winds are going faster overall. So we just want to highlight these areas. Hopkins, you're into portions even Muhlenberg County and then into Webster County. Wait till these storms have cleared. We're keeping an eye on McLeansboro, Enfield. This is not as well organized, but I thought these would be candidates for some additional warnings, Albion and then into Grayville, but still it's producing a fair amount of lightning overall. And there's that storm now just north there of Centertown and out towards Livermore. You guys are seeing some rain there, so you guys are in much better shape overall than you were earlier. That's just some rain. There's a look at the warnings. We're going to keep an eye on these warnings as we go throughout the day, but plenty more, Jeff, out to our west.
Okay, Byron, and a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is just out of area again, but it does illustrate that we are getting, of course, intensification. These storms are likely reorganizing out there, and that is always a concern. I'm going to go just for a minute here to a little different looking radar picture. This is a composite, so it's all levels of the atmosphere and all the radars feed into this, and we're going to back the radar screen out just a little bit, and I'll show you why here in a moment. And we're still getting tornado warnings, by the way, down here at Jonesboro. If we now put our storm reports on, what you'll probably see, and I haven't had a chance to preview this, but you're going to see a string of tornado report. There they are. So that is the path that this storm has taken. I was wondering earlier how long that track has been. So if we're making an assumption here. Now I haven't been able to really look at the data up close and personal, but let's just assume that we're down in this region, and that is actually, let's do a different tool there for this. We're not going to storm track, we're going to measure the distance that thing has been on the ground, and by doing that, this will kind of give you an idea of just how intense that is. So this storm has been on a path of about 135 miles, which is a long, long track. Now, it doesn't mean it's been on the ground the whole time, although we have a nearly continuous string of storm reports there along. And the importance for the tri-state is that we are still in the path. The storm is still going and still strong. And could likely move into Hopkins County in particular and Muhlenberg. Those are the two that kind of stick down here and are prone to weather like this. Looks like we have yet another tornado warning. So let's go back, and that is again a redefinition of the one in Ohio County. So Fordsville still under the gun, as is most of the northern portion of Ohio County right now. We'll go back to a little better picture here on reflectivity, and you can see that strong inflow where you have a weak area of echoes pushing out stronger winds there to the north. Randy, more pictures coming in now.
Yeah, we're hearing from more of our sister stations on the storm moving up from the south and from the west. This is from our affiliate in St. Louis, KMOV, out of Edwardsville, Illinois. There is a large emergency response at this Amazon warehouse in Edwardsville. News 4's Jenna Ray was on the scene shortly before 9:30 p.m. tonight, saw dozens of first responders arriving in the area. There have been reports that people were inside the building when the collapse happened. Ray has spoken with several people who know people inside the building. Some of those she spoke with said, and they continued to describe what had happened there. But this is Amazon facility there. Very, very busy this time of year. No wonder there would be people in there at any hour of the day.
Yeah, it looks like some damage to that structure. And they do have a tornado warning, of course, into St. Louis that goes into southern Illinois. This particular storm should generally stay to the north of our area, but we'll keep an eye on it. It's going to be working into portions there of Illinois. Jeff's also going to be looking at that storm in Ohio County overall and see if we get a warning there for southern portions there of Hancock County. So we have all these pictures that are coming in. There's a look there at the radar. Radar indicated tornado warning from Fordsville, just east there, and Whitesville on Highway 54 and eastern stretches there of Davis County, and just north there of Dundee. Jeff?
Okay, thanks for those updates. Let's look at these storm reports that have come in here from the big cell there that's moving across Arkansas, Tennessee, and now far west Kentucky. And you're going to see what's going on here. Major damage at Mayfield, which you all had pictures of a few minutes ago. Prior to that, we had damage at Case, to a cafe and a fire department. Farther down, a fire station took a direct hit with people trapped inside. This was in Sandburg, which is down here in Tennessee. And then you get over into Arkansas, and the reports just keep coming in. So of all the things that I've seen tonight, this is definitely the most frightening to me, that we would have this storm hold together. And we're making assumptions here, but I think it's a safe assumption that this thing could conceivably hold together and make it all the way up into Hopkins County and perhaps the rest of the tri-state unless it weakens. The best case scenario is it falls apart. The more likely scenario is that it produces at the very minimum some damaging winds and possibly tornadoes. The worst case scenario is it doesn't weaken at all, and we're talking about a major tornado moving across the tri-state. So I might be getting ahead of myself a little bit, but we got to keep all possibilities open here. And this is why, if you're especially in western Kentucky tonight, whether you're in Madisonville, any place in Hopkins, Muhlenberg County, and then on into McLean and Ohio, even southern Davis, everybody really needs to keep an eye on that particular storm, which is now currently moving into the Lakes region right now.
It's in Kentucky, Jeff. It's only 30 miles away from Madisonville, so we're going to get a quick call on Hopkins and perhaps into Webster County, and you can take about half off there for Dawson Springs, which is south and west there at Madisonville. So just a big heads up, and the National Weather Service has got multiple warnings going on, but Hopkins and then portions there at Webster County, and perhaps a little bit later on Muhlenberg County again, and McLean, because it's on a northeasterly course. It's moving along very rapidly because of the upper level wind support there as well. And we have new storms forming down through Marion. Pretty good. They're more linear there in nature, but of course when they're lined up like that, they're capable of damaging winds there. But if that storm holds together, we're going to see additional tornado warnings for those counties that I mentioned.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me at all this evening, given what we've seen up to this point. So just a quick reset here, and at 10 o'clock, a couple of these warnings are going to drop. The one over extreme northern northern White County will likely clear here on schedule, and that scheduled time is 10 o'clock. Now, I want to point out that if the warning clears at 10 o'clock, we will continue our coverage here because we're anticipating additional storms moving in. We would appreciate any reports that you have of damage in your area, pictures that you can send. Randy is going through those now. And Randy, what site are you looking at for these? You have a particular spot?
Well, I'm looking at Twitter. I'm also
Okay.
looking at the 14 News Facebook page and also the 14 First Alert weather app. Also, Facebook, people are mailing pictures in through Facebook. So there's any number of ways that people can send those photographs.
Okay, we've got folks looking at
Yeah.
all of this stuff and sending it along. So whatever way you can get that information to us, do it quickly and often here, so we can continue to tell you that weather story right down to your neighborhoods and where you live. With that storm now moving into Hancock County, wouldn't surprise me to see another warning of some type there in Hancock. But let's give a little more attention here to Fordsville, which is right now in the eastern portion of that severe thunderstorm warning. And I want to use a little better radar pick, so we're going to try Louisville again now that this has gotten a little farther. And the storm currently is passing to the north of Fordsville. The distance there from downtown Fordsville out to the strongest part of the storm, about 5 miles. So you're seeing the lightning, you're hearing the thunder, you're getting the wind. And speaking of wind, let's see what that's showing, again, out of the Louisville radar, which has the best view of that particular storm. And right up here, out again about 3-4 miles up the road from Fordsville, we're showing some winds there aloft in the storm of between 70 and 80 miles an hour. Down on the ground, it's probably somewhere closer to 50 to 60, just using rough math here based on the distance from the radar, because we're looking at the storm pretty high up, and that is still moving right along. These storms are not lingering, that's for sure. They're regenerating, but they're not. They're fast movers, as we expected for tonight. So let's clear that information off, and we will go back to the more traditional-looking radar and then give you another storm track based on what we're seeing. If you think of it and you have the ability, I just had to do it too, keep your phone on charge, because they're going to run down quickly if you're watching streaming coverage of what's going on here. You'll want to have batteries for flashlight function on your phone, or actual flashlight and things like that. So you don't want to get cut off here at the worst possible time. We're going to go back now to the traditional radar look, and I'm going to widen the picture out just a couple notches here so we can do an accurate storm track for you. And, you know, we've talked about this thing going into Hancock County, but right now, with just a couple minutes to go on this warning, the Weather Service in Louisville has not gone ahead with a warning, which is kind of surprising. Obviously, they have their reasons. They're looking at the same data we are. I would anticipate, at bare minimum, 40, 50 mile an hour winds in southern Hancock County. The cities that are likely in the path of that, the strong winds, would be Tar Fork at 10:11, McQuaddy at 10:17, Kirk at 10:21. Then we're out into Breckenridge County there, Hardensburg and Stephensport, 10:24, 10:27. What do you have, Byron?
Signature, Jeff, down through Grand Rivers. This is a radar indicated, tornado on the ground. This is headed towards Eddyville, Princeton, Kentucky, and then off there in the distance on the top part of your screen is Dawson Springs. So this is a confirmed tornado. I'm going to go ahead and take the velocity table and widen it out just a bit and loop the radar there down land between the lakes towards Eddyville. They're going to have to extend, I would anticipate, out to Dawson Springs, Madisonville. If you're into Nebo, the way this is holding together, even if you're in Hopkinsville and points to the north, that's just outside of our area. Look at that. That's a looping tornado there from the velocity table headed out towards Eddyville, Dawson Springs, southwest there of Madisonville, and it's just zipping along at 45 to 50 miles an hour. I don't know if I can call it audible here, Jeff, or we can check in with you talked about our sister stations. I don't know if they have any live coverage of this particular cell, and maybe to get their perspective. I'm not sure if we're capable of doing that, but if we can, let's take a look and see what we have.
And of course, this is Grant Dade. This is our sister station in Cape Girardeau. He's tracking the same storm that Byron and I have been looking at.
So we just called out Grand Rivers, which we just the signature there, and I believe I called up the Paducah radar, and he's showing the velocity table, but obviously he's responsible for that. But you get into Eddyville, and then you get up into Dawson Springs, Madisonville. These warnings, I think, will be extended, and then even into Webster County, and then for our friends down in Christian and Todd counties, just outside of our area. So we were seeing the same signature that they have. Of course, we're using some of the down through Grand Rivers and just south there. So if you have friends and family down there, maybe shoot them a text to get into their tornado-safe shelter. And the reason we're spending so much time on this, it's working towards the Madisonville area. And Jeff, these areas haven't been worked over with rain as of yet. So the atmosphere is prime. Irrespective of that, there's just so much upper level wind support. Of course, we have a confirmed tornado.
Yep, and for the first time here in about 3 hours, we have no active warnings for any of our tri-state counties. Doesn't mean we don't have weather, by the way. It just means none of the storms is warned at this point. So we're going to look at the radar again. As Byron mentioned, sometimes when we get rain only, that will drain some of the energy from the atmosphere and reduce that threat that you would have from severe weather. We can't count on that, by the way, because we have very strong winds aloft, and we have other supporting factors that we've talked about here this evening that will likely perpetuate some of the storms, and in particular the supercell long track tornado that has been on the ground for quite some time continues to march to the north. You were seeing the coverage there out of Cape Girardeau, and I want to use the same radar that they're looking at, which would be Paducah, and you see that tight couplet now at Grand Rivers, which is right where Barkley and Kentucky Lake come together there, the two dams, before they flow on up to the Ohio River. That part of the storm is currently now within striking range of the tri-state, and by that I mean it's less than an hour away based on the movement that we're seeing now. So at 50 miles an hour, we're now looking at a potential arrival time here in Hopkins County before 11 o'clock tonight.
I mean, it's 30 miles away. I mean, it's 30 miles away from the tornado, and then you can see some of the tornadic winds. It might be down to about 20 miles. So we're going to see some new warnings, Hopkins, Muhlenberg counties, and then also up into Webster County, Hopkinsville, and then as you run north up towards the Hopkins County line, and then perhaps into Greenville, and then into Ohio County. It still shows the classic signature. It doesn't show any signs of weakening.
Okay, and Byron, from that, let's go back over to Randy Moore. He has, looks like live coverage or maybe some tape there.
This is tape, this is video. This is from the west. This system's not coming our way. It just shows you the power. This is rather dramatic video. Check this out. This is on I-55 near Caruthersville, Missouri, with not one but multiple semis thrown across the interstate after a wedge tornado moved through that spot earlier tonight.
And on the interstate, you just don't have any protection from the wind. You want to be inside out there, so you have semis that are being flipped. So obviously you have, look at that. Boy, I just hope everybody is okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and so this is obviously Exhibit A now as we go into our coverage here for the next hour. What will this storm do down around Grand Rivers? As Byron mentioned a moment ago, Dawson Springs, Hopkins County, all in the path of this potential storm if it holds together. Not a potential, it is a tornado on the ground. The question is, will it stay on the ground as it moves to the north? One of the ways we can at least try to answer that question is to look at how it's behaved. And we're not seeing any weakening here. Typically, you would see a storm cycle up, you would that kind of a signature, and then it would kind of get broader, the circulation would, and it would fizzle out. This one has not fizzled at all and continues to produce damage there as it moves across the Kentucky Lake, Barkley Lake area there at Grand Rivers, and then on up here into, I believe that's Caldwell, and then into Hopkins County if it holds together. So please, Hopkins County from Madisonville south and really all of the southern edge there of western Kentucky needs to be on high alert right now for a significant tornado if this holds together. And that's really the story right now, in addition to the rest of the area, which has been worked over by severe weather this evening, particularly in western Kentucky. So from that, we're going to go back to a traditional radar view and back to our home view because this, after all, is the Channel 14 News viewing area. And we are still seeing heavy rain now starting to move in. We are seeing, I don't have the lightning on my side over here. Byron, maybe you can talk about that after a bit. He's really working the storm down there in Grand Rivers. Obviously, if you're seeing lightning across southern Illinois, it's connected to more of a disorganized section of storm that is now moving in. We should start to hear rain here at the 14 News studios in the next 15 minutes or so. Heavy rain on the west side, back into Posey County, also into White County. It's heavy rain right now. Could be a flash flooding threat out there as well. What do you have, Byron?
All right, we'll make a couple quick stops here, Jeff, as we take a look at that storm down towards Eddyville, headed towards Princeton, Kentucky. Probably most likely we'll see some new warning soon. There is the lightning with that large tornado, large wedge there, south and west there, as you get down towards Eddyville in these locations. Wow, just covered in lightning. And that's where the updrafts and downdrafts are. All right, to work the radar up north, up over Allendale, Highway 1. This is northern Wabash County, Lancaster, a fair amount of lightning there as we electrify the atmosphere there out towards Albion and Grayville. No official warnings on this out towards Vincennes and Princeton there as well. Fair amount of lightning. You have ice there. We have the warm front that has surged on through, but 10, 15,000 feet. Temperatures have dropped there below freezing. There's that cell south and west there of Eddyville down towards Grand Rivers. Not too far away from Dawson Springs. I put a track on that. You get out towards Princeton, Kentucky there at 1024, Saratoga at 1015. These are cities and towns just outside of our area, but I think pretty quickly we'll have an evaluation of Hopkins and then into portions there of Webster and perhaps northern stretches there of Christian County just north there of Hopkinsville.
Okay, and Byron, again, we're seeing lightning and heavy rain moving in. No additional warnings just yet. And we're going to go over to Randy Moore, some just incredible pictures coming out of Missouri.
Yeah, take a look at this tornado right here. And it comes from a reliable source. This is a guy that calls himself the Alabama Storm Tracker. And this is that massive tornado, he says, that crossed I-155 at mile marker 16, just tossing those semi-trucks. This tornado, we're told, is the same as the one that hit Manette, Arkansas. That hit that nursing home there, killed 2 people, injured 20 others. And he makes the comment, this is going to be horrible when we see daylight, an understatement.
That is a large wedge.
Yeah.
I mean, that's large by any stretch there. So that fits, could be a mile wide. That's just it's in contact with the ground, obviously, and it's being backlit there, but that's a gigantic tornado. And so we'll have to keep an eye on this. Where was the location on that? Down
that
in
is
Arkansas, north.
Missouri, wasn't it?
Okay, down through Crothersville, Missouri there. That's a large wedge, so we're going to have to keep it. And these storms are racing towards our area. Hopefully they will break up a bit. So this is just a large supercell thunderstorm that's being forced to the ground. Jeff?
Randy, our news director, just informed me that our Cape Girardeau station was reporting that tornado has been on the ground, the one you're showing, and the one I'm going to show you now has been on the ground. And there we go now for Hopkins County, and this is for that tornado warning. It has been on the ground for 150 miles. A long track tornado will probably turn out to be high-end EF3 or EF4 based on some of the winds and other information we're seeing. All right, it is back now into the fire here for Hopkins County. This is what we've been talking about and concerned about for the last half hour or so, because this storm has not lost any of its strength, and it is now moving to the north at about 50 miles per hour. I'm going to do just kind of a broad stroke on it here first, And that at that motion, it'll get up here just almost to the Hopkins County line by about 10:30, and then between 10:30 and 11, if it holds together, it will move into Hopkins County, potentially as a significant damaging tornado. So please, Hopkins County, this is your time to get to shelter. Hopkins County had the strongest tornado of 2005 on November 15th. You might remember that one, EF4. And that was the one that came through Earlington and was on the ground, I believe, 40 to 50 miles, a long tracker as well. Cool season tornado. So this is nothing new in Hopkins County. The difference here is it's happening at night in December, and but you're getting a lot of warning here. So please, if you know people in Hopkins County, call them. Tell them to get into shelter now. And if you're in a mobile home in Hopkins County, you got to get out and get to a public shelter. Go someplace where you have substantial structure around you if you can. But you've got to do it now. You've got time, but it's moving fast and not weakening at this point. Let's look at the distance here again. And as Byron noted too, it's going to be up here close to Dawson Springs. That's 34 miles. We're going to just kind of round the numbers here. That would be like around 10:30 to 10:45, depending on the ultimate track, and then potentially into Madisonville within the hour if it holds together and if that's the path it takes. It could turn, of course, it could vary. That's why the tornado warning here is kind of broad toward the end, because there's some uncertainty, just like a hurricane. You don't know exactly how it's going to path, so I just drew it straight down the middle. But in any case, that thing is a monster. It is dangerous, and you need to heed the warnings now while you can. Let's clear the information off the screen. I'll get you the particulars on that warning. Although, I mean, just suffice to say, until we tell you it's clear, it's not. But the warning goes until 11 o'clock, and there are about 14,000 people in the path of this storm. This is a tornado on the ground, a large, destructive tornado, deadly. We've had fatalities back around Arkansas. Randy has, it looks like another picture. This is in Mayfield, is that right?
That's right. This is in Mayfield. This is from WPSD in Paducah. Wow, I mean, just a big, black, massive tornado on the ground.
It's just a large wedge. I mean, it's a massive tornado. A large wedge there on the ground. It's a supercell thunderstorm. It's racing to the north and east. I mean, look at that. It's being backlit either by some lightning or some street lightning out there as well. It's an incredible picture, but it lets you know, I mean, this is still, it's not lifted or anything. It's still holding together. And Hopkins County, Dawson Springs, please get to your shelter.
Jeff.
Yeah, we can't say it enough, and we need to really, really, really emphasize here, this is the real thing. You saw the pictures, we know about the damage, we know the path that it's on, so this is the time now to move, and you've got time. And if the thing fizzles and you've moved for naught, you've moved for naught, but it has not fizzled for 150 miles. That is an incredible length for a tornado to be on the ground and continuously. We don't know if it's continuous, but that's academic. We'll do all the Saturday morning quarterbacking later. Let's get a little broader picture here because, and again, just to emphasize the sheer strength and longevity of this storm, we're going to look at our storm reports that are all coming in along the path of that tornado, and you see it there, and that's where that 150-mile figure comes from, and it's probably a little bit more than that now. Now, this is not a precise measurement here, but if we just went from the very first report, assuming that's the same storm, and just followed the line, yeah, you're getting up into close to 140 to 150 miles on the ground, and now it's only about 30 to 40 miles from our viewing area, from Hopkins County. Byron.
It's covered 4 states, and we've seen the pictures. It's a large wedge. Let me bring you up to date here. In Madisonville, Hopkins County, get your tornado-safe shelter there. Princeton, Kentucky, look where all the lightning is. What I can do with the lightning component here and those pictures that Randy showed, the light, it's being lit backlit by the lightning there. Well, that's where the updrafts and downdrafts and the electricity in the air. It's allowing us perspective to illuminate these storms. And they're racing off. This is the lightning that's compiled here in the last half hour or so. It's running to the north and east. So that storm is just, tornadic thunderstorm is just south there of Eddyville along 293. It's going to follow Interstate 69, Highway 62 up to about Dawson Springs, Nortonville, Crofton, and north there of Hopkinsville, the northern stretches there of Christian County, and down north there of Cadiz. Dawson Springs at 1037. And then as you get out towards Saratoga at 1016, Princeton, a little bit outside of our area at 1024. That's the latest on that storm, on that warning down there. But, I mean, you have a tornado that's covered 4 states, Jeff.
Okay, and we're going to go right back over to Randy with some new information. Go ahead, Randy.
Yeah, we're going to get back to you guys real quick because I know you're very, very busy, but we do want to establish that Brady Williams is out on the 14 News Interceptor, and so we're going to try to go to Brady right now. There he is. Brady, just tell us where you are and what you're seeing.
Well, we're at the Moto Mart. We're just off of I-64 north of Evansville and in towards the Hopstadt area right now. We've seen things come in over the course of the past hour while we've been sitting here. I'm going to turn the camera around here, and you can see the rain coming in right now. Lots of rain, lots of wind. This is coming in at quite an angle right now. For the past hour, we've been watching a lot of lightning roll through. You can see a lot of it coming especially at the southwest, and it's moved up to the northwest now. None of it has really touched down, not a lot of lightning. But definitely, or not a lot of thunder, excuse me, definitely lightning, lots of rain coming in, and we've got a good look here at what's coming through. We can see for a few miles, and in fact, a few people are up here too. They say this is a good spot to watch for it. So we're going to keep an eye out here, and as things come in and things start to pop off, you can be sure we're going to have an eye on it. So for now, we'll just toss back to you, Randy.
All right, Brady, thanks a lot. And so, Byron, you think they ought to just stay put right there for the time being?
Yeah, and that was our playbook all along because you don't have the benefit of daylight. And, of course, with the Interceptor, and we told our team, you're up towards the Motor Mart there, always have an indoor plan. So we're not going to send people out to Core Punch to drive in to these supercell thunderstorms. We're going to wait and see. But there's plenty of lightning, and the worst of it's across southern Illinois. But we had no warnings there. But Dawson Springs, Madisonville, Hopkins, and then into especially Hopkins County, Hopkinsville, and then northern stretches there if you get into Christian County. But Dawson Springs, please, Princeton, Kentucky, a little bit outside of our area, get to your tornado safe shelter.
Yeah, and Brady's ready to respond whenever that becomes necessary. Jeff?
Okay, thanks guys, and thanks Brady out there too. Stay safe. We're going to go, let's clear this warning off. That was the Hopkins County warning that we have talked about quite a bit. And right in here, we're actually seeing, when you see that line on there, that is a confirmed tornado on the ground. Let's query that real quick and see what we get with that information there. And so this is a tornado warning observed, and of course we were talking about Caldwell County, but also up into Hopkins County there by 11 o'clock. It's now 20 after, which, you know, charitably you got about 15 minutes here to get your act together in Hopkinsville and get into the safe spot and then remain there until we give you the all clear, because this thing has not weakened in the least since we've started our coverage here this evening, or since it touched down. Let's look back at the radar here out of Paducah, which is the closest, and we're just mainly going to look at velocity here, and we're still seeing a very tight couplet, well defined, and if we go in even tighter on that, let's see if we're getting any debris signature down there as well. But I think I've said this only a few times in 33 years here. I've never seen anything this strong here. Never. Even Petersburg was nothing like this. Crossville, nothing like this. This is certainly one that is unique. So from that, let's go to our radar tool here. We want to look at debris, and we're going to look right at that couplet. and in the middle of it there, you see a debris ball. That's exactly what that is. It can't be anything else. And that is near, it looks like Barkley Dam in that general area. I can hone in a little tighter on it. Again, this is out of our viewing area, but we're showing this to illustrate that this thing is for real. There's Grand River, so that's Barkley Dam. This would be a little farther south and east now of Barkley Dam. This is Lake Barkley right along here. So it has moved past Barkley Dam and Barkley Lake and is now moving over here to the east. Let's clear that off and see if we can't get a little more clarity here. First by putting it on a loop, and secondly by pulling the radar back out a notch or two to give you a little more context. And as we do that, it is bearing down right now. This is a significant tornado bearing down on the central portions here of Caldwell County, and then we'll move up here toward Princeton. I'm sorry, Princeton's Caldwell, but anyway, and then as Byron has been saying here, Dawson Springs needs to be on high alert for a tornado here within the next 30 minutes or less as we continue to watch. And I'm just going to keep it on this particular view because that is the storm that is the biggest of the evening that I've seen so far. I'm trying to get my computer over here to check something, and I have no new data from there. Byron, what's showing up on the Weather Service chat? I mean, I'm sure a lot of this stuff is, what we've already recorded.
We're going to have to refire that one up, Jeff. So we've lost, we'll get that back up here shortly, but let's go in and take a look at this down towards Eddyville and then into Princeton, Kentucky. So it's outlined here in purple. That's a confirmed tornado that's on the ground. So, and it's drawing closer to Madisonville. I'm using the hail component, ice here in the sky. It indicates a well-developed updraft right up over Princeton, Kentucky, and it's drawing toward the Hopkins County line. So into Dawson Springs, you have a few more minutes there along Highway 109, Highway 502, Madisonville, get out towards Pride Avenue, out towards West Broadway, some of those areas, Nortonville. Get to your tornado-safe shelter right now. You still have a few minutes there. Look at this. It's Blossom, 40,000 feet. That's what you would see in April, May, early June. And on the where you see the blue coming down here, you have a well-defined updraft and perhaps the rear flanking downdraft with a large wedge on the ground. So we take a look at this in 3D. And I can go ahead and loop this and show the component here of lightning. And as we go forward, it's drawing, look at this, the electrical charges in the atmosphere. So that's working out towards Providence, Dawson Springs, Princeton on the Kentucky side as we take a look at 3D. Now I'll bring the radar back, the areas there right up over Princeton. Look at all the lightning that's making it to the surface here. So you want to have that 14 First Alert weather app and perhaps expect some power outages there as well. So look at that massive tornado, Jeff. It's covered 4 states so far.
We are still at some point in the life of this storm, and it doesn't look like we're getting to the end of its cycle here just yet. It is drawing in fresh, very unstable air from the south. It's being supported by strong winds aloft, and it is moving to the northeast at about 50. There is debris in the air from it. We can show that here. I'm just going to use the big picture this time so you can see it kind of in context. It's right in here now, moving toward Princeton in Caldwell County. And then as you go on a little farther north, this is, not quite a tornado emergency, but could be very soon, meaning that you're talking about a tornado capable of loss of life, obviously, and widespread destruction. This isn't just your regular, set down 10, 20 miles and go back up. This is a major tornado that we're looking at right now. And, I know the language here, yeah.
Just if we pick up from our sister station there, multiple meteorologists are calling out Dawson Springs. Madisonville will be next.
Yes.
Large wedge on the ground, perhaps 1 mile wide, over Princeton, Kentucky, Dawson Springs. You get up towards Beulah, Arlington, Morton's Gap, St. Charles. You guys will be under the gun there again, into Nortonville as well, and then into Madisonville, especially out towards the west end of town.
Maybe you said this, but we're hearing Paducah radar is apparently down.
Okay, so that's fine. We've got other radars. We will now switch over to the radar here at Fort Campbell. That's why we have several to go to in just such an emergency. And it's conceivable that the tornado may have had something to do with that. It may have knocked out communications hub or some other facility on its path there as it's moved to the north. Let's go back here to the home view, and we'll get back to regular radar pics for a minute. And as we do that, bear in mind that we will have radar imagery up here for you as best we can. Here's a picture. I'm going to just call for it live. I think Caleb is looking at it too. This is what the interceptor is seeing. I believe he is, I'm not sure the exact location on it, but you can see that rain really coming down hard now. And I'm hearing thunder here as well. So the storms are moving into the Evansville area. We are not seeing any severe thunderstorm warnings here just yet. Let's go back to the radar picture. We don't want to forget the remainder of the tri-state here. If you've been with us through much of the evening, you're probably wondering, what's next. And what's next here, at least short term, will be some pretty vigorous thunderstorms moving through the Evansville area. It's possible we could see a couple of warnings out of those. But our main concern tonight, as we go here into the next 30-40 minutes, is going to be this major tornado on the ground that's now moving up out of Paducah and into western Kentucky counties there, possibly Hopkins. Hopkins, you are under a tornado warning until 11. The purple color on there indicates that this is one that's on the ground. And I want you to look at something else, and I know Byron saw this because I could see the expression on his face. Look at the size of the hook on here. I mean, this thing is like textbook supercell long track tornado. You see that bright area there, that very dark area, that's the debris ball, and then you have this circulation going, winds coming in this way, feeding the tornado energy, warm moist air coming in, cycling around and creating that rotation that we've been following here for 150 plus miles. The picture of it from a three-dimensional view, and you can even see some very strong returns, possibly debris aloft within that storm up at 20,000 feet or more. So this is a big one.
It's right on Dawson Springs. Right on Dawson Springs. We're going to take a quick look here. This is the velocity component just south and west as you get out to the restaurants there and out towards Dawson Springs Elementary, out towards the wildlife management area, just right on Dawson Springs. So some of this will be delayed. St. Charles, you guys will be next. Nortonville, we're using Fort Campbell here, the radar component here, and I'll just widen it out here a bit and we'll loop this. Dawson Springs in just a few minutes. Charleston at 10:50, Mount Hebron out towards the church there, Greenwood Church there at 10:54. Kind of following Interstate 69, and then Highway 109, Highway 112, if you're in those areas, just west of US Highway 41. So that's a look at that monster cell, Dawson Springs. We've been calling that town out now for quite a while, and then portions there, just all of Hopkins County. A large tornado there just to the south and west, coming right into Dawson Springs.
Okay, Byron, I'm looking into the situation now. The Weather Service at Paducah took a power hit, and they have transferred their responsibility back to the next office west, which would be Springfield, Missouri. That won't affect the flow of warnings, of course, here or any of our coverage here on 14 News. The radar, at least at last check, was still putting out current data, so we will continue to look at that until the data is lapsed. And I'm watching it here on another screen. That's why you see me looking over there. We have another kind of a diagnostic where we can see which radars are up, which radars are down. This one is still our best bet for imaging the storm, but as it gets closer, we'll be looking then at the Evansville radar for the best pictures of that tornado. The fact that the velocity couplet has not moved is probably because that radar is down. So let's switch over again to the Hopkinsville radar. That'll give us the best track on there. And as we do that, again, I want to go just to velocity mode. And yeah, and so it has moved significantly there. So we will not be using Paducah there their radar. And there is the couplet, as Byron just told you, coming up on Dawson Springs or on top of Dawson Springs. Now we are just outside of the tri-state county here, Hopkins County, by just a few minutes. So let's do a distance check again from that powerful tornado. And now it's only about 20 miles away from Earlington, and we can infer, based on what we're seeing now, that we will have a damage swath coming across Hopkins County. Let's get in really tight on some of these towns and cities here in southern Hopkins County. And from Dawson Springs, there's Coiltown Road. I'm going to get really, really tight on here, and you'll see a few more cities pop up here. St. Charles over here, 109, there's Interstate 69. So if these roads are sounding familiar, that tornado will likely travel or pretty much follow the interstate there for a period of time based on the current motion. Let's put it back into a loop, and I'll have to pull it just a little more this way. I realize we're very tight on that, but as Byron has been emphasizing over and over, Dawson Springs, you've got to be locked down right now. If you are not in a safe place right now in Dawson Springs and this thing holds together, there will be fatalities there. And so please, do what you can now. We have a lot of power outages across western Kentucky, which makes it harder to get the warnings. Some of the cell phone infrastructure may be down too.
Yeah, Earlington, Nortonville, look at this, the velocity table. I'll scoot that along here in a moment. Just called this up here. So here's the velocity table. It's right up over Dawson Springs. There's so much energy with the large wedge on the ground that you can use the reflectivity of the radar, which is depicting the rain, right up over Dawson Springs and then up along Highway 109. And then out towards Nortonville. This will be drawing out, you get into Madisonville, Broadway, West Broadway, Pride Avenue, if you're out in the western suburbs there of Madisonville, you guys are going to see quite a bit of lightning there. And we'll just get a closer look. This is down right smack into Dawson Springs. See the rain around the spinning core. On the northeast part of the storm, it looks like a kidney bean there, or a backward C right over Dawson Springs. And I'll loop the radar. And we'll be heading towards Madisonville. Holds together, could catch portions there of Muhlenberg County as well. Perhaps southern McLean, southern sections there of Webster. But Dawson Springs, Earlington, Nortonville, Morton's Gap, and then into Madisonville. I would pretty shortly they're going to expand out this tornado warning to cover the entire county. Jeff?
Okay, and Byron, just for clarification, that bar that you're seeing on there, that is the way the Weather Service indicates a dangerous tornado, and we're looking at potentially a tornado emergency, meaning widespread damage, fatalities, injuries, and such as it moves across Dawson Springs and then up the road here toward Earlington and also Madisonville. So folks in these areas, you don't have a lot of time left here to take cover. I'm going to do a new measurement here from where that storm is right now, and just by doing the math here, you're going to see moving at 50 miles an hour or a little more from Dawson Springs, where it is right now, up to Earlington and Madisonville. We're looking at about 15 minutes or less before that is on top of you, and there could be some very strong winds out ahead of it as well. So please, in these areas right now, especially from Earlington back to Dawson Springs, anything in that region, Interstate 69, Highway 112, 109, all those spots, we have a large tornado coming up, mile wide at times, and it looks like we have a new picture. We have a Madisonville camera
Madisonville
right now.
tower camera. I tried to orient this out to the west a little bit.
And I'm going to let you comment on that because I cannot see it very well because of the glare of the light here. So
I'll just keep maneuvering the camera around. This is into Madisonville. You see the lightning flashes there. There's a look there at the downtown area, so you want to get into your tornado safe shelter there. And I'm going to orient the camera. You have some buildings here, but as you look out to the west, you're going to look at all the flashes there, and that's where the action is, just out to the west there.
And
At
this
the
is
downtown area
Yeah,
in
this is
downtown Madisonville.
coming out of Madisonville. Now, Randy has new information too about Princeton. This is Kentucky now, Princeton, Kentucky.
Princeton,
Caldwell County.
Kentucky, I'll just be very brief because this has already happened. You guys are very active right now, but this comes from U.S. Storm Watch, and the tornado appears to have just missed downtown Princeton, Kentucky, but it probably hit a neighborhood just south of Princeton, Kentucky, and then moved on out. Major tornado going through there this evening.
All right, thank you, Randy. Well, let's take another look at our camera position here in Madisonville. And I'm going to go ahead as we can take a look at that camera position. But if you're in Dawson Springs, and this is a look into Madisonville, you're seeing quite a bit of lightning here and rain there as well. But if you're in Madisonville, anywhere in Hopkins County, you need to get to your tornado-safe shelter until this storm has cleared. It's already confirmed it could be up to 1 mile wide, which would be considered a large wedge. So you're seeing a lot of bit of rain here, but the worst of it's just out to the west there. But look at the constant flashes there of lightning, along with the updrafts and downdrafts are. So warm out there, but you go up 10, 15,000 feet, that's where the ice is. And to have lightning, you always have to have the component of ice. Let's go back over to Doppler radar. So if you're into Dawson Springs, if you're down into Morton's Gap, and these areas, St. Charles, and then into Madisonville, especially out towards the west end, right over Dawson Springs, the areas here in purple, have already been indicated a confirmed tornado. So it's in downtown Dawson Springs, kind of along US Highway 62 and Interstate 69, and it's moving towards Nortonville, Earlington, and then the west side of Madisonville. And I think they'll carry this warning to cover the entire county here shortly. So Earlington, get out towards the south end, Nortonville, and then even into Graham, into portions there of Muhlenberg County, and just south there of Nebo. Jeff?
Okay, thanks, Byron. And we go back now to the radar pic that we were just looking at with that intense couplet now moving up here across and into Hopkins County, or will be very shortly here. It says this is a county line here at Dawson, and it will continue up toward Earlington. A very broad storm here. We're talking about perhaps 1 to 2 miles in diameter. Let's measure it here and give you an idea on just the sheer size of it. And as we go from top to bottom here, the area affected is about 4 to 5 miles wide. We do a storm track again for this area, and I'm going to go right from the middle of it, and then we'll go straight out here, 50 mile per hour. And I'm going to have to stand on a stool here to get to that. Those times are not going to be right. Let me clear that off. We need a little broader view here in order to get that. So new tornado warnings here. Let's get all these cleared and see what the new information is showing us now. And well, we're not able to do that. Let's try the different thing. I know the problem. I will be right back here. I got to reset something.
Right, if you're in Dawson Springs into Madisonville, we'll see how they evaluate this tornado warning, but it's been on the ground for over 150 miles.
We can go back and take a look at our camera position in Madisonville right now. But the worst of it is right up over Dawson Springs. There's looking to Madisonville. Look at all the lightning there. That's lightning that generally is going between the clouds there. And now, wow, a lot of electricity in the air. If you're in Madisonville, especially out on the west side of town, you want to get to your tornado-safe shelter. Should already be there, but you still have time. Now let's go back to Doppler radar. Dawson Springs, tornado from Princeton all the way up to Dawson Springs, just working towards Madisonville. But the worst of that cell is in downtown Dawson Springs. And then as you work along Highway 109 and racing to the northeast at about 45 to 50 miles an hour. Here's the wide view, and so we do have that. The tornado warning now has been extended, as we expected, Jeff. It now covers portions of McLean, Muhlenberg County, and then all of Hopkins, but especially Madisonville here in the next few minutes.
Okay, Byron, and we also have had a number of new tornado warnings issued out ahead of this. Now Hopkins County completely covered with tornado warnings, and they extend up into McLean County and also northern Muhlenberg County, same areas that had the tornadoes earlier this evening. And now we're talking about a large, dangerous, destructive tornado moving into Madisonville and areas south of that across Hopkins County. Let's look here again at the radar data. I'm going to use the closer radar here, which is actually down at Fort Campbell. And the first thing we want to see, and of course with all these warnings on here, it's kind of difficult to discern, but we have this circulation going right in the middle of it, and very intense winds. That hook showing up pretty prominently. And then if we go back to the velocity or the radar picture, there's the couplet now tracking to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. And this is a dangerous tornado. The National Weather Service calling it a dangerous tornado. Not that all of them aren't, but this one particularly dangerous because of its track record for one, and also the time of day that it's moving in here. So if you have friends and family that live down here in Hopkins County, you need to let them know. I'm going to make one more adjustment to the radar, and while I'm doing that, Randy, what do you have?
Yeah, it seems like a long time ago when the storm came through Muhlenberg County, but we're starting to see some pictures. This is one of them. This comes from a man by the name of Tom Bard. He says he saw fallen trees on the road. This one really got him into trouble. He says he was in western Muhlenberg County around 9:30, less than a mile from home. Must have hit the tree, ended up in the ditch right there. Here's a close-up shot of it. And he says he's going to be okay, but to warn people about the fallen roads across the road all across western Muhlenberg County.
And we have additional tornadoes warnings on the board. Let's go back to Doppler radar. We just can't stress it enough. Dawson Springs, Madisonville, Nortonville, Morton's Gap, Earlington. We can just work the radar here from our position, Madisonville into Nortonville. All areas in purple. You might be, well, what does that mean? It's already a confirmed tornado. Calhoun, as you guys get up into McLean County, Madisonville, we just shouted out Nebo a few minutes ago, right there in the downtown area. And this holds together. We'll be working across into Calhoun, out towards Beech Grove, just north there of Greenville, and then into Centertown in some of these locations. There's a look at the warning. Covers Hopkins, Muhlenberg County, up through northern Muhlenberg County, all of McLean. It's a large wedge on the ground that's been on the ground it's covered 4 states. Getting close perhaps to 175 miles.
Right. I made an adjustment to the radar here just for clarity. Obviously, Byron just showed you and Randy showed you all the warnings, but I want you to look and focus on that tornado itself, which is standing out very prominently here in Hopkins County. There's that tight circulation. We're going to look next for debris, or a debris ball even, and we can't say enough. You've got to get into safety now. There just really isn't any other way to go about this. And as we look at the debris scope here, we will, and we do have a debris ball showing up just to the north now of I-69. This is going to be out close to Hopkins South High School, correct, Byron? Right here off of where you make the turn onto 69 there at Nortonville. That's the debris ball. So this thing is destructive, and if we look at that over time, you're going to see it moving here. Let me loop it real quick. And there's the debris ball moving right along and just north of Interstate 69, right in there. We're going to get a real tight view again to show you who's affected. But now is the time. It's too late. If you haven't gotten to shelter, a better place for shelter than just wherever you are. Get away from windows, wrap in blankets, bicycle helmet on, whatever you have to do, but hopefully you are in a safe place right now, because we are showing debris lofted there by Kentucky State Road 112, and that continues to move to the northeast. There are all the warnings that are in place. We're going to do another track for you. And this is really just unprecedented what we're seeing here tonight, certainly for the month of December. And it'll be interesting tomorrow to kind of see how this all shakes out and what transpired, because we're doing this in real time. It's very difficult to do a lot of post-analysis on what's happening. So first we're going to loop it. There's the tornado on the ground producing damage. Debris ball in the air near South Hopkins High School there at Nortonville, and moving toward Interstate 69. A little closer inspection of it here as we get right into Madisonville, and you can see it's going to just clip Earlington here. It's going to be a real close call. This is very similar to what happened on November 15th, 2005, when we had that EF4 that came through southern Earlington there, just to the south. It'll cross over the old Highway 41, Pennyroyal Parkway, I-69. I don't know the mile markers down here, but if there are any trucks or so forth on the road, they're at high risk of being blown over, as are cars as well. Wind speeds inside of this thing, we're talking about upwards of 100 miles an hour, I would assume. We can query that here and find out exactly. And as we look there at Earlington back to the west, it's showing 50, but out ahead of it, there you go, with 106, 110 mile an hour winds, potentially on the lead edge of this. So already you're into EF2 territory here, probably on the ground. That's academic. The important thing is this is a deadly tornado moving in. You've got to take shelter now. Byron.
Jeff, you mentioned a couple towns. Let's take a look at our velocity where the tornado is. Arlington, Morton's Gap, it's just north there of Nortonville, US Highway 62. South there of Walnut Lane, Richmond Drive, we're calling out some streets there, kind of working along Interstate 69. So Arlington, from about Arlington Elementary down into Morton's Gap, that's where the tornado is, and it's working off to the northeast very quickly. I'll widen the radar out a little bit. Anton, 1058 at Highway 70, and then Madisonville, especially out towards the west end. Sandy at 1108. Midland on the western Kentucky side there at 12 minutes after the hour. So Arlington, Nortonville, Morton's Gap, South Kentucky Avenue, down into the Madisonville area. Get in your tornado safe shelter. Extended the cone out, Sacramento, Bremen, Graham, Greenville, Central City, Centertown. You guys, if this still holds together, would be next. So stay inside, stay in your tornado safe shelter. This is holding together. It's been on the ground for 175 miles perhaps.
And possibly two tornadoes we're talking about over that space of time, but either way, just a major tornado event occurring right now. Byron, swing that Madisonville camera around to the south.
Trying to get some of the rain off of it.
We've got a lot of rain here out to the north of the storm, so it's going to be very difficult.
So you get into Broadway and Main Street, the major thoroughfares there in Madisonville.
It's looking south. And we're still getting that rotation in there. It does look like it has crossed 281 and Highway 41 right now at Earlington, the rotation anyway, and is now quickly moving up on I-69. This thing's moving. I think 50 might be a little too low on the forward speed of it, just based on what we've looked at here. Let's, first of all, let's clear all these warnings off for you, and those are...
Seville camera. This is what everything's going to be rain wrapped. You're not going to be able to see it. So there's so much lightning with it. So it drops the visibility down like you're dealing with some fog. And where all the lightning is all night long, that's where the tornadoes and that's where the winds, the tornadic winds are. So this is just into the downtown area. The tornado's a little bit off to the west, but the lightning flashes here have been increasing, Jeff.
Okay, and we're going to go over to Randy here in a second. Again, just a quick look at the velocity there, and I'm going to switch over here and look at debris because we were seeing a debris ball there earlier, and we still have a signature for debris ball. This would be south of Earlington now. Let me give you the exact distance there from Earlington. That's our point of reference here, and we're looking at about 2 to 3 miles down to just to the south of Earlington is where we have debris showing up now very plainly on our debris detection, and a tighter view here still shows that's heading over towards Central Hopkinsville Road, Morton's Gap. It'll likely pass between Morton's Gap and Earlington, but there could be wind on either side of that, damaging winds too. Randy.
Now from Union County Emergency Management, this is that tornado through Mayfield earlier tonight, thinking about their friends there in Union County, about their friends in Mayfield. They say keep Mayfield first responders in your thoughts and prayers. This is an email EMA has just received. Not a drill. Mayfield EMS has been compromised due to a tornado and have no ambulances. Mayfield Health and Rehab has been hit. Ambulances are needed. Please stage at CFSB Bank in Mayfield and await further instruction. Jeff.
Okay, thanks, Randy. Again, you're looking at the debris ball now with this tornado just about 3 miles south of Arlington. This is a kind of rural, hilly area out here. It's raining, it's dark, you're not going to see anything, so don't look. Go to the basement or get into a safe place now. If you're in a mobile home in southern Hopkins County, go to a neighbor's house, family, public shelter, any place, but you've got to get out as this thing rolls in. We showed you the winds just a moment ago, and I'll do it again now. We had winds of over 106 miles an hour showing up there just a couple of minutes ago. And let me try to switch that out, and I think I'm going to have to reset again. So while I'm doing that, we'll switch over to Byron with an update now on all those warnings there in Hopkins County.
All right, Jeff, we're going to take a look at our camera position here real quickly into Madisonville, because we've talked about we've had an uptick in the lightning strikes out there. They're increasing, but get to your tornado-safe shelter immediately anywhere in Hopkins County, Dawson Springs, especially out towards the west end here in Madisonville. So we'll overlay this now with the Doppler radar, where we're seeing the heaviest rates of rainfall. So this tornado is just about on downtown Madisonville. We're going to keep an eye on our camera position there. Areas there in purple, it's all been confirmed, and we have a tornado warning for McLean County. Ohio County now has been added. Hartford, Beaver Dam, Fordsville, you guys are getting some rain. You have a little bit of time, but please just get your tornado safe shelter, and then because you have an official tornado warning there it's on the ground. Madisonville, Dawson Springs, you get into Arlington, Morton's Gap from Nortonville up to Madisonville, so on the south end of town, and then along Highway 175, Highway 70, we've called out Anton there as well, and then south there of Calhoun into Bremen and Sacramento. But the worst of the storm is just to the south and west of Madisonville at this hour. So that's the latest there on that tornado warning up through McLean, northern Muhlenberg, and then up through stretches of Ohio County. And then we have additional warnings off outside of our area out to the south and west. Jeff?
Okay, and we are literally overloaded with information and warnings coming in, so I did a reset here on the computer. We should be good to go now, and we are showing that couplet right at between Madisonville and Arlington, and that will continue to move to the northeast at about 50 miles an hour. The track of this storm will take it all the way up into the northern edge there of Muhlenberg County, and then eventually into Hartford and also Ohio County too. And the main thing, the main takeaway here tonight is that you've got to be in a safe place right now. No questions asked. The biggest part of the storm is now passing between Madisonville and Arlington. So if you are in those areas, you need to be in shelter immediately and stay there until we give you the all clear, and there will likely be damage. So you don't want to be going out and sightseeing or anything, and even exiting where you're living or taking shelter can be dangerous at this stage. So you want to make sure that you have a flashlight and good boots and so forth on to avoid injury out there. And emergency services are likely going to be limited because of the need here. There are a lot of areas that are getting impacted by this storm right now. So we are starting to see winds there of 94 all the way back to about 60 miles an hour or so. And as we clear that information off, I'm going to zoom it in here now a little closer and do a new storm track here for you in a minute. But it looks like at least the radar signature for the tornado has now passed Madisonville. Let's try another view. This one will come from Evansville's radar, which is going to be shooting through rain, so it's going to be a little harder to see exactly what's going on down there. But we're going to try anyway here, and we'll start with the velocity. Yeah, and the picture that we're looking at the moment was showing that bar through the warning, which indicates a dangerous tornado as flagged by the National Weather Service. So that's what that means, and it does tend to clutter up the screen, I realize, so we'll go back to the other view here in a minute. But we have two sort of super tornado warnings now for southern Hopkins County, and then we still are at risk all the way over now toward Hartford, Centertown, and up into Fordsville. Also, Sacramento, right down here, you are prone as well potentially to a tornado at this time. We are simulcasting on the Western Kentucky stations here, WFMW, WKTG, the Cromwell Group, and also 104 FM WIKY. So hopefully you're able to follow our coverage. We're streaming it on Facebook and also on 14news.com. So you have many ways, hopefully, to get the information here as we go through this unprecedented tornado event for the month of December, especially this late in the month. Back down to Hopkins County we go, and the tornado itself, right in this jumble of warnings. You see the couplet there showing up pretty brightly right now, and that is where we have the damaging wind threat moving across and out of Hopkins County and then up this way. I'm going to put the speed more like 60 miles an hour because I think it's going a lot faster than 50. And we see Millport at 10:57, Gishton 11:01, South Carrollton at 11:05, Livermore 11:09, Centertown 11:13. This is 15, 20 minutes from now, so this is a lot of lead time for the warning. And as we go back here, I also want to show you the pictures of debris, which we were seeing there pretty plainly earlier. And we'll get a little tighter view. Again, just look at that circulation now. When you see that strong curve there and also the very high wind speeds around that, that is extremely concerning. So we go to the debris view now, and we're seeing debris pretty much right up in here where you see that green. Let's look at it a little different way here. We'll go back and then come back into it with a clean view. There we go. And I'm going to use the debris scope instead. I think that'll give us a better picture of what's happening down there. The whole point of this, by the way, is to illustrate the destruction that is possible here out ahead of this storm. And anything that's in the yellows, greens, or blues, which would be up here, that is debris being lofted right now into the upper levels of the atmosphere. It could literally rain debris out there as the tornado cycles through and continues to move to the north. If you're in southern McLean County now, Sacramento, Island, even up to Calhoun, you need to be in shelter for a tornado that is now on the ground and is producing damage as it moves up here into McLean County. Randy, go ahead.
Evansville's not in the thick of this, of course, but we're dealing with some stuff. Here's one thing. Evansville Dispatch reporting right now wires down on Waterworks Road between the LST and 41, wires down on Franklin between Reed and Garfield, and low-hanging wires at 724 South Cullen. We have a crew on the scene. We'll have pictures just as soon as we can get them. So if you see things happening in your vicinity, if you can safely get the pictures, you have many ways to do that. The easiest way to do it, if you haven't already downloaded the 14 First Alert Weather app, do that. Go to that app, scroll all the way down to the bottom, great big logo where you can submit your photos. If you can get those pictures and videos safely, we would love to use them. Thanks.
Okay, and additional warnings, of course, are still on the board here now until 11:45 for the southern half or the northern half there of Ohio County, and until 11:30 for Hopkins and southern McLean counties right now. Let's go back here to that clean view. Hopefully I'll have it here in just a moment, and we will want to look at again, this signature right here, which is where we have that tornado that has caused damage, we believe, and we are looking right now. If you have reports, if you're able to tell us what happened in your communities, especially we're interested in Dawson Springs, Nortonville, Earlington, and areas there just south of Madisonville, or Madisonville too, you can send those. Randy's looking at all of our social media accounts now. 14 News is a good one on Facebook. Also Twitter. You can do it on the 14 First Alert app by submitting your report. And this is where the tornado is right now. We'll do a track from that location.
And that puts it about over Graham there in northern stretches there of Muhlenberg County.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And Gishton as well, and also South Carrollton, Livermore at 11:10, Hartford at 11:13, 11:18, and Rosine at 11:26. Byron.
All right, Jeff, we'll make a few stops here. This is just the base rate reflectivity. Areas are in purple. Tornadoes and reports of tornadoes on the ground for long periods of time covering Madisonville. I'm just showing you the hail component here. When you have ice falling from the sky, you have a well-developed updraft, and you get to Walnut Lane. We talked about Anton, Highway 70, Highway 175, and then as you work just east there at Madisonville and out towards Baldwin Avenue. Look where all the lightning is. The lightning's pretty much followed the tornado. Because that's where the updrafts and downdrafts are. Normally, there's not a lot of electricity. We've had severe weather events as we go through December and the winter months where there's not a lot of lightning, but there's plenty here. It's lit these storms up. So if you're in southern McLean County, south of Calhoun, Sacramento, and then into Bremen, they just highlighted this area, is out towards West Main Street, and if you get out towards Livia and Livermore, out along the Rough River, Centertown, Highway 85, right along Gishton, and then U.S. Highway 62, and then out towards Hartford and Beaver Dam. So I'm looping the electricity component here of the radar, and then we're using the lift here to show the 3D environment up to 30,000 feet, and look at all the electricity of the air. And you see where it kind of looks like you're flipping a lighter there. Now that's where the updrafts and downdrafts are, and you see the bright colors are, and that's where all the action is, and you have rain around the spinning core, and that's where you have the tornado that's been on the ground for some time. And Jeff, we're also keeping an eye on this cold front. A lot of storms are along the front. Hopefully they'll be in a weakening fashion as they draw closer, but the setup is east of St. Louis and then out into southeast Missouri. There's plenty of more severe thunderstorm and radar-indicated tornado warnings outlined here in red.
Okay, thanks, Byron. We also had a report here on Twitter from Chris Cronley that a large rain-wrapped tornado just crossed I-69 between Earlington and Morton's Gap. Now that was filed at 10:50, so 10 minutes ago, and that is consistent with what we've been showing you here on the radar. I wanted to take some of this down. We're going to look back at the debris field again, or the debris potential. You see a very hot return right in there. That's possibly debris as well. And as we go back to the debris scope, what you'll see over this way is a debris ball, and this is out just to the north. It's right on the county line now between Hopkins and Muhlenberg counties, and just to the south there of Sacramento. We'll get a tighter view on it here. We'll kind of box it in, and that is definitely debris. For location purposes here, we're talking about a location here about 3 miles to the south of Sacramento, and from Gishton it's back about 5 miles, and it will move between those two cities coming up here into southern McLean County. Again, a dangerous tornado here as reported by the National Weather Service, and it continues to roll along. As we put it into motion, you can see where it passed over I-69 and is now racing to the north at perhaps 60 miles an hour, and will continue its trek there as it crosses through northern Muhlenberg and then into Ohio counties. And I'm going to check yet another radar feed here and see if we have any additional information that we can pass along. And
Sacramento, Bremen, south there of Livia and Livermore, southern stretches there of McLean County, up to about McLean County High School, 136 as you run off to the east, and then it points to the south there. So you want to stay in your tornado-safe shelter down through Sacramento, and then as you go into northern stretches there of Muhlenberg County, up towards Centertown, Hartford, and some of those locations, Jeff.
Okay, Byron, and again, more warnings stacking up here. I should mention, we're not going to go up there and look just right now, but Knox, Davies, and Martin counties, we have severe thunderstorm warnings up there, and we'll try to get to that in a moment. But right now, our most dire situation is this tornado moving between Sacramento and Gishton now, and quickly moving up there toward Ohio County. Let's look at the roads in that area. This one is 181 for reference. Our interceptor is out right now. I'm not sure which direction he is headed. We will get some information and a live update there from Brady Williams. And
Kentucky. We're keeping it in, it's on the rainy side of the system right now.
Okay, so they're on the backs of the safer side of it, but clearly that's going to be the story here of the night. One of the many stories is Hopkins County and now potentially northern Muhlenberg County as this strong couplet continues to move across. The winds in there have really not eased off at all. We're still looking at winds there on the lead edge of it of over 80 miles an hour, and in some cases perhaps closer to 100, which would be indicative of at least an EF2 tornado if it in fact is still on the ground. One other piece of context that we can give here to the weather story is the storm reports, what has come in since we've started tracking all of this. And right now the reports have not populated here for Hopkins County, but they will be forthcoming here pretty soon. Randy has some new pictures of damage.
Yeah, I want to let you know that Brady Williams is heading to Central City. They had damage there tonight, so he'll take his time, make his way down there safely, and then we'll be able to report what he sees once he gets down here. This happens to be a picture of the courthouse in Mayfield, Kentucky. You saw that massive tornado that went through there. I don't know how many trees were on the grounds of the courthouse. I've never been to Mayfield, Kentucky courthouse, but you can see that some of those trees out front are just absolutely shredded. There's damage to the roof that you can see right there. This came in from the judge executive there in the county.
And they use for damage indicators with tornadoes, the trees there. You can see when it's getting snapped here, you go up a little bit of the tree, and some folks think that's straight line winds. It's not the case. And you see a little perspective here, but this gives me an indication when the bark's ripped off the tree. I don't have the benefit of daylight, but it kind of fits where this tornado has been tracking for a long period of time. And then damage, of course. That's why I always tell folks, the top part will take the damage. You're closer to the upper level winds. You want to get to the ground floor. Let the outside take the damage, be in the basement, middle part of the house. Or if you have a basement, but if you don't have a basement, interior floor, we told folks you have a second, third story apartment, get on the ground floor. Sometimes you cut a deal with a neighbor to wait these storms out. You know that's a very solid structure. They build these courthouses, but quite a bit of damage there. And of course, you don't want to be out in the elements there.
Excellent information. Probably no one inside the courthouse tonight, but if they were on that first floor, it looks to me like they'd be okay.
Yes, and I want to call out a few other areas. So if we can go up to Doppler radar, so we have no official warning for a few of these areas, but you get into Union County and then also into Webster County. You got a pretty good cell down through south and west here of Dixon. So we'll first go into, you get into Centertown, Island, Livermore. We've called out these towns here on US 431, south here of Calhoun, and then down into Sacramento. That's up where the areas out that Jeff mentioned in purple here. Island, Highway 85, 431, down towards Livermore. And I'm going to work the radar back, Blackford, and then into Providence. Pretty good cell here. We'll see what the National Weather Service does with this one. Is it spins down west there of Blackford along Highway 109, down towards Dixon and Clay, State Road 138. So it gets into Wheatcroft 1121, Clay at 1124. That's south and west there of Dixon as you get outside there of just south and west there of Webster County. So there's a few other cells that we're looking at that possibly could become tornadic.
Okay, and I'm looking at the debris now that's being lofted by this storm that is currently passing north of Gishton and along just south here of Sacramento. So we're getting a pretty clean signature there for debris, and as that continues to move to the north, it's going to enter into Ohio County, passing here just to the north of Centertown, and let's do a track on that. Now, based on the current radar, it shows a forward motion of only about 40 miles an hour, which still seems kind of slow to me, but I'm going to go ahead and we'll track it a little bit faster than that to give you a little more lead time on where this is and where it will go. And as we mentioned, there's Stroud at 1106, Point Pleasant 1111, Centertown at 1117. Bear in mind that this cone gets broader as you go out because there's uncertainty with how that tornado is going to behave. So there are many cities in here that may not have any sort of impact from a tornado, but that's just safety more than anything else. But this area here over southern Muhlenberg County, or southern McLean County, northern Muhlenberg, is getting the brunt of it right now with that debris ball clearly showing up and moving to the northeast there toward to the areas north of Centertown. So anything down here from 431, it's just about to Highway 431 now, US 431, which goes from Utica up there right here all the way down through western Kentucky. As it crosses that landmark, then it will be headed more toward the outskirts there of Centertown. So please keep this in mind that we are talking about a significant tornado still, and we have more warnings now coming on the screen. Let's try to clear those out. And as we do that, we had some additional warnings back to our west. This is actually the dangerous tornado warning for southern McLean, northern Muhlenberg. It's been whittled down just a little bit to lop off portions of Hopkins County. And then the other new tornado warning actually covers areas to our east. It does touch southern Hancock County, which would be right in here, and then moves on out into Breckinridge County, the next one to our east and out of the 14 News viewing area. So that's what's up with that. Let's look at the wind data again. And that has shown us a lot of information there, including this still kind of a hook type circulation there moving in as well. As you would expect with a big tornado, you're going to see that radar signature. A couple new warnings to look at. One is down here just out of the area in Crittenden County, and we have additional severe thunderstorm warnings now starting to move into southern Illinois. This, by the way, is probably the last leg down on this event. That is ahead of the cold front. I don't see anything west of that. So we're still talking about 2 to 3 more hours for that to cross all the way through. But these are also producing tornadic storms. You go up here to Effingham, which is north of I-70, and you see yet another tornado producing storm potentially there. So lots and lots going on here, but our main emphasis, at least here for the next half hour or so, is going to be over western Kentucky, and in particular southern McLean County, northern Muhlenberg, and now western Ohio County as that crosses over the county line. Lots of lightning out there. As Byron noted, that tornado with the twist and the turn and so forth, the turbulence in the atmosphere is generating a lot of energy and electricity as well. We are broadcasting our coverage across western Kentucky over the Madisonville stations, WFMW and WKTG, the Cromwell Group, and also 104 FM WIKY. And you please share your information. You're doing a great job here this evening keeping us posted with what's happening in your community. It's the best way we can fully tell this big weather story tonight as we look across the Midwest. And actually that tornado watch has cleared now in areas west of I-69, which is encouraging but in Kentucky, but I would still be on my guard here as we move ahead. And that graphic may not be correct either with the Paducah being down. But anyway, that's the latest we have. Byron.
Okay, Jeff, we are going to take a look at a moment at the lightning component, because a lot of times the lightning will set up on the northeast section of the supercell, but this seems to be riding right along the updraft and downdraft region, which sometimes can be the case. So again, Hartford, Beaver Dam, 231, as you work up towards Centertown, Livermore, 431, Utica, southern Davis County, Utica, up into Whitesville, Highway 54, Highway 431, just south there of Owensboro, Mosleyville, you're going to run into some heavy rates of rainfall. So if you're along 431, 136, of course, Interstate 165, that's where the tornado is set up. And then from points east there, right up over Island, as you get into West Main Street, look at all the electricity in the air. What I can do with the radar, we can loop that. So where the lightning is, I've learned that's where the action is, mostly Hartford, Centertown, and then up towards Dundee. Look at all the strikes here. Usually the apex of our lightning season is April, May, June, July, even into August, not December. But it just shows you this is an out-of-season experience, almost what you would see as you start off the spring severe weather season. We have a severe thunderstorm warning. We were monitoring Webster County for perhaps that tornado warning being carried over. It's been supplanted there with the severe thunderstorm warning. Jeff will break that down in a moment. Let's take a look at Dixon, Blackford. I saw the lightning start to pile up there. Providence down into Clay. This where the strikes are, as Jeff illustrated. Severe thunderstorm warning and tornado warning, you do the same thing. You stay inside. Randy showed you the damage to the courthouse to our south and west down in Mayfield, damage to a major structure, to a courthouse there, so you want to be indoors. So that's the latest there, the latest warning, Jeff. Webster County, and then as you go up, we have from the National Weather Service in Indy, Knox County from Vincennes up towards Bicknell and Bruceville, you have a tornado warning. I want to call that out, and I'll turn it back over to you, Jeff.
All right, Byron, and that just came in here while you were talking. I was looking at that information. So let's, we've pretty thoroughly covered Western Kentucky. You know you need to be in shelter in McLean County, northern Muhlenberg in Ohio, and now Hancock County. Let's spend some time here talking about the northern edge of the tri-state and also the northwestern corner, because we're getting a string now of tornado warnings that may potentially move into Wayne County, up around Fairfield, and then Clay, Richland, and Lawrence there along US 50. So the tornado warning that just came down for Knox County is within a severe thunderstorm warning. And as Byron just said, you know, you got to treat these things like tornado warnings tonight. You can quickly see rapid intensification in these storms and go from severe weather, severe wind to tornado in a very short period of time. We're going to look at the wind velocity there. We have a strong couplet again showing up this time north of Vincennes. That would be out toward Bicknell there along State Road 67. Westphalia is along there. Also Marco Lyons, that would be a little farther up into Greene County. And of course Bicknell, we mentioned that before. That tornado, potential tornado, is tracking along and just north of State Road 67. So that's the first tornado warning that came in. And then the second severe thunderstorm warning was the one Byron just mentioned over Webster County. And within this storm, already we're seeing yet another hook back here. So that is a big concern right now as well. Looking at the wind data, velocity data, we'll go to that, and we are getting a couplet there. It would not surprise me at all to see yet another tornado warning issued there on Webster County, and in looking at the way everything is coming together, that would be moving up toward Dixon and also through central Webster County, just to the north of Providence. Providence, no stranger to tornadoes. 2003, we had a major tornado in Providence, I believe at F3 at that time, which did significant damage to the community. So, you know, this is yet another tornado coming into, a potential tornado coming into Webster County. Take shelter if you're in any of these cities, Virginia, Clay, Listman, Jolly, Dixon, Wanamaker. Go to cover now. Just assume that it will become a tornado warning, even though we're looking at severe thunderstorm warning now. And then finally, another tornado warning. This is the same one that has been redefined now for northern Knox County, and that does include areas north of Vincennes. So basically along State Road 67. So once you make the turn off of 41, you're into Westphalia and then into Bicknell, and it goes on up that way here into the northern part of the county. All of those areas are at risk right now for a tornado, and you see a very intense rotation right in there as well. We can check that for debris. I believe we're still close enough to the radar that that might be good data to check out, so we will. And as we go up here, again, this is along State Road 67. That's a little noisier, harder to call on whether there is debris in the air and a tornado on the ground. So the best advice is to treat it as such and to move to shelter now. And finally here, we're going to go over to Randy in just a second. I did want to show you quickly what's coming in now to southern Illinois. This is the last line, by the way, and it will be affecting Clay and possibly northern Wayne County. It's out of our area now here in Jefferson County and then up there towards Salem, but it will continue to move to the east. And we go over to Randy now with some new information. Randy.
Yeah, just real quick, Jeff, before and after, we talked about the Graves County Courthouse in Mayfield, of the big tornado that went through there. This is a before And this is an after tonight. The top of that courthouse is gone. The back portion of the roof is gone. Those trees that adorn the courtyard grounds there, gone. To make Byron's point, if you were in the first floor, you would be okay. If you were on the second, third, upper floors, you would not be okay. You can see these side by side right here. What a difference.
Yeah, and because you get closer to you have a tall structure, you're part of the updraft there, so it's safest, the winds will be a little higher, the second, third, fourth story, and you go up and it's a solid structure out there, and so you always, you just let the outside take the damage. You want to be in the middle part of the house, middle part of the structure. Basement's the best place to be, and then cover up, and so everybody is all right from this vantage point. And then, of course, if you're outdoors, you see you don't have the benefit of much light here, but it looks like bark ripped off a tree there. That's an indication that the changes from evaluating tornadoes. That's usually a good indication when you have bark ripped off a tree that's been sucked up into the storm.
Yeah, just powerful. Jeff?
Okay, and that really tells the story better than almost anything else that we can show you as the actual pictures that's actually happened underneath all of these very concerning radar pictures that we've been streaming to you tonight. The bigger picture now, of course, we've got the tornado warning in Webster County, continuation of tornado warnings across Ohio, southern Hancock County, and then a new tornado warning up there in Knox County. I want to basically just kind of run the table here. So we're going to start out in Webster County, and I will pinpoint here where we have the strongest rotation. I believe the radar out of Fort Campbell again will give us a little better picture because it's not shooting through quite as much heavy rain and other obstructions. And from that, we're going to look at the wind. And right there is the tornado signature that prompted the warning, and based on that and a motion to the northeast at about 40 to 45 miles per hour, that's going to place it right up here along Interstate 69 in the next 20 minutes or so. Wanamaker at 11:38, Poole at 11:41, Slaughters at 11:44, and Roberts at 11:48. Those would all be, Roberts in particular and Slaughters are very close here to I-69. So if you're in Webster County, even southern Henderson County up there around Poole, you need to be in shelter now and staying there until we give you the all clear. And we haven't given many all clears tonight, I realize, but we've had just this cascade of warnings coming across the screen. Let's clear that off, and from that I want to look at debris, or the potential for it, and for that purpose we're going to use our debris tool again. And this is not as clear-cut as the other storm was, but there's a potential there for some lofted debris or other objects now moving in here toward Dixon and right along Old Highway 41 there coming down toward Providence. Providence seems to be out of the path, but just north there, more toward Dixon is where we're seeing the greatest concern right now. From that, we're going to go over here just a couple notches to the other warnings, our longest running warning this evening, which is the one that was still in effect for now just Ohio County and the southern tip of Hancock County right up here. And there's that strong, strong return again right at Hartford, or just to the north of it there, between Hartford and Beaver Dam, and Beta would be on the north. So Hartford, Beaver Dam, anything there along 231, you're getting the brunt of the wind right now. Let's also screen it here for debris and see what we're going to find there between Hartford and Beta. That is an intense debris signature right now. That would be between Beaver Dam and Hartford. So you got an elementary school there. Of course, you got two towns very close together. Byron, very familiar with this area as well.
You're in Eagle Country there. The Ohio County High School and the middle school are right there, and then Beaver Dam Elementary to the north. But I want to highlight a couple areas here, Jeff. You get into the tornado warning right up over Dixon and Clay. So if you're along, we're going to shout out some highways. 132, it's kind of a windy road there, and some 132, Highway 270. This is from Dixon, from Clay Elementary, just south there of the downtown area. You get up towards Webster County's High School, then State Route 138 up to about the courthouse. So that area there, 132 from Clay up to Dixon, and then just north there of Providence. Boy, big bullseye across that area. Widen it out. Seabree and the line of fire there, and then Slaughters off to the west. Keep in mind there in Slaughters, you're vulnerable to some flooding there in some of the low spots. Highway 270 west, and then along Highway 630. Then we'll work the radar up. You get up towards Vigo. This is in northern Knox County. You get up towards Busserin, Bruceville, Bicknell, just north there of downtown Vincennes. Sanborn, I believe there as you cross the county line, just east there of Bruceville. You know what? This is encouraging, though, from Busserin, Bruceville, that's north there of Vincennes along Highway 58. And then as you work up towards Sanborn, I believe that's up towards northern stretches there of Greene County, outside of our county of responsibility. Dixon, Wanamaker Pool there at 1145, Highway 56, kind of just working the radar back down just north there of Providence into Webster County. We've called out that storm, Jeff. They have overlaid that with a tornado warning for all of generally into Webster County.
Okay, Byron, and again, that debris ball or debris signature showing up there, passing just to the north of Hartford, and also it would be just to the north of Hartford, so Beaver Dam there a little bit more south. So just for your bearings, Beta would be to the north, Hartford south, and this will likely be crossing the Natcher Parkway here in the next couple of minutes. In fact, it already has there. The data did refresh, so we'll move the scope over here a little bit more to see where that is now, and it is this is debris now that we're showing on the radar. It is has just passed the Natcher Parkway and is continuing out into the open areas there of Ohio County. Several new tornado warnings coming up on the screen here. Let's check and see where those are. And I think we've covered almost all of them. Of course, the tornado warning there within the severe thunderstorm warning for northern Knox County. Byron just did the rundown on that for you. It's basically following State Road 67. And then we have the Hartford storm here. This is the other one that I was just showing you, the debris ball there that had moved to the east of 165 or the Natcher Parkway. And then finally we have another tornado warning, which we just covered pretty thoroughly in central Webster County there in coming into Dixon right now. There's the strongest winds showing up. Let's go back to just the static or the live view, and as we do that, we can look at some of the wind information coming in here, and that's showing winds of over 100 miles an hour have just crossed over the interstate there in Ohio County. There's 116. So even though this is off the ground by a fair margin, maybe a couple 3,000 feet, you are talking about some major winds, and it's also being supported by winds aloft in the atmosphere up at about 4,000 or 5,000 feet. So these storms have tapped into that, and that has given them a long life there across western Kentucky. Let's see if we have any new storm reports. These may be scarce with the Weather Service offline right now, because that is where these come from, but they will eventually populate the screen in this area here that has already seen a tornado come through. And from that, we go back here to the regular picture, which is just straight radar data. And our next leg down will be the line there that is now almost up to Interstate 57. It's 11:30 right now. Quick estimate would be that based on the motion of this last line, we should be in the clear sometime in the neighborhood of 2 to 3 a.m. across the tri-state. Western Kentucky, though, not by any stretch are we in the clear, and just because the storms have stopped, there still is debris, there's disruption, power outages, and the like. So this is going to be an ongoing story and disruption for many days after this, and perhaps weeks as well in some of the harder hit communities. The two tornado warnings that are down here now are affecting pretty large areas right now. Let's see how many people are within each area, and as we do that, you'll see the numbers populate the screen here. You'll get a double on that one over Webster County because of the tornado warning within a severe thunderstorm warning, but you've got about roughly 7,000 to 10,000 folks in the path of that storm. If you combine the two, obviously there's going to be some overlap, but in any case, that's a large number of families and people who are under these storms right now, and we hope that you've gotten word you're safe and so forth down there. The other warning over here in Ohio County still has about 10 to 12 minutes left on it. Let's go to this, and then I believe we have a live interview here with Randy. The Ohio County warning will go here for another 20 minutes, about 10,000 people in the path. Randy, we don't have Randy yet? All right, we will go back to me then. And let's clear that information off the screen and do some quick tracking here. Again, I want to just kind of focus on Webster County, and then we'll shoot back up there to Vincennes and northern Knox County too. So to do this, we're going to look at the radar's velocity data, and you see that very strong couplet again. We've seen a lot of these tonight that are just textbook examples of the couplets, the things we study with radar in order to be able to do this in this situation, and that is possibly containing debris as well. So let's look at the debris scope. And again, we are just now on top of Dixon, which is one of the more populous cities in Webster County. They're up with Providence and perhaps Clay. The debris signature not quite as frightening as it was earlier, and not as pronounced as the one that we saw there to our east over in Ohio County. So let's we'll go back to Ohio County and screen for debris one more time. And as we do that, I'm seeing a couple of things here. When I look at it at kind of a distance, you can really see that circulation tightening up right now. The tornado warning has been trimmed down now. It's basically areas east of the Natcher Parkway. And a quick look for debris will show us in that region, which is now out here over a more rural area to the east of Hartford. Still a strong debris signature right now showing up, and that's going to move out here toward Olayton and south of Fordsville as it goes to the east at about 40 miles per hour. So these storms continue to move through and create damage in their wake. Byron.
All right, Jeff, we'll make a couple quick stops here. You get into Dixon and Clay, then we'll throw it over to Randy here in a moment. So if you're in Dixon along 132 into downtown Dixon or out towards Clay, I'm looping the radar. We're also keeping an eye on the line between here and St. Louis, Mount Vernon, Illinois. Still some thunderstorms on that line as you get up towards Interstates 55, 57 there. So we'll monitor that. And we have that tornado warning there for Knox County. So we're keeping an eye on Hartford, and then as you work out towards Fordsville, some of these locations, Owensboro and Davis County, you guys are getting some steady rates of rainfall there. Also keeping an eye on Beech Grove. That's in right along the Green River as you get up into the northwestern section there of McLean County. So Seabreed 1134, and then into Beech Grove at 1147. That's north there of Calhoun, and then Seabreed Station at 1139. Dundee, Fordsville, and then in Rosine. Still, if you're into Dundee there, you need to get your tornado-safe shelter there. And so that's the latest there. And then we work it back into Dixon, State Road 138, and that's over Poole, and then into Seabreed there along Highway 56.
Okay, thanks, Byron, for running the table there for us. And again, Ohio County still showing debris there, now moving to the east of the Natcher Parkway. The latest data here would take it right along a couple of roads there. We're going to check out and show those roads for you in just a second. And as we do that, you'll have at least a little more of a landmark on where that is. That would be along Kentucky, State Road 69, and heading up here closer to 878, which would be a little bit more to the east of Beaver Dam and also the other area, Hartford. So as we watch that move out, bear in mind it'll be moving, it looks like south now of Hancock County. There could still be damaging winds, by the way, in Hancock, but the debris that we're looking at right now is clearly showing up there as this strong couplet and return. And remember, this storm has been on the ground at least one or possibly two now for over 180 miles. So this is a a classic long track, strong tornado that we're looking at on the radar here tonight. And then on a broader view here, we will go back to the regular radar returns for you. And that line that's moving up here toward I-57, we had a lot more warnings on it earlier. Some of those have cleared now. It'll be interesting to see if that line still has energy to continue or if it begins to weaken a little bit as it moves to the east. We have an additional severe thunderstorm warning there out just to the north now of Cape Girardeau. So that's way out of the viewing area. And then we have plenty of problems of our own here with 3 tornado warnings now in effect. The one in Knox County just cleared. That's interesting. I guess that storm has now completely moved out. And then we have the additional tornado warnings down there in Webster County. Let's move the radar up just a bit into the northern section here of the tri-state, and for that we're going to look at a little different picture here. We haven't looked at the Indianapolis radar, which would be shooting down into our northern counties, and right now we have no warnings anywhere that are active, so that is a good thing. The newest tornado warning here back to the west and north of Fairfield. Let's see where that one takes us. Actually, this is a redefined Ohio County tornado warning that we were just notified for there. Additional thunderstorms still coming up, and we're going to look at the composite radar for that, and still a pretty solid line of thunderstorms there back to the west. As we go into the next few hours, it'll be interesting to see how everything finally winds down, and it will wind down. The bigger view here showing that next very large severe thunderstorm warning covering areas that are just to the west of I-57. The last leg here of the storm system extending all the way down to southwestern Arkansas and will continue to move there to the east. And Randy has some new information. Randy.
Yeah, I just want to make an observation. I've been following a lot of our social media accounts and looking at the work of a lot of weather professionals like yourselves. And truly, professionals like you all are not given to hyperbole, and there's no hyperbole tonight, but just the language that's being used to describe this event tonight. This comes from one particular site talking about the debris ball, the debris field. They've measured it at 3.69 miles. Here's Central City. Here's Bremen, Muhlenberg County.
So that's from Sacramento and then into Bremen. So it's a debris ball, if you will, there from about Bremen and then south there of Sacramento Elementary School. As Jeff's talked about, you don't see this very often. So as you get into southern stretches there of McLean County and then down towards Bremen, just to the west there, out towards the school there, you see the different pixels. Doesn't look very pretty. And then south and west, well, maybe it does because it is the season, but that's a debris ball there. And that's all the technology in Doppler radar. You can detect this. Years ago, you weren't able to do this. It's the dual polarization of Doppler radar. And so a lot of times we get these radar indicated tornado warnings, and we want confirmation. We can do more now with the radar. Of course, the pictures help tell the story as well, but then we have confirmation with the Doppler radar as well. The National Weather Service has these tools as well.
A long track tornado, if there ever was one. Do you remember when and where it started? Because it isn't finished yet.
Well, it's 4 states. So
Yeah.
you go back, it covered portions there of Arkansas, Missouri, call it West Tennessee, and then into western Kentucky. So you put it in historical perspective, you know, in 2005, the November 6th, it was the longest tornado in the country that year. It was on the ground for 42 miles.
Yeah.
Most tornadoes are on the ground for just a mile or two. So this fit, folks, when we talked about the slight, enhanced, bump up to a moderate risk, you get into long-lived tornadoes. Folks have the lead time for that. And this is just the technology. On Jeff will speak, when we started in the business, you only had 3 to 4 minutes.
Right.
And sometimes you can have 15 to 20 minutes, and that just shows, and then with the spotter network, the value of all the tools that we have.
And it's not over yet.
No.
All right. Byron, thanks. Jeff?
And you know, Byron has been emphasizing the 4 states that it's crossed through. If you recall, 1925, March the 18th, the tri-state tornado started near Sikeston, Missouri, crossed through Illinois, and wound up near Princeton, Indiana. It was on the ground 218 miles, give or take. And it was a world record. And we are looking at an event here tonight. I'm not saying that it will be as bad as that, but comparable to it in terms of longevity. And we'll have to find out what the strength ultimately was of this tornado, or these tornadoes, as they move through. There will be a lot of damage surveys going on here for the next probably couple of weeks, given all the action that we've seen here this evening here on December the 10th, and now going into the 11th here very soon. Tornado warnings just off to our west. We have a couple of new ones there. It looks like they've issued now for Spencer and Davis County. That would include the city of Owensboro. So again, we're looking at the same cell that was up here in Webster County, now projected to move on toward Davis County, and our second most populous city in the tri-state, Owensboro, no stranger to tornadoes either, and cool season tornadoes. January 3rd, 2000, we had an EF3 that came right through downtown or south of downtown Owensboro, and happened late in the afternoon. I'm not saying that this is what's going to happen tonight, but it's certainly plausible given the way the radar looks right now and what we've seen so far tonight. So let's dig into what's happening now and what could happen over the next 30 to 40 minutes. So first of all, there is the signature that has triggered that warning, and we're going to check it first for debris, and then we will do a track on it. And the debris field right now, or debris signature, not really showing up at that view. So we're going to go back here to the other view, and we will do a simple storm track on this, starting down here in southern Webster County and then moving up toward Owensboro. And again, there's the likely hook or the area that triggered the tornado warning. And now we're going to do a track. And so we will start from where the tornado is indicated on the radar and go out here to the northeast. And assuming a forward motion of about 50 miles an hour, it will reach Beech Grove at 11:43, Hebbardsville at 11:51, and then into Owensboro just after midnight. So if you're in Owensboro right now, you've got to go ahead and get into shelter for safety's sake. You've got some time here, but not much. So it's already 20 till 12, maybe 15, 20 minutes to get into shelter, assuming that tornado moves all the way up. And we're going to clear that off. And then I want to dig in closer to where this storm is.
Seabury and Beech Grove, what I'm looking at here in some of the velocity data.
Yeah, we'll pull that up right now. So again, here's Owensboro up here. The storm itself, based on its current motion, moving at about 50, could get all the way up here into Owensboro in less than 20 minutes, about 20-ish minutes. It'll be on the outskirts of town there if it holds together. Let's examine the storm itself. And as Byron said here, we're calling out Seabury, which is where it is located right now. And what we're seeing here is a pretty well-defined couplet again. Wind speeds in here probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 80 to 100 miles an hour. Let's look at the velocity data here, and we're just going to touch on a couple of these pixels to get an estimate of the wind speeds in there. And you're seeing 80s showing up in here. And again, I'm just doing this out here on a big screen. If I had a mouse, I could really hone in on it. But the point is, you've got some intense wind. It is rotating. And the next question is whether or not we have debris showing up. So let's check the debris detection tool. And in near Slaughters there, nothing showing up just yet, okay? But that could certainly change if that thing gets a little more organized. So we're going to clear that off. Let's put the wind picture here into motion, and then we're going to swing over there to Randy in just a second. This will clip the northern edge, by the way, of McLean County. So Beech Grove, you're on alert right now, and then into West Louisville, and then eventually either Sargo, Owensboro, or maybe even Mosleyville, depending on whether or not it holds on the current path. Randy, what are you looking at now?
All right, this is a Facebook post that just came in from a Kevin Thompson, and this is Bremen. We were just talking about Bremen, Kentucky, and that massive debris field. This was taken from their back porch, and you can see with the flash of lightning, the tornado there in the background. What a frightening video.
Oh, and it's illuminated by the lightning, and all night long the lightning has been where the updraft and downdraft is. Everything is being funneled into the upper level winds out there. That's a large wedge. You can see the steering winds are a little bit greater aloft, which has kind of fit the bill tonight, and it's being illuminated. We do have an advantage. I mean, if you're on your back porch and you're at a safe vantage point, it does illuminate these storms. I know in February 2017, and wintertime, you don't have much daylight. But look at all the lightning, a tremendous amount of
We're
lightning.
going to find out that there's a lot of photography on this tornado.
again.
Bremen.
I'm sorry? Bremen.
Bremen, is that correct?
Oh, Bremen. Okay, so yeah.
So from Sacramento down into Bremen. So if you're in the areas right now of Beech Grove, in Seabury, we've highlighted a few of these areas. And Jeff, what do you have?
Okay, we'll go back to the radar now because we still have other tornado producing storms potentially moving across northern McLean County and into Davis County there. Owensboro, you need to be locked down right now in a safe place and prepared as this moves in and across the western half of Davis County. So that'll be from out here at West Louisville up to Owensboro and then on to the east. The warning extends all the way up even into southern Spencer County here. That's going to go until 12:30. And in addition to that, we have a tornado warning still hanging on here until 11:45. That's going to clear in just a couple of minutes, and as will that severe thunderstorm warning. But the tornado warning now for Owensboro, we're going to pay particular attention to that one. We have pretty well seen this entire cycle the tornado now through Owensboro, Ohio County. So let's reset here and just look and focus primarily on Davis County and Owensboro. And as we do that, I'm going to use the Evansville radar, and we're going to be looking at it with velocity only. And that is the radar indicated signature there for the tornado that you're seeing there back to the south and west of Owensboro. The timing on this, we're still looking as this moves now into northern McLean County and then up toward Owensboro, a possible arrival time there of about 12:09. So that's still about 20 minutes from now. And in addition to that, we have new warnings starting to come in from the west. Byron.
I know, Jeff. We're going to call out a few areas. So the worst of the tornado, and we just saw the tornado down in Bremen. If you get into Beech Grove, northwestern stretches there of McLean County as the Green River meanders around there, and down through Seabury, it's moving off to the northwest. So the worst of it, we have a radar indicated tornado, or it would be in Beech Grove. Where is it going next? Well, all night long with the upper level winds. We've talked about it at 3, 6, 9, 12, all the way up to 8,000 feet. As we've talked all the way up to about 3, 4 this morning, the winds will be at 50 to 90 miles an hour. So where's it going? Beech Grove. See a little signature here, West Louisville, Mosleyville. You get out towards Diamond Lake. St. Joe, we already had reports there earlier when the storms were developing out towards Niagara. They just cleared State Road 56 and just into Seabury. It's still officially in there for Poole. So the National Weather Service has cut back on the tornado warning there out towards West Louisville, and then Owensboro and Davis County. Beech Grove there, 11:49. West Louisville at midnight. Mosleyville at 12:07. As you work into those areas along Highway 81, western stretches there of Davis County get out towards the west end. And then does include Rio and Rockport, Maceo, Philpott, Highway 154. And then as you work along the Audubon Parkway, and then along Highway 40 there. So we'll get a look into Beech Grove. It has pushed there out towards Roberts and then West Louisville. Not as much lightning as we had earlier, but I'll go back and check that component of the radar in a moment. So definitely into western Davis County, up to about the post office. You get out towards Apollo High School, and then down through Highway 81, Mosleyville, and some of those areas, and then all the way Highway 56, and then the Audubon Parkway.
Okay, thanks, Byron. And as we look now at our most recent storm track here, again, just to emphasize these times, Owensboro, second most populous city in the tri-state. Arrival time there sometime around midnight or shortly after if the storm holds together. We'll clear that and look at an animation here or a loop of how that's going to behave as it comes across. This particular signature not showing up quite as prominently as it was, which is a good thing. Ohio County, you are now in the clear, at least for the time being. That tornado warning has cleared for you, but we still have some time to go on this other one now over in Davis County and northern McLean County. Also southeastern Henderson County, just a little sliver there down to the south of Niagara, Roberts, and Hebertsville, but it looks like it will track closer to West Louisville, maybe Sargo up here, and then into Owensboro there out on the west end by the airport, Apollo High School, US 60 there, and those areas there on the west side of Owensboro. Let's check these new tornado warnings. I believe this will be the one that just cleared. We'll check, yeah, and it has, that's the back edge of it has been knocked off. You see it just dropped off, and that was in Webster County, and then the other tornado warning that triggered there is covering the one that we're talking about right now. So that's the Owensboro, Davis County one right now. That circulation kind of fanning out right now. It's hard to say if it will hold together as a tornado as it moves in, but we are treating it as a tornado given all the other tornadoes that we've had this evening across western Kentucky. The hook or the inflow behind it there, which would trigger that rotation, is still showing up just along the Henderson Davis County line now. To the south of that, we're pretty well reduced to just regular old rain and thunderstorms. Still a fair amount of lightning out there. I'm going to put the lightning back on the screen here so you can see that. And that is, of course, is a good indicator of whether a storm is getting stronger or weaker. And as we put this into an animation or a loop, you'll be able to see areas that are pulsing up, which is down here, the storm that just left Ohio County. The one moving into Davis County, not nearly as much lightning, which would tell us, at least at first blush, probably weaker, but still hazardous as it comes in. And then back to our west, the final line of storms now coming up to Interstate 57. So that's still a few hours out for the tri-state. In a best case scenario, it would fizzle, but I'm not counting on that as it moves to the east. That's still about 80 miles to our west. So we got a couple hours until it's right up here along Interstate 69. Byron.
Well, Jeff, you made a good point. There's not as much lightning with this. So that's an indication. You want to be in your tornado safe shelter. It's late at night, so a good place to be. Just to be safe, but we can take our dual polarization of Doppler radar and inspect this. So all green here, so no convergence here in Beech Grove out towards West Louisville, but it's a tornado warning and some broader circulation here. So I'm going to just move this along here. So from Beech Grove, West Louisville, again, be in your tornado safe shelter. I'm showing the 3D component. This is indicating maybe it's a little more downdraft driven, and that's what you want. That'll stabilize the atmosphere, and you have some colder air aloft in here. So it wasn't the big supercell thunderstorm that we had down across our western Kentucky counties, points to the south, Hartford and Beaver Dam. We saw those all the way up to 40,000 feet there in Madisonville. Lightning, you still have it. It's not at zero, but still some strikes. It has eased, and it's all over the place. So it's, I think, an indication a little more downdraft driven. Highway 56, Diamond Lake, out towards, and does include, on my Facebook here, Rio, Rockport, Luce Township. You get up towards Rockport, Highway 66 there, right along the Warwick, Spencer County line. You're under the tornado warning there as well, Jeff.
Thanks, Byron, and back to the radar here. We're going to go to Randy with a look at the weather camera that we have. It's on top of the River Park Center, and I'm going to ask if somebody can, I can't get to it right now, but swing it a little more to the left or to the southwest of Owensboro. That's where we would see lightning, and anything else, or at least the features in the sky, would be highlighted or backlit by the lightning coming in there. There it goes. Thank you. And here we go now with that storm cell moving into the western edge of Owensboro. A few lightning strikes, but not a whole lot. And Randy, what are you hearing?
Yeah, as you take a look at Davis County and Owensboro right there, we do have this from Governor Andy Beshear's Twitter account. Governor Beshear has declared a state of emergency based on major tornado damage in multiple western Kentucky counties. The governor has activated the Kentucky Guard and the Kentucky State Police. The governor will be providing an update with Kentucky emergency management officials at 5 a.m. Eastern Time. Of course, that's 4 o'clock our time in Frankfort. Again, an emergency in the state of Kentucky.
All right, so at least the response here is swift, as we would expect, and of course by light of day tomorrow we'll see exactly how these storms raked over the tri-state. The storm that's moving into Owensboro now has triggered a tornado warning, and I need to point out too that includes that southern tip of Spencer County, from Rockport, Patronville, all the way down Rio, and areas back almost there to about Luce Elementary School, Hatfield, right there along the Warwick-Spencer County borders. That cell is moving in. It's not nearly as ferocious as some of the earlier storms that we were looking at, but still a concern here given that we are in a very favorable environment, obviously, for tornadoes this evening. There is somewhat of a hook showing up on this right now. Let's look at it a little closer here. And I'm going to try two different radars. We'll look at Evansville first, and you can see that formation right there just to the south of Hebbardsville. If we compare that to the velocity data, which again we're going to use Evansville, the closest radar to this part, and it's not nearly as convincing as some of the other signatures have. Now, I'm not downplaying this. I'm just saying that by comparison to what we've seen this evening, this one does not have all the same characteristics of strength that the other one did, which is a good thing, by the way. But nonetheless, it is a tornado warning, and we will treat it as we have treated all the other ones here this evening. And we'll check for debris. I don't expect to see anything in this, but again, we never know. And there is no solid debris ball type signature showing up at this time either. Bare minimum, we're going to get some strong winds out of it, and wind-driven rain, and the usual hazards out there. Let's take a little broader view here again of what's going on over in western or southern Illinois. That next and last line, important to note here, the last line, now moving to the east, will likely be affecting our counties here along the Wabash River by about 1 a.m., I would guess, between 12:30 and 1 a.m. Byron.
Yeah, we'll see how that second line goes. Some of the guidance wants to really rifle up that line 2, 3, 4 in the morning, so hopefully it will weaken a bit. We're concentrating right along the Green River, kind of the Henderson-Davis County line. It sits up a little bit there as you go through, so we're not seeing a lot of convergence there. Beech Grove, you guys are in the clear, and I'm just going to work the radar from Beech Grove, and we'll go back up into the warning. There we go. From Heppardsville, we put a track on this, get out into Stanley. That's on U.S. Highway 60 on the Davis County side, and out towards Griffith, Sand Ridge, Rio. Stands for Rio and Rockport, and then into Maceo, and that's still on the Kentucky side. You live along 144, Knoxville, and then on some of those areas as you stretch off, and if it holds together, it will get into Lewisport along U.S. Highway 60. So the worst of that appears from Heppardsville. Then as you get out towards Stanley, the areas there in blue indicate the towns, and then out towards about Luce Elementary, and then into Rio in Rockport. Still a radar indicated tornado warning, not the definition, of course, of those big wedges of tornadoes on the ground there, but from County Road 850 West, U.S. Highway 60, and then the Audubon Parkway. You want to be indoors and until this storm clears. Not producing as much lightning, but still a pretty powerhouse storm.
Okay, Byron, and again, I want to focus a little bit on what's happening out here to the west. This tornado warning flag is for the one Byron was just showing you. I can clear that real quick here so we don't have clutter on the screen, and that, of course, will continue here. I believe our expiration time on that is at about 12:30-ish. Let me look at it real close, 12:30, and you'll note there the number of people within that particular warning polygon on, 57,000, a little more than that. So this is a large number of people that will obviously be affected by, at bare minimum, some strong winds, damaging winds, possible tornadoes, and we can't rule out something kind of spinning up again as we've seen earlier this evening. So from that, I wanted to go back out here to a bigger view, and I'm going to use a different radar tool. This is a composite. This is all the radars at all levels of the atmosphere, and we're going to back it out here just a bit to show you kind of the scope of what's happening here across not only the tri-state, but all the way down into Memphis, southern Arkansas, and extending up toward Fort Wayne and Detroit. This line of storms has been holding together and pretty much behaving as the models were depicting it. 3 distinct lines kind of scattered during the overnight hours. About the only wrench in that plan was that we did have an earlier onset of some of these bigger tornadoes over western Kentucky. They arrived, of course, before 9 o'clock and will continue to move to the east and out. But this last line, there's a tendency, especially after we've been on all this time, for you to become kind of fatigued, like, well, what next? But the point is that you still need to be on guard here until we give the all clear. And we still are under a tornado watch, by the way. The conditions are favorable out there, as we've seen here this evening. So a couple quick points here is that our live coverage will continue, our simulcasting on our partner radio stations around the tri-state. We also have our coverage, as you likely know by now, over the 14 First Alert app, on 14news.com, and on our digital platforms as well. It's very important, if you're able to safely do it, to share information that you had. We saw those pictures of the tornado in Muhlenberg County earlier. And so this is very useful information that we can pass back to the Weather Service. It also gives a little more weight to the storms that we're tracking on the radar now, that they are in fact producing severe weather. I can't explain that hole in the watch there. With Paducah offline, it's possible that it dropped that watch, but there is still a tornado watch for the entire tri-state until we tell you otherwise. There's that composite view again with all the warnings lined up there, north to south. Here at Evansville, this is our tower camera view looking southwest, and we are, just getting a little rain right now. It is fairly benign. Most of the storms have tracked to our south and east of Evansville, and primarily over western Kentucky here this evening. And then we have an additional line of storms trying to come in over the next few hours there from the south. Randy now has a live phone interview now. Go ahead, Randy.
I've got Sheriff Matt Sanderson from Hopkins County on the phone right now. And Sheriff, I'll just let you know that because we're in an active situation, if Jeff or Byron want to talk over the top of us, they can certainly jump right back in. But thanks for taking time out, Sheriff. Where are you? What are you looking at right now? And what have you seen this evening?
Right now I'm just south of Arlington on US 41 in the Barnsley area. And we've got quite a bit of damage here. Trees down, power lines down, numerous trailers and some houses that are just completely blown off the foundation.
Okay.
There's been some injuries in this area. We've actually dug through some rubble and were able to extricate some people from some locations. And then I know Dawson Springs has been hit pretty hard as well. I've got people down that way as well.
Okay. What can you tell us about the number of injuries and the extent of the injuries?
We're still trying to assess that right now. And right now, there's a train that has been turned over with the wind that came through here, the tornado that came through here in this area as well. So we're trying to assess what type of material we've got on that train as well, working with CSX on that. Injuries-wise, what we've seen in this particular area has been minor. I know that in Dawson Springs, I know there's some injuries there, but I don't know to the extent of them either. There were 2 children in this Barnsley area that were missing, and they were actually found in a bathtub, not where the house was originally standing, but they were, from the good Lord above, they're okay, and they don't appear to be hurt at all, and they've been returned back with their mother.
Oh, good. So as far as you know, everyone is accounted for?
At this time, but we are still searching. There's still a lot of rubble. And we got several fire departments here, and then some of my deputies and people from all over the county are showing up places since everybody definitely comes together in things like this, but we're still trying to assess that now.
Well, the Kentucky governor, Andy Beshear, has declared a state of emergency for the entire Commonwealth. What about Hopkins County individually?
I know, yeah, I just spoke with the judge executive a minute ago, and he said he's also declared a state of emergency. I know the emergency management director, Nick Bailey, is on his way to the office now to open up the emergency center so we can get things coordinated here.
Okay. Well, we will let you get back to it. We appreciate your time so much. Thank you very much, Sheriff.
Thank you.
Okay, and I got this from Kentucky State Police as well. Kentucky State Police Post 1 Mayfield is responding to a severe tornado event. We already know that. Spread across multiple counties in western Kentucky. Significant damages reported. While no fatalities have been confirmed at this time, Kentucky State Police, loss of life is expected. Multiple agencies are responding. Updates to follow. Again, that's from Kentucky State Police. We're talking with Matt Sanderson, the sheriff down in Hopkins County. You just heard they are dealing with a lot of stuff. Minor injuries, but apparently a lot of them, a lot of houses damaged or destroyed in this. A train overturned there in the county. They're trying to assess what might have spilled as a result of that. They certainly have their hands full. Jeff.
Okay, thanks, Randy, for that update. And just a quick review here. Our tornado warning for Spencer, Davis County continues until 12:30, and then we have no additional warnings out to the west for our counties just yet, but we will likely see at least a few more in the next couple of hours. The main focus right now needs to be here on Owensboro and also southern Spencer County. That storm, or at least the strongest part of it, has kind of lifted up now into Spencer County. We were looking at the weather camera there in Owensboro. There's lightning, some lightning, and also some rain, as you'd expect. But other than that, it has not been too impressive just from a storm standpoint versus what we've seen earlier this evening a little farther down the line. The storm right now is moving up here toward Rio and Rockport and will continue to march on up here to 231 and toward Grandview. Our warning just comes up short of Grandview. It only goes up to about Rockport. Quick storm track on that cell. And again, I'm going to go here from where the hook is still showing up, where the potential tornado would be. It is moving to the northeast at 50, so we're looking at arrival time at Rockport here in just about 8 minutes, and then Crisney at 12:18, Lewisport at 12:21, Adair at 12:26, and Tell City by 12:29. So we're not forgetting Perry County here. You've kind of been on the outskirts of this most recent batch of severe weather. It looks so like the worst of the storm is clearing to the north of Owensboro, and rain actually has already come to an end out around West Louisville. Still a few lightning strikes, not nearly as many or as intense as what we were seeing with the storms that tracked across western Kentucky a little earlier this evening. And a quick check here for storm reports. And again, I'm not expecting a lot. As we mentioned several hours ago, National Weather Service at Paducah is currently offline. They took a power hit and communication line obviously affected, so the radar there is down, and we've not had communication with them. The warnings are actually being issued out of Springfield, Missouri. The weather offices they have a redundancy plan in place, and so we'll still get the warnings. We're still getting reliable radar data from the other sites in the area, so we have you covered, but that is why at least right now we're not seeing a lot of additional reports down there over western Kentucky through the government. Now, we are getting them, of course, through Twitter, Facebook, and we encourage you to report anything that you're seeing in your area that's related to the storms to us via 14 News Facebook page. You can do it on Twitter, and you can also submit it on the 14 First Alert app. So the storms out to our west now that'll be moving in here within the next 2 hours or so are showing some strong winds, a severe wind perhaps, now right along Interstate 57 and moving to the east at 50 miles an hour. Based on that, let's look at some of our counties over here in Illinois, and that's going to get it into western Wayne County here by 12:30, so about 20 minutes or so. for you in Wayne County, Wayne City a little farther out, Enfield down here in White County, also potentially there closer to 1230 as that line moves in. And based on that, if we do a simple check of the distance involved here, with an easterly movement at about 50, we are looking at about an hour, hour and a half between now and when the storm should arrive up at Interstate 69 in the Evansville area. Byron Douglas has been coordinating with the Interceptor this evening. We have Brady Williams and Declan, our photographer, out driving around to survey the weather and the damage for you. Byron, what are you hearing?
Well, Brady Williams, they've encountered just a little bit of rain, so we're trying to reestablish that shot so that it has frozen up. So they've had some challenges there with the rain. We've talked all night that we're keeping them at a safe vantage point overall. We'll overlay this with the radar. Now, with respect to that tornado warning, I think the worst of it is on the Spencer County side, on the Indiana side, through Rio and Rockport, perhaps up to about Grandview. And then as you head just to the north there, south there of Gentryville, and then perhaps into Highway 70. Not quite that far north, but that part of the storm there in western stretches there of Davis County, eastern stretches towards Hephernsville, the cell there, that part of the cell is out. I did push the camera position. If we can go check real quickly in Owensboro and Davis County, I tilted the camera where you can look in. You're not going to have much visibility, but as you look out towards into Spencer County across the Ohio River. We talked about it doesn't have as much lightning as it did. It's not as much lightning as we had earlier tonight. That means the winds there are a little bit lighter there in downtown Owensboro. It's more downdraft driven. We have a lot of rain, and it tamps down the upper parts there of the atmosphere, and so you don't see as many strikes. But it's still an official warning there for Owensboro and Davis County, and then into southern Spencer County. But it doesn't have all the dynamics of some of the earlier indicated tornadoes overall. But this one's a radar indicator. We haven't confirmed anything as of yet, Jeff. So when we have Brady back in, we'll check in with the Interceptor here in a few minutes.
Okay, thanks, Byron, for that update, and just some new information now. This warning over southern Illinois will clear in about 5 minutes. I looked at a couple of the radar products out of here, and it's showing that the line itself is moving east at about 80. That seems a little high for me, but let's use that data anyway. Just to give you kind of a spread on when this could arrive in the Evansville area. And based on an 80 mile per hour track, that would put it all the way over here into about Newburgh by 1 o'clock in the morning. So it has been producing some damaging winds. We can look at a couple of things here. First and foremost is the wind itself. So we're going to look at the velocity data out of Evansville. And along the lead edge here, we're showing some winds aloft at about 60 to 80 miles per hour. And this would be more in line with like a squall line coming in. And now we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Wayne County. There it is. Also White County, Hamilton County. So that not unexpected at all. And we'll go ahead and do some tracking here on that because we haven't really talked a lot about southern Illinois thus far because we haven't had a lot going on there. Again, this is moving east at a pretty good clip. So there are some times of arrival, and I'm going to check the data here on how fast that line is moving so we get an accurate track for you here. And
warning there for Owensboro and Davis County, southern Spencer County as you get up towards Rio and Rockport. Jeff mentioned 80 miles an hour, so it covers from Fairfield, Highway 45, then as you get out into Wayne City and Sims, and then all the way up into the northern quadrant there of the county, which covers Mount Erie, and then down through a good chunk there of the county. It's the largest county we have across the area. And then Carmi, just up to about Carmi, and then up through north central, northern stretches there in western sections of White County, west there of Carmi. That's a severe thunderstorm warning, and then out just north there of Harrisburg.
And Byron, that 80 miles per hour, as you just said, and I checked it here on the radar, again, that is showing up. And what's happening here is the winds aloft are blowing at about 80 to 90 miles an hour, so they are enhancing the development of these storms, and therefore they're shoving them to the east at a very fast rate. And we'll move this through pretty quickly then based on that speed. So there are some of the locations. Let's just do another set of them here. And again, looking at about an 80 mile an hour forward speed. That would put it into McLeansboro here in about 9 minutes. Carmi at 12:35. Enfield there in White County at 12:28. And Hawthorne at 12:39. And then a little farther south. And again, there's a little bit of a northerly component here too, where the line is kind of moving up like this, and you're going to see a lot of the same cities there because we've got some overlap. Equality, Illinois, there in Gallatin County, 12:30, and Enfield again, 12:36. Got some new watches in effect here. Let's see what those are. And okay, so they reissued the tornado watch, and now it goes until 5 a.m. For the tri-state. My thinking is that once the second line moves through, hopefully we will be done. Our third line moves through, but we'll just have to kind of watch and see what happens. And there it is again. And I think we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. That's the one that we were tracking here just a moment ago. So.
Spencer and Davis. I'm happy to
so they
report
did
that.
clear that one a little early. That's a good sign, and that kind of confirms what we were observing here was that the storm was weakening and dropped below severe limits. So they cleared a warning early this evening, which hasn't happened very often. Still some pretty intense areas of rain and possibly some thunderstorms there between Evansville and Henderson right now, and Owensboro. You see that moving along the Ohio River there out at about Newburgh Dam, and then extending to the south of town, not producing severe weather at this point, but it continues to move to the east at about 40 to 50 miles per hour. And then the larger line of storms, the one producing damaging winds, is now marching across Fairfield, Carmi, Harrisburg. And this will be a little different environment because this will be more of a kind of like a wall of wind, right? Where you have a squall line coming in, a gust front out ahead of it, a big blast of wind, and then you're done. It's a very slender feature here on the map, only about 5-10 miles wide. So once this clears your area, at least based on the bigger picture here, we should be in the clear. I don't have access right now to look at the position of the cold front. I suspect it is back there around St. Louis or just to the west of that. In fact, I will look at that here in a moment off air, but that will signal the absolute end of our severe weather threat tonight and of the event. So we've been with you now going on about 5.5 hours of coverage, and during that time we've had nearly continuous tornado warnings across the tri-state. This is something that rarely happens year-round, let alone in December. This will certainly go in the record books as one of our biggest severe weather events for a cool season like December that we've ever had. So that is just some perspective for you there. All right, we're going to go back just to the home view now, and we're looking at the warnings here that have been flagged. You see 60-mile-per-hour winds are likely with this storm, and also that tornado warning that you're seeing just barely touches the far eastern corner of Ohio County, but the storm that prompted the warning has moved on out, and that will clear here at 12:30 Central Time. That's for Louisville, so it's 1:30 or Eastern Time. So it looks, Byron, like we got at least a couple more hours to go here before things finally quiet down across the tri-state, and we can get back into regular winter weather. Tomorrow, Sunday, both supposed to be mostly sunny, clear, windy, and much cooler. Byron.
All right, Jeff, we have Brady Williams on our 14th First Alert interceptor out there. And Brady, I know we've kept you guys at a safe vantage point tonight. Where are you?
Well, right now we are headed south on 41. We are just outside of Henderson. We ran into a lot of rain, but things have really cleared up now. We'll give you a look at what's behind us right now. You can see just a lot of glare. It's not the prettiest looking thing in the world. We'll flip this around here. We'll follow that car there. That was kind of cool, huh? We're just looking at a lot of clear roads here. We really just missed the last of that major swell of storms. We're on our way to the area just south of Earlington in Hopkins County. We've heard of a lot of damage down there. So we're making our way that way, and for now we're just coasting through Henderson. Things have really cleared up through here, but it was pretty bad. There is some flooding along some of the roads once you enter town, especially along Green Street, so be careful along there. But 41 right now, pretty clear. Still try to stay out of the roads just because of the weather, but things are pretty clear right now.
Okay, and then you were situated up along, up along Interstate 64. Did you see anything up there earlier in the night? A couple of northern stretches there of Vanderburgh County up into Posey County.
Yeah, we saw a lot of rain, a lot of wind, and lots of lightning. None of it really touching down until really late in the evening. We were hearing some thunder at that point. The lightning went from, way southwest, worked its way up past us until it was right on top of us. So a lot of lightning, lots of rain. It was coming in, really driving and coming down in sheets, and that's what we ended up encountering here in Henderson as well. But yeah, we really got a view of the whole storm kind of rolling in over us. By the time we left, things had died down a little bit, but it was, same as here, same as a lot of places are seeing. Lots of wind, lots of heavy rains.
All right, Braden, our game plan all night was to keep you guys at a safe vantage point, and then if we have tornado damage, we'll dispatch you to those areas when it's safe, and we're doing just that. So Jeff Brady's encountering a little bit of rain. Of course, he's going to go down into those areas that got hammered, Bremen, Sacramento, portions to our south.
Brady out there, of course, bringing us that live view from the 14 First Alert Interceptor. Back to our west, that's where the concern is now. We have no additional warnings here in the eastern half of the tri-state. We're going to continue our live wall-to-wall coverage. Often in severe thunderstorm warnings, we would simply run a crawl and cut in occasionally, but because of the situation tonight and the fact that we're still under a tornado warning, we've had several significant tornadoes that have passed across western Kentucky. We're going to stay with you here and follow this line of storms that's coming in out of southern Illinois right now. So in order to do that, we will go back and look just at the wind first, and our wind information out here, the radar at that range from the site, and we're talking about the Evansville radar site now up there in Owensville. The wind I'm showing you is up at about 3,500 feet, so it is well off the ground, but these storms are being enhanced by strong upper level winds anyway, winds at about 5,000 feet that are actually steering and sending the storms our way. They're out ahead of the cold front, and so each area here could see some near or above severe wind as the line moves in. It will come quickly, and it'll pass quickly too. There's not a lot of rain or any other action behind this line that's coming through right now. So when you just look at the regular radar view, and we'll put that back onto the loop, you can see how it's just kind of churning forward there at a pretty steady clip. The entire tri-state to the east of that is still primed for severe weather, but as we've talked about here this evening, once you've had a number of storms, it tends to kind of work over or rain out the atmosphere. It bleeds the energy off, and so you wind up not having near the strength available to these storms as they move through. And that's kind of what we're banking on here this evening. Obviously, it may be wishful thinking, but that's what we're going on right now with the line that's coming in across southern Illinois. So I'm actually looking at the surface map right now. The cold front is still shown there just to the west of St. Louis, and until we get a wind shift and the pressure begins to rise and the dew points drop, that we don't really have confirmation of the passing of the cold front, although it's plausible that the storm activity will simmer down after this third wave comes through a little later on tonight. We've only had a few events like this that were so long in duration and multi-lined, and the last one I can remember very distinctly was November the 15th of 2005. It was just a few days after the Evansville Newburgh tornado happened on November the 6th. And in that case, we had nearly continuous severe weather, I believe something on the order of 8 to 9 hours. It was a long time. I know we spent the night at the station and we had coverage pretty much throughout the day as several waves had to work their way through. And it was a comparable situation with a cold front to the west and very warm, unstable air out ahead of it. And it also happened in the cool season, November the 15th. So these kinds of things do not happen often, but when they do, they tend to break records for longevity, strength of the storms, number of storms, all those things as they come through.
Yeah, and Jeff, we talked about we had a cool and dry. Temperatures were below average in November. A lot of times you have a cool month. The next one, not in all cases, will be warm, and you'll have some higher rates of precipitation. We have that storm there in Fairfield. You get down towards Wayne City. So we can keep an eye on that and see how it evolves. Not as much lightning, but sometimes that's the case in December. You won't see as much lightning overall, but a severe thunderstorm warning covering Carmi, White County, and then a good chunk there of Wayne County. Here's the tornado reports. Now, these are initial reports. I'm sure more will come in because when Randy showed you that debris signature up towards Bremen and then into Sacramento, so it looks like 3 confirmed tornadoes in the Central City area that we were showing that debris signature earlier. And you widen it out and say, why are you guys on so long with this coverage? But Jonesboro, Arkansas, in Tennessee, and then far western Kentucky, and then into St. Louis. Randy was illustrating the damage that we had in the St. Louis area, and then through portions there of Illinois. What changed in the last few days, the severe weather threat was pushed more out of Louisiana and covered more of our area. So those are numerous reports, haven't counted them all, but we'll get the official report from the Storm Prediction Center when all that data becomes available. So from Fairfield, working up to the northeast, you get Fairfield, Jasper on the Illinois side, Golden Gate, Ellery. By the way, they got hammered with severe weather in December of 23rd of 2015. Mount Erie, that's up in the northern part, beautiful farmland up there at 1248. And then a pretty good cell there in McLeansboro. And then some lightning still down through Beech Grove. And there's some storms there south of Hopkinsville along the Kentucky-Tennessee border. We'll keep an eye on those. But I think if they hold together, you get down south there of Hopkinsville, at that tornado, it's a tornado warning there holds together. I think it will stay south of Muhlenberg County, but we'll keep an eye on that. Could catch portions of that area, but that's something we'll monitor. Jeff?
Okay, Byron, and let's check that one out here in a little better picture here, and we'll start out again just with the home view for context. And we are quiet right now across the Evansville area. If you're wondering whether you should go to bed or not, the answer is I would stay up at least another hour until these last storms pass your location, and then you'll know for sure that we're safe. We won't necessarily get tornadoes and damaging winds from them, but they have produced those things back to the west, so that's something to keep an eye on. This tornado warning that Byron was just showing you there south of Hopkinsville in Christian County should show up pretty well on the radar there out of Hopkinsville, and it is actually pretty close. We may not be able to look at debris data, but we can certainly look at wind data at that range. And yeah, you're seeing again a very strong tornado signature showing up there just a few miles to the west there of Fort Campbell, out along US 41 there and 24, so by Oak Grove, you know, where the highway comes down here out of Hopkinsville and then merges with 24 and goes on in. That's where we're seeing the strongest winds right now. The closer view of it here shows it moving right in now to the intersection of 41 and 24 at this time. Let's look at the wind data for that and see what the strength of the wind is. Again, this is out of our viewing area. This is down close to the radar at Fort Campbell, Hopkinsville, and we are showing 120 mile an hour winds, And just out of curiosity, let's see if we can get a better debris picture now that I'm zoomed in a little more. And it would not surprise me to see that. We'll have to look. And yes, we do see debris showing up right here along Interstate 24, heading up to Highway 41. Again, this is just out to the north of Oak Grove there. That's like exit 2 or 3 on Interstate 24. As you move into Kentucky. So the question then becomes, well, where is it going? And the latest look here, we'll take that scope off so you can see the bigger picture. It appears to be staying closer to the Tennessee-Kentucky border, which would be a good thing. At least it would keep it out of our southern counties here, which have already been hit multiple times this evening. You're still looking at a margin there of about probably 15 to 20 miles south of our southernmost county border. So if we go here from Hopkins County all the way down, that's about 30 miles, and from Muhlenberg County, again, that's about 23 to 25 miles. So based on the way it's moving now, it should stay down there just along that border there with Tennessee and not affect Greenville, Muhlenberg County, or Hopkins. It's actually a little too far gone now. And lots of lightning concentrated again around that signature, which would give us a little more confidence that we do in fact have a tornado there at this time. The other concern, of course, is this line of severe thunderstorms now moving across Illinois. And those are right along US 45 now, from Fairfield down just to the east of McLeansboro, which would be there. And those are going to be moving into the western edge of White County, Carmi, and Lawton, Enfield, all those places here very soon. For Wayne County, let's do a track on these storms. And I wanted to also look at the wind data up there, because we want to just verify that we're not seeing, we don't have that tight organization like you saw in the Hopkinsville storm, where you had kind of that, almost looks like an S, right, where you have the wind coming in and circulating around. This is more straight line in nature, which would make it more likely just to produce straight line damaging winds. Now, we kind of say that like it's no big deal, and it is a big deal, because it's still nighttime. It will be difficult to see this thing coming in. So if you're in Fairfield, Wayne City, all the way down here along US 45, you need to be sheltered now. And let's get some wind information here. It's still showing up at around 40 to 50 miles an hour, basically all along that line, which would be technically sub-severe, because 59 is the cutoff. But these winds will be strong enough to cause some damage and disruption up there, especially for folks traveling on I-64, but also for anybody that lives in these areas. And our track on these, again, the speed on this thing was incredible. It was showing up at about 80 miles per hour forward speed. So that's going to get it all the way over. That's Jasper, Illinois, by the way, at 1234, Albion at 1243, and then Bone Gap in Edwards County there, Albion is too, of course, at 1247, Mount Carmel perhaps just before 1 o'clock if everything holds together. And then a little farther south, again looking at that same line there and at about the same speed. Now we're going to get into Posey County, places like Poseyville, Griffin, New Harmony, Crossville, all of those also in the path of some potentially damaging straight line winds across southern Illinois. So that's really our next hurdle to clear here as we continue to track the storms for you here overnight. And the system right now is showing one little bulge in it down here between McLeansboro and down almost to Enfield. Enfield will be about right there. Anytime we get a bulge like that, that kind of throws up an alert that there could be some damaging winds locally right in that area too. So that's what we're watching. Byron.
All right, Jeff. And so, there's a rain out in front of it. I think a lot of folks would like to know that hopefully we have the storms kind of lined up more in the way of linear form. It's more of a damaging wind threat, so no tornado warnings on that. Still have some additional showers in Madisonville, Greenville, Central City, Hartford, as Jeff mentioned, sub-severe. And then you have some showers northern Spencer County, north there of Grandview and Dale. We'll go around, when we have some time, we'll see if they're producing any lightning, but I'll put a track on one of these from Fairfield, McLeansboro, as you work out just to the west there, right along Interstate 64, Highway 45, which cuts through Fairfield, and then it runs right up to the farms there in Mount Erie. And if it holds together, we'll be north there of West Salem. So we get out towards Jasper Elementary and Ellery, and this is all up in Fairfield into Wayne County. So if it holds together, they might carry that warning over into northern stretches there in Edwards County. And then up towards Olney, East Richland, along US Highway 60, Highway 130, some showers there, but sub-severe. Then a little shower there from Boonville out towards Midway and Tennyson, down through Warwick County. Here are the lightning strikes, so this has eased quite a bit in the last hour. So the atmosphere has eased a little bit. Although this historically is not a time of year where we have a lot of lightning, but we've had a tremendous amount. And so that has eased a little bit overall. So there's a look at the warnings. Hamilton, White, Wayne County. The areas here in yellow indicate a severe thunderstorm warning. So as they draw a little bit closer to our area, we'll be keeping an eye on that. Jeff?
Okay, Byron, and that line quickly moving to the east, and again, that one feature that we're going to look at here in a lot more detail is a bulge in the line, which would indicate an area where the wind is shooting in. Sometimes they call this a rear inflow jet, and basically what you're looking at is where you have weak returns on the radar, the green. That's where the wind is blowing really strong, and then as it forces the precip out, you'll get a formation here. Sometimes we call that a bookend vortice. We're getting late at night here, and you're getting meteorology education here. But we look at that stuff because it's important to figure out where we might have the greatest potential for damaging winds. And right now that shows up between Enfield and Indian Creek and moving into Carmi very quickly. The arrival time there in Carmi, we're going to recalibrate it here by first getting a little broader picture. And then we will try to figure out where we may see those the greatest potential for damaging winds. And we're going to go from right there where that bow is showing up, and we're going to go all the way out here. It's moving to the east at about 80 miles per hour, and that puts it into Carmi here at 12:37, 5 minutes from now. Then Crossville, 12:42. You're no strangers to cool season tornadoes there. That EF3 back in 2017 on the 28th of February. Grayville, 12:48. Poseyville, 12:54. Cynthiana at 12:57. And Mount Carmel at 1 a.m. right up here on the Wabash River there in the southern tip of Wabash County. We'll clear that off and go back to a wind depiction here. And with that, you would expect to see the brightest colors or the strongest winds in that same area I just highlighted. And indeed, we are seeing winds showing up in the 50 to 60 mile an hour range. That is about 2,500 feet off the deck here based on the radar here at Owensville shooting in, but a little high there as it comes in. So at the ground level, certainly reasonable to expect 50 to 60 mile per hour winds, and all of that will continue to move. Looks like it's holding its strength. This thing hasn't really broken up just yet, and in comparing that with then just the regular radar returns, we're still seeing a pretty intense but compact line of storms moving across southern Illinois right now. And as we zoom the radar out maybe a notch or two and then put the thing back into motion, all of that coming along. Something else here starting to show up, and that's one thing we have to keep kind of looking at the big picture here. I am seeing more storms now down around Cape Girardeau and Paducah Metropolis that will be moving in. The question mark here is whether or not those are going to come into a favorable environment to intensify and produce damaging winds, or if they'll just blow through as thunderstorms, and that will be that. Let's see what the lightning tells us here, and for that we'll use our lightning strike tool. And basically this is just cloud to ground strikes. Unfortunately, we can't measure cloud-to-cloud lightning as accurately as cloud-to-ground. The difference, of course, is you can see a lot of lightning oftentimes when on the radar here it may not show a whole lot going on. And as Byron showed you a couple minutes ago, up there around Carmi now and passing Fairfield into the eastern end now of Wayne County, we're also seeing some lightning strikes out ahead of that line of storms as it marches eastward, basically on either side of Interstate 64. Best chance for damaging winds now moving into Carmi, and then we have just heavy rain and some lightning now between Fairfield and Albion. I believe that's on Illinois Route 15 as it comes to the east. And quick check here with the loop here, we're looking at 30 minutes worth of radar data, so you can see that it has definitely held its own as it has moved toward the Wabash River. I have a wider picture here I want to show you of the radar. And we're not seeing anything else behind this. In fact, if we change this over to just a straight composite picture, and then we go way out here to St. Louis and beyond, we're not seeing any additional development back here over the Midwest. So this should signal the end of the event once this part of the storm finally clears the area. But we have at least another couple of hours to go here before we can definitively give you the all clear. And I know that's frustrating if you've been staying up wondering whether you should go to bed or not. The best advice is, if you are still out ahead of these storms, which is all of southern Indiana and western Kentucky, ride it out with us here. We're going to continue to follow these storms and tell you everything we know, just as soon as we know. You'll be safe. And if you do decide to go to sleep, make sure you got a way to wake you up, whether it's a weather radio or the 14 First Alert app. All of these things can wake you up as well. And if you know somebody who might be asleep, give them a call if you see that their county comes up in a warning. To our north, we have more storms up north of Indianapolis. Of course, this is way out of our viewing area, but just again for more of a broad context on who's getting hit with these storms. Basically right along Interstate 69 between Fort Wayne and Indianapolis, Terre Haute, Vigo County there, and over into Marshall there on the west side of the border, also getting some warnings right now too. So it's still pretty widespread. And then back to the north, we actually have snow falling. There were winter storm warnings for much of the upper Midwest, from Minneapolis down to Des Moines, northern Wisconsin, the UP of Michigan, everybody getting snow out of this system. So it was kind of, as they often are in the winter, multifaceted. Severe weather on one side, snow and wintry weather on the backside. Our view out the window right now is just some clouds rolling through, still generally clear across the tri-state.
All right, Jeff, we knew it would be a close call for southern stretches there at Muhlenberg County. There's some additional warnings, but they're outside of our area. So if you go down into, and this is south here of Greenville, Rochester, and then into Central City. But if you're in these areas out towards Lewisburg, and then north there of Bowling Green, east there of Hopkinsville, still a pretty good cell there into Greenville, so we'll monitor that. So the tornado potential is still to our south, and then out towards Greenville. And then as we expand the radar out, that shower now kind of just into downtown Fairfield. And then as you work down Highway 15 along the Little Wabash up to the Edwards County line. But in Edwards County, that's encouraging. That's green, just indicating some rain. And then up into Olney, Richland County, as you get out there just to the south and east there of Olney, pretty good cell there. And then up into northern stretches northwest there of Lawrenceville. But that is sub-severe. Pretty good cell in northern stretches there of Spencer County. That's not anticipated to be severe, at least at this time. So that's the latest there. So Albion into Grayville. Encouraging if you get a little bit of rain out in front of it. Hopefully it tamps down the atmosphere just a bit. But still a severe thunderstorm warning for Fairfield. And there's a look at that cell just south there of Greenville. That right now is off to the east there of Hopkinsville, and then out to the west there of Bowling Green, and then southwest Butler County into Morgantown, and then out in Greenville. There's pretty good rates of rainfall as you work along Highway 81 down towards Powderly and US Highway 62 in some of these areas. So we do have the interceptor out heading down into locations that had some tornadoes, and we'll have reports here hopefully here in a little bit. Pretty good cell though in eastern stretches there of Wayne County, Carmi, as Jeff mentioned, up to about Crossville.
Okay, Byron, thanks. Back outside we go, and you can see the weather camera there showing just some clouds rolling through right now. Temperatures will likely be in the 40s by the time you wake up in the morning, assuming you go to sleep at some time tonight. The warnings are still in effect here in southern Illinois. Those are going to run us up to about 1 o'clock. And then beyond that, we'll have to see if these storms hold their strength and trigger more warnings downstream, or if they fizzle. Odds are they will not fizzle, and in fact we will probably see a few more warnings here this evening, and this time they would likely be to the north. Well, speak of the devil, they just fizzled. We don't have a warning on there right now. Maybe they cleared that one early, which would be a good sign that things have started to weaken there over southern Illinois. I'm going to check another data feed over here and just see if that is the case. And at least at this point, well, we'll go back. All right. I'm got a temperamental iPad over here that I'm looking at. Okay, well, we still don't see a clearance on there, but in any case, we have some strong thunderstorms now coming across southern Illinois, and if they are weakening, then you know, it's possible we won't see additional warnings here in the short term, but we really can't project out too far, as we could still have some of them intensify again. Let's we'll just go in a little bit here on the cells that are there along and north and south there of US 45, and from that we're going to look at lightning data overlaid on the radar. And although we're seeing some strikes, we're not really seeing anything too alarming right now, and we're not getting a lot of reports out of southern Illinois, so it's possible there that that warning has been cleared. Did you see a clearance on that one by chance?
It appears that, you know, I don't see a warning there on the board. Pretty good cell there along Highway 130, get up into West Salem and down into
it's still showing, but
Bone Gap and Parkersburg and some of those locales. You've got a pretty good cell there. I mean, there's some more lightning.
All right, we'll continue to watch. I know you guys have been looking through a lot of video. Randy's been pouring through stuff here for the last 20 minutes or so, and what do you have?
I'll tell you what, this may end up being the most photographed and videoed tornado in a long, long time, right? Here's one. This was taken in Bremen, Kentucky, from the back porch, and so you can just see as the lightning flashes, that massive tornado comes into view. Did the video stop? Let me start it again. There it goes. Here we go. Wow. The lightning, and then you just see that thing pop up there. Wow. Now that's a safe distance to photograph a tornado, but still.
Yeah, it's a large wedge there on the ground, and they have the lightning there back towards the middle part of the storm, so a safe vantage point there overall. And then we're hearing reports that there's, you know, in Bremen, there's a lot of trouble spots. We're sending the interceptor down there from the Greenville Fire Department. Shaylee's been helping us out. Every agency in the county is over in Bremen. Don't tie up the 911 lines there, but Randy, we haven't heard any reports of any injuries or anything like that.
We've heard minor injuries in the Madisonville area, but no fatalities. But one of the agencies reported that they didn't have any fatalities yet, but they certainly expect fatalities in Kentucky. Of course, the governor has established a state of emergency. As we talked to Matt Sanderson, the sheriff of Hopkins County, the judge executive declared a Hopkins County emergency as well. So I would imagine a lot of counties in Kentucky will be.
You were illustrating videos earlier from Mayfield, and then on the Kentucky side, and then back up into St. Louis, where we have reports of tornadoes.
Yeah, so this thing has lifted, though, right? That one, the one we've been following.
Yes,
yeah,
that's. I mean, it covered 4 states. Went into Arkansas, West Tennessee, Missouri, and then into Western Kentucky.
Wow. All right, Jeff.
Okay, Randy, Byron, it's official. That warning has cleared now over southern Illinois, which means that for the first time in about 5 hours now, we have no active warnings for the tri-state. The only other tornado that is in the region right now, and it is out of our viewing area, I want to emphasize that, has moved to the east of Hopkinsville, which is where we have the radar site at Fort Campbell. And when we tune that one in, you will see a much different picture here. First of all, it's very close in. Secondly, the tornado itself is probably right in this region here out by Elkton. And thirdly, if we look at the velocity on here, you're going to see again that signature for the tornado there just out to the north of Elkton. And for bearings, this is about 25 miles to the south of the lower edge there of Muhlenberg County. That's way up here by Greenville. So this is not in our area, and it is moving to the east and will move away from us. But it just demonstrates how much of a difference the atmosphere makes for these storms. One area gets, you know, a long track and a very long track violent tornado. Other areas, you know, same general conditions on the ground, but no tornadoes. So that is always the devil in the details of trying to forecast and predict where these things are going to go. One thing is certain though, once they appear, the radar can do a very good job under these conditions of showing us not only where the wind and hazards are, but we can also even single out debris that may be occurring within that signature. And this debris signature, again, we're looking for yellows, greens, and the cooler colors back here close to Elkton. Not a very well-defined debris ball, so to speak. It doesn't mean it's not there, but at least it's not being imaged very well by the radar. And that will continue to move away from the tri-state. So we say good riddance to that one, and we wait instead on what these storms are going to do over southern Illinois. And the trend has been for them to weaken. In looking at the radar and lightning overlay, we don't see nearly as many strikes as we were having, say, 2 to 3 hours ago. And part of that may be just the simple fact temperatures are starting to drop to the west, and the dynamics in the atmosphere are going away that sustain these storms for such a long period of time. If we look at a little broader picture here still, by zooming out a couple notches, you can see the back edge now of our system. And as we've shown you many times this evening, those storm tracks, especially for the tornado, that tracked across western Kentucky, including the video that we just showed you there from near Bremen, began way down here by Jonesboro and was on the ground perhaps not a single tornado, but maybe a series of tornadoes, a family or swarm of tornadoes, as they sometimes say. That thing moved all the way from down here in Arkansas into the tri-state. So you're talking about a total affected path of 259 miles, which would be a record if that in fact was on the ground the whole time. And of course that won't be really parsed out for many weeks. It'll take aerial surveys, the drones will be up, weather offices at Nashville, Memphis, of course Paducah will all be involved, maybe even the Central Region headquarters, which is over all of those weather offices, will send folks out to look. FEMA will be surveying the damage, and there will be scholarly papers written, research done on this thing for a long time, mainly because it happened in December and also because of the extreme length. And it will be interesting to see tomorrow and in the coming days how this tornado was rated. What strength? Was it an EF3? Was it a 4? Was it a 5? We don't really know at this point, and have no way of knowing until we actually survey damage. Byron's been out on damage surveys and has done them for us before and is pretty schooled at that. Of course, for an EF4 and higher, they're going to be looking for the kind of damage that we rarely see in the tri-state. Things like homes swept off their foundations and cars overturned, which actually can happen in an EF2 and 3 in certain circumstances. So it really, you know, now that we've got a little time here to breathe, it was just an incredible event, which was actually pretty well forecast by the Storm Prediction Center a couple days ago. They were highlighting this area for an elevated risk for tornadoes. This morning that risk was upgraded to moderate, and the tornadoes have panned out. One thing I always like to do the day after is look at the previous day's severe weather outlook and then overlay where the storm reports happen, and I'll post that on social media when it's available, and you'll really be shocked at how accurate the Storm Prediction Center is in placing a risk box, and then all the tornadoes fall generally inside of that. If you remember earlier, we were looking at that bullseye area with the moderate risk that went all the way down to Jonesboro and even farther south, and then up here into the tri-state, and we had the bulk of the tornadoes fell or likely fell within that range. So that's pretty skillful forecasting, and it's why the tornado death tolls are lower, much lower than they were, say, 30 or 40 years ago. We still have more fatalities than we would like, and of course, no fatalities would be the best, but in some of these storms, they can be unsurvivable.
Hey, Jeff, I'll tell you what. You were talking about Bremen, and we've seen that video a couple of times now from the back porch, that massive tornado out in the distance being illuminated by the lightning. Just got this from the Union County Judge Executive. He has confirmed that people are trapped in homes in Bremen. This is quoting his tweet here. Join me in praying for our first responders out of Sturgis headed to Bremen to assist with those trapped in homes. There will be others for sure from Union County doing what they do best, running toward trouble to help. And so we have a crew headed down there too. So it's really kind of a decision, where are we going to go, because we could go to so many places. The damage is so widespread. Once again, the Union County Judge Executive confirming people trapped in their homes in Bremen. So,
all right, Randy, in Bremen right now, there's nothing severe, but they're dealing with those first responders along with buckets there of rain on 181, and then south there of Sacramento and Bremen, where Randy illustrated where that tornado was located. And we're also getting damage reports in Arlington, in Hopkins County, and down into the Morton's Gap area. I saw a picture of quite a bit of damage there in Arlington. From the picture, it indicates don't have the benefit of daylight, tornado damage there. But in Bremen, first responders are out there, Highway 81. So be very careful. Got a pretty good rain shower there, nothing severe, but they're still having to deal with the elements out there. Of course, we had the first alert interceptor down. Brady Williams is headed to that location, Jeff. So we're seeing more information, and just hope everyone's all right in Bremen.
And Byron, our line of storms is now up to the Wabash River. We've had no additional warnings on that. We're going to stay with you, obviously, as this moves through. We're still under a tornado watch. The line is just about to Carmi there, or has passed Carmi. It's up to Crossville there in White County. And as we go up and down the line here, I'll do some storm tracks on this for you and tell you what to expect, which is basically some rain and wind and possibly some lightning, maybe even some wind damage with some of this. These are all moving east still at about 75 to 80 miles an hour, which is a good thing. That means it will end quickly, but it can also enhance the damaging wind potential. New Harmony, 12:53 now, the arrival time. It's just right at your back door there in about a minute or two. Poseyville, 12:59, about 6 minutes away. And then into Owensville, Fort Branch, Princeton there in Gibson County. Of course, we have the Toyota plant. A lot of workers concentrated in one spot. They have their own severe weather team there that monitors the radar. They post spotters on the roof of the factory to keep an eye out and keep their workers safe there, and that's always a concern when we have severe weather moving in. Some of these highly concentrated areas, a lot of people under one roof, like at the Toyota plant. But the outlook right now is just for some wind and rain. We don't have any warnings up there at this stage. And then a little farther south, you go down here into the Evansville area, we can expect this final line of storms to roll through Evansville at about 1:15, or about 20 minutes or so from now. We'll probably hear some rumbles of thunder as it comes through. And finally, the bottom edge of it down here around Shawneetown, also moving into western Kentucky, areas that have already seen dramatically more intense severe weather tonight. And those spots would include Point Township at 103, Smith Mills, which is in Henderson County, at 112, Corydon at 116, and then Howell, which is the west side of Evansville, 119, and Evansville at 122. That would be the back edge of it, and that would be affecting more places like Union Township, for example, Dogtown, Cypress, Burdett Park, USI, and those locations. And then to our north, Mount Carmel now right in the thick of it, with the storms moving in all the way up to Allendale. Allendale, another spot that had a cold season tornado, January the 7th, 1989. That tornado came up on a Saturday afternoon and destroyed a third of Allendale as it came through. And at that time, of course, a very we knew it was coming. There was a watch, and we were covering it on the air here and everything. But so just the fact that we had that strength of a tornado in January was quite shocking. And since that time, of course, we've done it many times over during the winter months. So not only do we worry about snow and ice this time of the year, but we always are on the alert for and watching out for severe weather. I don't want to do a track there. We'll take that off and go back out here to our home view, which covers a little more of the tri-state. Also, those of you in Vincennes, you're going to be getting more thunderstorms here in a moment. We're getting a pretty good one right now in Lawrenceville, just across the river, Sumner, Illinois, picking up some heavy rain at this time too. We'll put the lightning strikes back on so you can see kind of where we have the energy. And actually that cell up there in Lawrence County will be one to watch. Of all the spots along the line, that has the higher concentration of lightning strikes, although it's not nearly as impressive as some of the stuff we saw earlier this evening. But nonetheless, it could produce some brief gusty or even damaging winds as it rolls through. The good news is the remainder of the weekend should be good for the recovery and repair efforts and cleanup and so forth that'll be going on across western Kentucky. We're expecting sunshine to return tomorrow and temperatures to rise back to around 45 or so. It's not going to get very warm tomorrow, that's for sure, as that northwest wind kicks in. And we will also see temperatures around 50 on Sunday, with mostly sunny too. So the weather will definitely improve. It can't get any worse, so it will improve as we move into Saturday and Sunday as well. Hopefully, if you're still watching us right now, you are still in your safe place. You feel like you know what's going on out there and what's coming. For those watching us in Evansville right now, we've had no warnings in Vanderburgh County in this event, as you know. No sirens or anything like that. We will have some more rain and thunder and lightning coming through, but I'm not expecting that to kick up any severe weather. In fact, the line from about I-64 all the way down into Enfield and southern portion there of White County is kind of breaking up. This would be New Haven right here. 141 would go over to Omaha, Norris City, Enfield, and then down, and you can see that there's really not much intensity there, nor is there much breadth. It's a skinny line that's coming in without a lot of fanfare at this point. And then a few additional stragglers down here between Cape Girardeau and up through Garden of the Gods there in Pope and Hardin counties in Illinois. So all of these things are pointing to a weakening line that's coming through right now, which is always good to hear after the kind of day we've had. And from that note, we go back to Randy with more damage.
Yeah, Jeff, we were going to talk to the mayor of Madisonville, Kevin Cotton. We're trying to establish a cell phone connection, and we couldn't, but he did send in this picture. Byron, come over here and help me interpret this, because this is a picture that the mayor sent in anticipation for this phone interview that we couldn't make happen. But I can only assume that what he was taking a picture of was something that used to stand there. Right?
Yeah, Randy, something got leveled there. It looks like in the distance you can see some tree damage there. So, you know, all the damage indicators are from the videos that we've seen. You illustrated the video that we had there in Bremen. This definitely would indicate a tornado. So I don't know what type of structure there, but You can see the twisting there and going in different directions, so not indicating that it would be straight line winds.
Yeah, in the county there, we did talk to the sheriff, Matt Sanderson of Hopkins County. They declared a county-wide state of emergency. The governor of Kentucky, Andy Beshear, a statewide, in the entire Commonwealth, there's a state of emergency there. There was a train derailment that was caused by high winds, probably that tornado that came through there. They're investigating what might have spilled out of that train. So it's multiple events happening because of this. A couple of children were found in a house, but that house came to rest in a place where it was not originally located, and no serious injuries there. So the field of coverage is long and it is wide.
Well, you talk about a train derailment, and then earlier we showed on an interstate, I believe it was
Semis
out in
were blown
Missouri,
out.
semis that are overturned.
Yeah.
And then cars earlier, I think earlier in the evening, about 7, 8 o'clock, you showed a car that was flipped.
Yeah.
So you're indicating that winds that are greater in that EF2, EF3 range, greater than 100 miles an hour. Of course, we're concerned, we're hearing reports, I hope I have this correct, that folks might be trapped in Bremen.
Yes.
So they have crews there on the scene. We had the interceptor headed down there, so we just hope and pray everyone's all right.
We have talked, you guys have been talking about how rare this is for December, but this is really just rare in any regard.
That's an excellent point,
Yeah.
because Jeff had a good nap last night. We had 10 tornadoes in December since 1952. We had a couple in 2015. Everybody was all right. So highly unusual. And then anytime, I mean, the U.S. is a world leader in tornadoes and severe thunderstorms, but to have a tornado on the ground, it covered 4 states and over 150 miles. And you showed the pictures. It was a large wedge tornado. You don't see those here very infrequently.
With a debris field more than 3 miles wide.
That's incredible. It just shows the objects flying through the air. That's your concern with severe weather. Quite a bit of damage there in Mayfield, Kentucky, and far stretches there of western Kentucky. And you know, Jeff, we've all talked about all the wind shear that we had available. It almost made it like an event. We've tried to talk about like very March and April-like, and that's kind of what we're seeing.
When we came on the air tonight, we talked about what was going on in Arkansas. A nursing home was hit there, 2 people killed, about 20 people injured, and we said this doesn't automatically mean it's coming our way, but it did. It did come our way. We're going to have to count the casualties in the morning, and we're just hope and pray that they are few.
Yeah, I mean, and we're still seeing some of those warnings down to our south and west, so it's a sad situation, and I hope everybody in Bremen and our area is all right.
Yeah. Okay. Jeff?
Okay, let's kind of reset here and give you the status as it stands right now. First of all, Evansville, we are expecting our next round of showers and thunderstorms here within the next half hour. There are no warnings on the board for any of our counties right now. The line that's coming in has weakened. We can't completely let our guard down, but at least based on the last half hour of radar data here, we'll go back and then loop it forward. And you can see that the line has gotten a little thinner, fewer lightning strikes and so forth. The last tornado warning, which was down here around Elkton, that is now moving over toward Bowling Green in western Kentucky. The radar has been showing a lot this evening that we haven't seen in December ever, and that we see very rarely here in the tri-state on any month of the year. Our tornado watch technically will go until 5. I would look for some of these counties to get knocked off of it as that line starts to move in. And I wanted to show you the temperature change here. The cold front was sitting back to the west of St. Louis at last observation. Here in the tri-state, temperatures and wind gusts are still higher than they would normally be. We've had in the last hour a 24-mile-an-hour gust at Washington, 29 at Henderson, 41-mile-an-hour gust there when that storm came through Owensboro. Other stations not reporting wind gusts at this time. The bigger picture is showing the wintry weather back to the north and the cold air coming in, which will pretty well tamp down any additional storm development as we go into the overnight hours. So these are all positive signs. We've certainly will see a lot more and understand a lot more about what's gone on today. When we wake up tomorrow, we've got some light out there and a little more ability to kind of look through the data and see what exactly transpired here tonight. But we do know, without question, Western Kentucky bore the brunt of this severe weather episode tonight, and it will likely be many weeks of recovery there. Western Kentucky has had a number of big severe weather events, not only severe weather like tornadoes, but also the ice storm of 2009 and a handful of very intense tornadoes, including the November 15th F4, which moved through Earlington, the 2000 January 3rd tornado that moved through Owensboro, F3 on that one. Also, the night of the November 6th tornadoes, we had not an identical, but another strong tornado that passed through the northern edge there of Webster County. Providence hit by an F3 back in 2003, and the list goes on. So Western Kentucky, for whatever reason, is in the favorable spot, or has been historically, to get some of these stronger storms that come up out of southern Missouri and northern Arkansas, and that's exactly what went down this evening. It'll be interesting too tomorrow when they're able to get a drone up and planes and helicopters and so forth to actually see how long the path was, if this was a continuous storm or if it's one that cycled and produced several intense tornadoes as it moved across the southern edge there of Kentucky. And as Byron mentioned, 4 states involved there: Missouri, Arkansas, Tennessee, and Kentucky in that long tract event that we've been on with. Our director, Caleb Freeland, told me we've been on for 7 hours now. I didn't realize we'd been covering this thing that long. We knew it was coming, and we knew it was going to be a long night, and it has certainly played out on all counts as one of the big severe weather events in the last 20, 30 years here in the tri-state in terms of area covered, number of tornadoes, and things like that. I think the only comparable that I can think of off the top of my head was the June 2nd outbreak. That was 1990, the Petersburg tornado. And in that case, I think we had 34 tornadoes in Indiana alone and a comparable number over southern Illinois. That tornado became an F4 as it moved through Petersburg. 8 people were killed in that event and numerous injuries. Of course, we can't forget November 6, 2005, 25 fatalities and a couple hundred injured there in Newburgh and also on the east side of Evansville in the Eastbrook Mobile Home Park. Randy.
Thanks a lot. Brady Williams is making his way into Earlington in the 14 News Interceptor. What are you seeing out there, Brady?
We're parked right now. We're right alongside Hopkinsville Road. This is where that train is supposedly derailed. We know that's just up the road from us. If you take a look outside, what we've got going on, they've got a roadblock set up. We parked just past it, and we're going to have to go for a little bit of a walk here to see what's going on right now, about what happened, where folks are, and really just trying to get our bearings. But now that we're here, we're going to be able to get out, try to find some law enforcement, talk to them about what the situation is, and then try to find what everything looks like down here.
Okay,
Calling that for probably quite some time now.
Yeah, talk about your trip down there. What kind of things did you encounter as you made your way into Earlington?
Well, as we made our way down, the rain kind of picked up again. I know if you were watching earlier, we said that Henderson kind of cleared up a bit, but as we got closer towards Madisonville, we saw a lot more rain. We also saw some road signs that got knocked over. It was clear that wind had been through here. There was debris in the road. But some of that road signs, these aren't like stop signs, slow signs or whatever. These are large, here you are in Madisonville kind of signs that got knocked up and really trampled and everything.
I want to share with you and our viewers something out of the banner in Dawson Springs. Dawson Springs has sustained considerable damage reports. They're telling us that they know that homes and apartments are damaged. The Dairy Queen there is gone. There are reports of a tornado derailing a train in Hopkins County. You mentioned that. Matt Sanderson, the sheriff of Hopkins County, shared that with us in a phone call earlier today. Brady's trying to look into see what he can find about that. And so this goes on to talk about all the things that happened down in Princeton, which is really kind of out of our area. But so you're going to be down there seeing what you can pick up, Brady. What about in terms of injuries or ambulances that you've noticed, anything like that?
We haven't seen any ambulances. We haven't heard anything about too many injuries. But again, we're about anywhere from a half mile to a mile, to my understanding, down the road from where this actually happened. We're still waiting for word on how folks are doing and everything like that. We're still waiting to get some official sources to talk to about that.
Okay, well, as your camera sees it for the first time, our viewers will be seeing it for the first time too. So as soon as you get down in there and you see something, just give us a call back.
Absolutely.
All right, Brady, thanks a lot. Brady entering Earlington tonight, slammed pretty hard like a lot of communities in western Kentucky, and not only in western Kentucky, but the state of Kentucky, the Commonwealth, is under a state of emergency. And coming up at 4 o'clock, which is not so far away, the governor of Kentucky will be holding a news conference to talk about that state of emergency and everything that they're going to have to do to pick up the pieces after this major storm, December storm. Jeff?
All right, let's look back at the radar, and we still have rain now moving over the Wabash River. Most of that is continuing to move to the east, and I'm in the middle of a cookie here. Let me swallow real quick. That's all right. People ask how we do this, and it's we're fueled by cookies. Anyway, the line has weakened, which is a good thing. Our hope and our thought here, at least in looking at the data, is that it will continue to weaken and move on through without any further fanfare. But we have to bear in mind that we are still under a tornado watch until 5 a.m. That will likely be canceled early. In fact, we should see some counties over in Illinois cleared out of that watch sooner rather than later. At the moment, it's still hanging on here all the way up to Interstate 57. And it will likely get scaled down here as we go through the next hour or so. But the important takeaway now is that we have a weakening trend. Temperatures are definitely cooling out there. We are 20 degrees warmer right now than we were last night at this time. So, you know, we had the big surge in temperatures today, and we've also had some wind in the last hour. These are just gusts over the last hour. 29 at Henderson and 41 in Owensboro. Washington even had a gust there up in Daviess County of 24 as that last salvo of storms came through. If you didn't know what had happened earlier this evening and you took that tornado warning off the screen, this would just look like a regular round of showers and thunderstorms coming through, and we would treat it as such. Muhlenberg, because of what's happened this evening, we're going to stick with you a little longer. Obviously, we have that crew en route to Muhlenberg County, and they will be reporting back to us. We will have continuing coverage during 14 News tomorrow, starting in the evening and then continuing through the weekend. Our crews are out now and will be out once the sun comes up to kind of survey the damage and assess everything that's happened around the area. The warnings there just off to our south are not going to be a concern as that storm continues to move to the south and east of Muhlenberg County. And then we have some additional warnings now popping over around Louisville, actually out to the south and east of Louisville at this time. So all of the rain that we picked up today, and that actually, of course, this reset at midnight, but we can look at the rainfall that we've had, and I think it will go back. It may go back 24 hours. I'm not sure if it will do that because we've already gone into yet another day here. Rain amounts across western Kentucky in particular were very heavy for 24 hours. We're looking at amounts there around Hopkinsville, or Hopkins County, Madisonville, of about 1 inch to 2 inches up at Hartford, and maybe even some spot amounts that were a little higher than that. Contrast that with what's happened here in Vanderburgh County, about 7/10 of an inch of rain by the radar estimate. And then there are some other little pockets here in southern Illinois where we've picked up between 1/2 inch and 1 inch of rain. So flooding should not be a big problem over the area. There may be some flash flooding or water over roads there in Hopkins and Muhlenberg and Ohio counties, but it was not a widespread flooding or rain event, even though the storms kind of trained or followed over the same area. They were moving so fast, they really didn't have a lot of time to put down a lot of rain across the region. And the lead edge of those storms now almost up to Interstate 69 across southwest Indiana, and then almost up to the Ohio River there in Gallatin County in southern Illinois. So we continue to monitor all of this for you, and we're going to look again at our status here on our watch, which has not changed. Didn't expect that it would. And our temperatures, though, are in for a pretty good plunge, probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 to 25 degrees cooler tomorrow afternoon than it was on Friday. I guess tomorrow's today, it's already Saturday, so, but you know what I mean here. Once the sun comes up, it will be considerably colder out there. The regional picture still showing that broken line of showers now from about Indianapolis, Brazil, Indiana, all the way down into Evansville, and then back into SEMO down there in the boot heel of Missouri. Our picture from the tower camera still pretty clear right now, and we're just kind of waiting for that last round of rain to roll through the area before we can definitely call it quits here. The extent of the rain is basically from Indianapolis all the way down almost to Little Rock, Arkansas, in that back edge of the rainfall that we've seen today. So once we get that out, then we're in for some dry days, Saturday, Sunday. Our next chance of rain comes up next week, and actually it's going to warm up again too, with temperatures climbing back close to 65 degrees by Tuesday and Wednesday. Byron.
Jeff, I checked in with the Storm Prediction Center. Their mesoscale discussions for thunderstorms and rotating thunderstorms has kind of shifted to the east of Interstate 65, and you kind of see that with those segments of thunderstorms down through Bowling Green, where there's a tornado warning there for Warren County. Looks like southern Butler County, that's just outside of our area. So in looking at the Storm Prediction Center, it's going to kind of be pushing easter of Interstate 65, but we do have that potential for severe weather. So hopefully up towards Vincennes and Washington, these showers continue to ease, but some of these areas, Jasper and then up through portions of Pike, Warren County, haven't been worked over too much. So hopefully this line, it has less lightning than it did from those supercells and those tornadoes across western Kentucky. But from the Storm Prediction Center, it looks like it's pushing a little bit farther to the east. I'm kind of just looking at this here in real time from the SBC that's out in Norman, Oklahoma. I'll make a few stops here on the board, get up towards Princeton, Lyle Station, Allendale, into Petersburg, into Mount Carmel, up along Highway 1. You see, this is what you want here. You have clusters here of sub-severe storms up towards Petersburg. Here is a wider view. And there's even a third line, which is incredible for this time of year, back through St. Louis and southeast Missouri. And then you have some severe thunderstorm warnings down through western stretches there of Tennessee. So you have three lines, and only some generally something you would see in spring or early summer. There's a look at the cell there in Bowling Green, south there at Morgantown, which is the primary town there in Butler County. Brownsville, you get out towards Mammoth Cave and some of those locations. That's just south of our area overall. So that's the closest warning that we have. The Storm Prediction Center that evaluates the atmosphere across the area is pushing things a little bit farther to the east.
Okay, Byron, thanks for that update. And back we go to the radar and that line of storms. When you were scanning the radar there a minute ago, I noticed we had a few more showers back out there to our west. So let's use our pan tool here, and we'll actually zoom out the radar a little more. And those were actually showing up on the St. Louis radar, but they're not showing up in the composite grid right now. So my thinking here is that we should be in the clear very soon, and you know, if in the absence of any more warnings or any other news to pass along, then you know, there really isn't a reason here to continue to follow these on the air. We can leave the radar up here for you to look at. But there really isn't much more to add to the weather story at this stage, other than obviously we will have a lot more information tomorrow about the aftermath of these storms once we get crews out there and video and talk to people. And undoubtedly more pictures of the tornadoes will come in the coming hours and days as as people send them over to us and things like that. And that's a good point. If you were unable to send information, pictures especially, we're very interested in those. So you can email them or send them to 14 News on our Facebook page or Twitter, and we can look at those and pass those along to the Weather Service. This will be an event that will be researched. There'll be papers written about it. A lot of the meteorologists down at the University of Oklahoma and other academics will be looking very carefully at how well the event was forecast, how it played out versus what the models were showing, what we can learn from it. It's always kind of a self-correcting process, the weather is. We always are looking back as we look forward to see, well, what could we do better? How could we have anticipated this, that, or the other? In this case, the fact that we had such a long track, strong tornado, I think probably surprised everyone, even though it was certainly mentioned in the outlooks that we could see strong tornadoes and long track ones. The idea that we would have a tornado or series of tornadoes span over 250 miles is pretty boggling, especially in December. And that will be something that everybody in the weather community will want to dig into and see what came together to make this. And there will be comparisons made to other big severe weather outbreaks. The number of tornadoes may not be particularly impressive, but it will be more in terms of strength, time of year, and the length of these paths that will be studied and figured out. It's interesting too that we had a situation tonight where the power went off at the Weather Service at Paducah. They transferred their responsibility over to Springfield, so they have a redundancy plan in place. We got all the warnings, everything came and worked as it's supposed to. A similar situation happened in the Nashville tornado back in 2020, where the tornado hit an AT&T hub. And so the fiber optic lines that connected us with the Weather Service were cut, and it was many days of workarounds and redundancy plans, which were in place. But still, it shows that even though we have great technology in our pockets, on TV, wherever you want to look, we're still vulnerable to natural events like this that can knock out the cell phones and electric and everything else. And that'll be a concern too, especially in the areas with power outages, getting heat. As we get into very cold weather tomorrow night, temperature's supposed to drop down to about 28 on Sunday morning, and then only up to about 50 on Sunday. I guess the saving grace is it'll be a little bit warmer to start the week next week. I did look ahead at the Storm Prediction Center's outlooks, and at least at this stage, nobody is outlooked for severe weather next week. But, with temperatures getting that warm, it's certainly something where we're going to have to keep top of mind as we move into next week. And Byron, did you have anything else to add?
Well, I just hope everyone is all right down in Bremen, Arlington, and those areas there. So we have the 14 First Alert Interceptor. Brady Williams headed down towards, he's in Arlington right now, but they have torrential rainfall down in those locations. Looks like the secondary line here is weakening. Storm Prediction Center is pushing stuff a little farther to the east overall, to the east there, but still have that tornado warning. But, Jeff had highlighted that there in purple, so indicating that it has verified. That's just outside of our area down in Warren County. So we'll keep an eye on this second line that's pushing through, and then east there, Louisville, a couple counties over there. They have a radar indicated tornado warning there as well. Jeff, it's interesting, synoptically, in the National Weather Service discussions, they were looking back at events in February of 2017 and November of 2013, which was on a Sunday. Had a lot of stadiums that were full up through football games, and then was looking at that as a historical basis. So you talked about the research. I'll be interested to see how that stacks up. Of course, one of the new things in meteorology is tornado climatology, looking at the history and all the models, and they can compare it to events and give folks heads up. I know, Randy, I didn't know if you had anything over there.
Well, I was just going to say that we watched this event happen tonight, but so many people experienced it, and we're going to find out a lot more about that real soon. our crews are arriving on the ground, and I mean, we're 15 days out from Christmas. COVID is on the rise again. I mean, times are tough right now. We're going to find out that over the next days and weeks and months, there's an awful lot of our friends and neighbors that are going to be recovering from this. So many times when we break on, even go wall to wall, it's one neighborhood that's been hit or one small section. Boy, this really cut a really wide swath through our area with our friends and our neighbors, and so it's going to be something that we're going to pay close attention to for the next little while. And not only will we cover this as a major news story, but we'll be thinking about our friends and neighbors who are going to be impacted by this greatly.
Okay, Randy, and back we go to the radar, which is really the current, this is what's happening now. Even the showers that were coming into Evansville have kind of started to break up just a bit. And as we get a little closer view here, it's raining out in St. Philip now, Wadesville up towards Cynthiana, and then we have some other showers kind of crossing the river now toward Morganfield and across far southern Illinois right now. Those will obviously move in and produce some rain and maybe some lightning. As far as damaging winds and tornadoes, even though we still have a watch in place, we've not had a new warning here in about a half an hour, 40 minutes. So those are good signs that we are starting to ramp down a little bit with regard to the severe weather threat. And the best advice here is just to keep an eye on things, as we will be doing here. And if threatening weather redevelops, then of course, have your disaster plan or your severe weather plan ready to go and execute it. The southern Illinois counties now, where the rain has cleared, are likely in the clear. I mean, I'm not going to overstep or second guess the Storm Prediction Center, but typically they will start to whittle those warnings and our watches down once we go on into the overnight hours. There's been no change in status on the watch at this point. So the way we're going to play this, at least as of now, is we're going to go ahead and return you to regular programming, but know that we are watching the radar for you, and we will keep an eye on things here through the evening. If we have anything else come on, we'll be right back on the air with it. Have a good night, stay safe, and be sure you watch 14 News tomorrow starting at 6 p.m. Byron will be doing the weather there, and then I'll be back with you on Sunday. We will have comprehensive coverage of all the destruction that has happened across western Kentucky and the remainder of the tri-state, not only on the air, on our newscast, but also online and on all of our digital platforms. Thanks so much for staying up with us tonight, and we will see you tomorrow and through the weekend.